Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Thor swears that this is the first time he has seen an Earthling reveal his identity so calmly. The equipment this person is wearing looks unusual, but he is quite imposing. Does that mean he didn't take a Thor seriously? That is to say, if you don't commit a crime, let it go first and you have to get your face back first, right? Thinking of this, Thor weighed Mjolnir, looking eager to try. At the same time, Black Widow on Quinjet suddenly received a call. After answering the call, she hastily turned on the automatic flight mode of the plane and then jumped off. Generally speaking, agents would not dare to jump like this at such a height. After all, they are agents, and they don't have the physique of the captain of the United States. But today, Black Widow came to fight, equipped with individual equipment of Antarctic military industry. Boom. Black Widow fell to the left of Iron Man Tony. "Tony, stop!" Then, without waiting for Tony's answer, she turned to Thor, who was opposite. "Thor, please don't continue to cause troubles on the Earth." Thor didn't know Black Widow, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, he calmed down quickly. Language is very charming. For example, when he heard the phrase, "don't breed troubles on the Earth," his brain immediately recalled his father's teachings. "Okay," he looked at Black Panther T'Challa but didn't speak. Under so many gazes, Captain America Rogers swaggered over, picked up Loki with one hand and walked back with him. What Rogers does is represent SHIELD. So many people came here in fact to arrest Loki, but as for who should handle Loki after they are captured, they have never thought about it, nor have they received relevant orders. As for Black Panther and others, they just listened to Sudan's conversation that day and wanted to do something for mankind. It doesn't matter that Loki is in custody by SHIELD as long as this scourge is cleared away. The crowd began to disperse, but they didn't know that Loki, who was caught, was actually not panicked at all but rather happy, because in the plan of this cunning god his arrest is an inevitable part. He is no longer that scourge but a god who wants to play with the people of the Earth. The real scourge has obtained the materials for making the Tesseract generator and fled towards the secret base. Even if Loki doesn't command, they will do everything, then wait for the Chitauri army to arrive and his plan will be realized. "Wait, I'll go with you." Just as the Avengers Alliance was about to leave, Thor stopped them. Natasha Romanoff and Tony looked at each other, then nodded. "Then let's go. This is an order from above, which is Nick Fury's permission. Although I don't understand why Nick Fury wants to bring Thor, but if you bring it, you can bring it, it's okay anyway." Iron Man is confident. Although he is usually obsessed with games, he also got more inspiration from Sudan's games and thus made even more awesome weapons and equipment. It was already the second day after returning to SHIELD's battleship and the psychic scepter was snatched into the research room. It may not be standard to say that it was robbed, it should be said that it was seized. People on Earth have always been very curious about alien technology, especially when Nick Fury witnessed Loki using this scepter. With one click, Selvig and Hawkeye were brainwashed. So there is another question: where did Tesseract go? You have to ask Loki this question. Nick Fury led the escort team and locked Loki in shackles into a cage. Originally, the cage on the SHIELD spaceship was prepared for the Green Titan, in case the Green Titan erupts suddenly and destroys the entire cabin. But now that Bruce Banner belongs to Sudan, they can dig other corners, but Sudan's corner you try to dig. So the cage on the spaceship is specially built for some supervillains. The so-called supervillain is the opposite of a superhero, a criminal with super abilities or extraordinary. Then, the first thing this cage requires is firmness. In this regard, Nick Fury is very confident. Not to mention Loki's small body. Even if the Green Titan is crazy, he may not be able to break this cage. Secondly, the cage is equipped with offensive equipment and the whole is an electrotherapy room. Nick Fury has one eye on Loki's Bond cell face full of banter. "Ask for flowers. Now you are the ants and this are the boots," Nick Fury said, gesturing to a red button. The relationship between ants and boots is a sociological discussion. Thinking back to when Loki snatched the Tesseract, he proudly said that sentence, and now Nick Fury feels a burst of revenge in his heart. Now the roles of Boots and Ants have been reversed. Mommy Falk. Hearing the sound, Loki smiled unconscionably. He didn't think that he just became an ant because the reason why he came here was because he wanted to come here. Nick Fury looked at Loki's smile and was very upset, wishing he could be shot on the spot. He held his breath for the time being and said to his side, Natasha Romanoff, come and interrogate him, give him electrotherapy a few more times and you should be able to ask him out. This kind of person is a B****ch. What? So he quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Sue Dan's number. Sand sculpture. Sue Dan only left a sentence before hanging up the communication. Tony didn't ink any ink and turned to the camera directly, sending the image of the scepter to Sue Dan. Speaking of helpers, he thought of that person. All right. Unexpectedly, it turned out that this was the case. I heard about SHIELD's accident before, but I was too busy at the time, so I didn't care much. Hello, dude, I think I have something here you must be very interested. He needs a helper. Afterwards, he got up immediately and said, Red Queen, get ready to take off, the target is the one just now. At the moment, Sue Dan, who was checking the number of virtual game registrations in the background of Angie Company, was slightly taken aback. Mind gem. Black Widow went to interrogate Loki, and Tony naturally entered the laboratory and decrypted this alien technology. A stick. The virtual game helmets have been released, and although the game has not yet opened, players can still create their own characters in advance. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't figure out the function of this scepter. What the hell is it doing? Mind gem. Tony glanced at the scepter suspiciously. You call this a gem? Now that the psychic scepter has fallen into the hands of SHIELD, then Loki must have been captured. I don't know what expression Loki will have when she sees herself appearing on the SHIELD spaceship. The plane Sue Dan took was so fast that he didn't even need to contact Nick Fury. The people in SHIELD automatically searched for him and gave him the route and coordinates. They even moved their own fighter jets away, leaving a wide space for Sue Dan. Landing on the deck, Sue Dan frowned and walked down. Not to mention the extreme cold at high places, it is windy anyway. Have you all come out to greet me? Looking around, a group of people are walking towards this side, with Nick Fury leading the way, followed by Iron Man, Black Widow, Captain America, and even Thor. These people are really giving face. There is a feeling of a national leader getting off the plane. 643, oh, the most difficult person to invite is finally here, Nick Fury shouted from a distance with a relieved smile on his face. To be honest, he didn't know why he felt such a mood when he saw Sue Dan. Sue Dan is neither from SHIELD nor anyone from the United States military but an out-and-out game developer. Why this damn dependency? However, in the face of Nick Fury's warm welcome, Sue Dan made him put his face on his face and put his *** on his back. I'm just doing some research with Tony. In a word, put the dignified S.H.I.E.L.D. director aside. Sue Dan, you didn't say that you were friends with these people, otherwise I wouldn't have to make a fool of myself in Country Day, Thor said with a silly smile. Day Country. Yes. Sue Dan thought for a moment perhaps there was some conflict with Thor during the Women's Federation's arrest of Loki. But he didn't know that because of some of his words back then, Wakanda, X-Men and Mutant Brotherhood were all dispatched. The huge scene is exciting to think about, but when he said that at the beginning, he just wanted these people to help when the Chitauri army entered the country. Unexpectedly, even grabbing a mere Loki, they pay so much attention to it. Black Widow has met Sue Dan before, so he is no stranger to him, but he is not very familiar with him, so naturally he can't talk to him. And Rogers is more confused in this battle. Everyone obviously respects Sue Dan. What is so good about this young-looking man, looking at the luxurious private jet behind him? What kind of rich man, sponsor or something? To be honest, he hated this kind of person very much. In his era, there was Howard, who almost gave him a forgiveness hat and he was already very upset. After this recovery, he had to form a team with his son Tony. The feeling is naturally conceivable. But this is not over yet. Now another capitalist appears, damn rich. Even if SHIELD needs some private support, that's understandable. But how did this Thor from Asgard seem to be very familiar with Sue Dan? I slept in Awakening and felt that the world was too crazy. Faced with Roger's various speculations, Sue Dan didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned to Thor and asked, "Your brother was arrested, you don't have any thoughts, do you?" "Thoughts? No, no, no," Thor said confidently. "No idea." Hearing the sound, Sudan chuckled. "According to the laws of the earth, your brother should be executed. Definitely, he didn't hurt my people, so I don't like worrying about other people's hearts. Nothing to do with yourself, hang high. Breaking up with an Asgard for a few irrelevant deadmen, that's what a fool would do." This is just to remind Thor that his younger brother Loki's crimes are serious and he should be punished. Don't have any illusions. Thor nodded sheepishly. He was very glad that his B*******D brother didn't offend Sudan otherwise. "Loki will be severely punished when he returns to Asgard," Thor said. This sentence is also declaring his own right to deal with Loki. This is for others to hear. As for the so-called severe punishment, whether it is a skinning cramp or being locked up in a paradise under house arrest, I don't know. Hearing Thor's words, Nick Fury's black face became darker than usual. Loki killed his people. According to Mayor Frank's usual style, the perpetrator should have been shot long ago. However, the power behind Loki made him dare not act rashly. Seeing that the situation was a bit rigid, Sudan smiled slightly and even put it behind him. He didn't come here to be a lobbyist but for Mind Gem's idea. So he turned to Tony and asked, "Tony, where is the laboratory? Let's go there quickly." Seeing Sudan finally asked himself, Tony smiled happily. Normally, he only wore a black suit instead of a steel battle suit. This way, let's go." "Excuse me." After saying something casually, Sudan followed Tony towards the laboratory of the psychic scepter. In fact, this psychic scepter can't be said to have been acquired through hard work. After all, it didn't take much effort to capture Loki. It seems that those stupid aliens sent it over on their own initiative. When the two walked into the laboratory, Sudan saw the psychic scepter at a glance. It was so conspicuous that it was hard not to notice it. After all, the surroundings are all sci-fi style, but this scepter class, is it magical? "Well, I want to ask something that shouldn't be asked, is that okay?" Tony asked tentatively. Without even looking back, Sudan said, "You know you shouldn't ask, but you still ask. I want to know, how did you see this scepter's first reaction? Is it Mind Gem?" "What is that?" Hearing this, Sudan raised his hand and tapped the 3.0 arc reactor on Tony's chest. It's a very mysterious and powerful thing." Tony touched his chest involuntarily. Now he was even more confused. "Well, what does this have to do with my arc reactor?" "Shield, Agent Barton and Dr. Selvig, should Nick Fury tell you about these two people?" While talking, Sudan walked towards the instrument with the psychic scepter casually and took it down. "I said so," Tony nodded, and after seeing Sudan's actions, he hurriedly advised, "That thing is dangerous, don't." Ding! Before Tony finished speaking, Sudan directly took the psychic scepter and tapped it on Tony's chest, making a clear sound. "What? Nothing? Do you know how your father discovered this new element back then?" Sudan put the psychic scepter back into the bracket and asked Tony. The matter of the new arc reactor is no secret between these two people. Last time, Sudan exchanged this secret to Stark Military Industry and saved Tony's life by the way. My dad didn't tell me, sorry, I really don't know." "Then let me tell you, your father was inspired by Tesseract and discovered that new element, that is to say, the energy in your chest is isotope with Tesseract."
His.
Tony scratched his head, the self-proclaimed genius. At the moment, his head was as messy as a mess. "What is this all about? Tesseract? Well, let me assume that my arc reactor and Tesseract are twin brothers." "No, more like a father-son relationship." "Okay." Tony curled his lips helplessly and inexplicably lost another generation. "By the way, what does this have to do with you poking me with that scepter?" "It doesn't matter, I just want to poke you." Sudan shrugged and smiled. "Please, buddy, please tell me, what do these mean? And what does Mind Gem mean, that golden Huang stone?" Tony's thirst for knowledge almost drove him crazy. He desperately wanted to know the secret of this alien technology. Perhaps every scientific researcher has such stubbornness. Furthermore, he can indeed detect a huge amount of energy in this little thing. If he can modify it and use it in his own battle suit, that would be great. It's a pity that this plan was not established from the beginning, because he contacted Sudan. Sudan wants this Mind Gem more than he does. Why? Don't forget the Cube crossover server in Antarctic Biotechnology Corporation. That cube has 6 sides, but now only one infinite gems is inlaid. Moreover, what mind gem is something related to spirit. With this gadget, the so-called playing games and becoming stronger has changed from a false proposition to a true proposition. I gave Ancient One a blast before, but the result is only to enhance the combat experience of some players. Mind Gem is indeed that stone, Sudan replied. And what's Tesseract? You don't mention it for nothing, Juan. I prefer to call that the Space Gem. Space Gem, a Mind Gem, these two could it be? It's all infinite gems. Infinite gems. Tony Stark, known as a peerless genius, is now like a primary school student. Feifei is waiting for teacher Sudan to explain his doubts. There are 6 infinite gems in the universe. Excluding the 2 you know, the rest are reality gem, power gem, time gem, and soul gem. Tony froze. He has viewed the world scientifically since he was a child, and he has done many strategies for various mysteries in the universe. However, I have never heard of these so-called infinite gems. Wait, buddy, you're not making up stories on the spot, are you? Are you going to start a new game? Hee, Sudan smiled meaningfully. Tony definitely understood the meaning. Ashamed, he covered his face with his big hands. The knowledge he is proud of seems so shallow in front of Sudan. It's like a top student in 6th grade talking to a university professor. Wait, how do you know so much? Yes, everyone is human and grew up from the earth. Even the environment and conditions for him to receive knowledge are far stronger than Sudan's. But in the end, how did it end up like this? Could it be that those women approached him really for his money, not because of his talent? Oh God, I saw it. Look, Tony felt that his imagination was rich enough, but why can't he imagine now? How did Sudan see so much knowledge? He wants to see it too. As everyone knows, Sudan's so-called seeing does not mean reading with the eyes nor looking up at the universe, but simply looking at it from the perspective of an ordinary audience. Tony could never experience it in his entire life. Well, I really learned a lot today, Tony nodded. It took him a while to digest such a little information. By the way, what about this scepter? Now that we all know that Mind Gem is one of the 6 infinite gems in the universe, it must be very precious. Such a level universe treasure naturally cannot be wasted. It also dispelled his idea of monopoly. Besides, with his current knowledge, he couldn't analyze the energy zone of this stone. Does the ghost know that this kind of technology of aliens is actually monitoring them when they are researching it? Sudan didn't answer Tony's question but directly raised his hand to show him. I saw that he stretched out his hand towards the gem inlaid on the scepter. This kind of behavior, no matter who it is extremely dangerous. Even some scientific and technological products on the Earth dare not dismantle apart by violent means, let alone this more sophisticated product of alien civilization. Moreover, the thing on it is the only mind gem in the universe. What a huge 277 energy that is. In case something happens, not to mention these 2 people in the laboratory, even the entire spaceship can't stand it. However, Tony's worries were all in vain, because Sudan would never do that kind of risky thing. He just reached out and tried but couldn't drop the mind gem. It seems that Ultron's finger strength is quite strong. At that time, Ultron pulled the gem and took it off easily. Phew! Tony breathed a sigh of relief for no apparent reason. However, it was too early for him to relax. The next moment, the entire cabin shook violently. Boom! With a bang, the SHIELD ship was attacked. What's going on? Tony asked loudly in surprise and deliberately took a few extra glances at the psychic scepter. Sudan obviously didn't take it down and the various instruments didn't show any abnormal energy. So in other words, this attack came from outside. He tried his best to maintain his balance, but Sudan told him, hurry up and put on the battle suit and avoid enemy attacks. I also think I should wear a battle suit, Tony nodded. At this time, there is nothing more secure than wearing a steel battle suit. At this time, the enemy attack, thinking with his toes, all know that they are Loki's accomplices. He too must fight. A minute ago, a helicopter flight to the vicinity of the SHIELD spacecraft. The official immediately issued a warning to it. If the warning is not returned 3 times, an attack will inevitably be carried out. The people staying in this spaceship right now are not ordinary people. But even if there are no important people in the spaceship and strange planes approach, they will still be expelled. However, the people on the helicopter launched an attack ahead of time. That's an arrow that bends. Definitely this is not archery. Instead, the high airflow was used to make the arrow fall on the hull of the spaceship when it was shot out, and the high explosives immediately tore a hole in the spaceship. Pieces of steel wreckage fluttered and fell in the sky like pieces of paper. This arrow was very scheming. It not only tore open an entrance but also destroyed an engine device of the spaceship. As a result, the huge amounts of the hull tilted seriously and everyone could feel the violent shaking inside. Superior. Hawkeye rushed towards the entrance with a team of mercenaries. If you look closely, you will find that Hawkeye's pupils have become extremely scary. That was controlled by Loki with a psychic scepter, and at the moment Loki, the perpetrator, is still being interrogated by Black Widow. As an old agent, she definitely saw some clues. The whole process of Loki's arrest is full of doubts. First of all, when SHIELD was searching for Loki, the technicians ran around like headless chickens at first and couldn't find Loki's cobweb horse trace at all. After all, although SHIELD's technology is powerful, it's not very developed. Trying to find such a Loki in the vast crowd is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. It took them a lot of time without Dr. Banner's help to finally locate Loki. But there is an obvious problem, that is, with Loki's speed of action, he should have arrived in Country Day long ago and got what he wanted long ago, then shifted his position and disappeared into the crowd again. In other words, if he wants to hide without being discovered with his ability, the technology on the Earth, he really can't find him. But when everyone rushed to the scene, Loki was blatantly bullying civilians. This is clearly because I am afraid that the momentum is not enough. It is intentional, so Loki was caught on purpose. Black Widow has already guessed this point and from various evidences confirmed this conjecture. Therefore, Nick Fury asked her to interrogate Loki, and the first thing she asked was not the whereabouts of the Tesseract but why Loki came here on purpose. But if Loki let go so easily, he wouldn't be called the god of cunning. Throughout the interrogation process, Loki was spinning in circles. And since they went out to meet Sudan once, Loki's smile is even more smug. From this point, it can be judged that the fact that Loki was arrested on his own initiative had something to do with Sudan. But what could it matter? Although Black Widow's experience with Sudan can be counted as 0, but according to many observations, it is impossible for Sudan to have any communication or cooperation with Loki. So even if there is a problem, it is not the main factor. What is it? Black Widow thought carefully until the spaceship shook. Enemy attack tilde. In the headset, the voice of the combat command immediately came. Don't even think about it, it must be Loki's handwriting. So you were arrested first and then you are calling someone to rescue you, so it's unnecessary. Are you scared? Black Widow didn't take it seriously. There wasn't any truth in Loki's words. At this moment, a figure rushed over from the corner of the eye. It was Thor. At the moment of the explosion, it was none other than his brother that Thor thought of in his mind. He knows Loki so well. Even if he is often deceived by him, at least he knows something about it. Anyway, just keep an eye on Loki and it's over. Loki, this is your fault again. Don't you think you have enough crimes on your head? As soon as it came up, Thor's questioned angrily. Ever since he heard what Sudan said on deck, he has realized the seriousness of the problem. Those were the words from his first Earth friend. If it was him, he would have killed Loki. Such words did not make him feel disappointed with his friend, but a deeper understanding of his brother's sins. Thor's 3 views are still very righteous. If Loki just stayed safely in the cage, waiting for SHIELD's interrogation to be over, he would just take Loki back to Asgard, listen to Odin's trial, and never intervene. However, it wasn't long before the attack struck. In addition to being full of disappointment, Thor is only left with anger. Thor Odinson, don't you think it's disgusting for you to say that? Loki in the cage retorted. On the side, watching Black Widow, who was arguing between the 2 brothers, seemed to suddenly understand something. Yes, she finally understood the purpose of Bai Luoji's intentional arrest. Loki was captured to avoid Thor. She pressed the headset and said calmly, and this voice was directly transmitted to the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. The brains of the 2 super agents were running at high speed and they understood the reasoning in an instant. Then, on to the next question. Now that Loki's first goal has been achieved, what's next? Dodge here, Dodge Peter. Since Loki was born in Asgard, he naturally knew Heimdall's abilities. Then, when he appeared on the Earth, even if he was not noticed at the beginning, he would be noticed soon. You know, Bifrost is not destroyed. From Asgard to Earth is just a few breaths away. A criminal, King Kyans, who brought the Frost Titan into Asgard. Who's going to catch him? 99% of his bets are that brat Thor. Reckless people don't think. If that brute comes, once he is caught by the brute, no matter what he says, the brute will only shout to the sky, Heimdall. Then he will be forcibly taken back to Asgard. Bifrost is so fast, there's no way he can escape. And once he is brought back to Asgard, he will be greeted with endless crimes, and I am afraid that he will be locked up with those extremely evil criminals. Not to mention whether he will be sentenced to death. First of all, it is impossible for him to step out of Asgard again. If you can't return to Earth, then the Chitauri army will be in vain. Therefore, he had no choice but to let the Earthlings catch him. Although Thor, that reckless man, is arrogant, he is always tolerant towards human beings. With so many crimes on his head, how could human beings let him go so easily? Meanwhile, in New York, the Stark building tops. An old man is deftly arranging the equipment. In the center of the equipment is the Tesseract. He is Dr. Selvig, controlled by Loki using the psychic scepter. Loki had actually been eyeing Selvig a long time ago, making plans for his next plan. Now, Selvig will be his pawn to open that portal. With the flashing of the electric arc, the power of the Tesseract was immediately aroused, and towards the sky directly above the Stark building, 10 straight blue rays shot up. This energy light has some kind of magical power, impacting the designated airspace. Soon, in that place, a small pitch-black hole slowly melted open. The light of the Earth is reflected in, making it possible to see what is there. That's an army of aliens eager to try. Its face is ferocious, and its whole body reveals the breath of fighting. From bottom to top, the portal quickly turned into a large black hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the sky. On the street, people all looked up at the sky, all shocked by this 957 scene. What is that, my god? Is Stark Industries doing something high-tech again? Oh my god, that looks awful. When the portal was just opened, people were not aware of the crisis. Just wondering, even fantasizing about what super weapon Stark Industries is going to research. However, all of this is not the action of Stark Industries. The portal opened to a certain extent, and the Chitauri army in space finally couldn't hold back the excitement in their hearts, and immediately howled through the portal and flew towards the Earth on a flight body. These Chitauri are not only extremely ugly in appearance but also extremely dark in their hearts, or they have no hearts at all, because their essence is more like a kind of electronic life. When they invaded the Earth, they attacked the civilians below without any hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of gunfire, those who like to watch the excitement reacted. Escape. As for whether Stark Industries is doing research, they don't care anymore. My mind is blank, just want to live. It's a pity that the firepower of the Chitauri army, even the vanguard, is not something these civilians can eat. In the first attack of the Chitauri army invading the Earth, they crushed people ruthlessly like ants. The ion cannon fire is particularly powerful. Every time it hits a person, it will be blasted into several pieces on the spot. It is obviously RPG-like power, but in their hands it is like a machine gun. The scene was extremely cruel, and the people around were even more desperate. Ah. Shouts, screams, howls of pain fill the city. Think about it, a few minutes ago they were still drinking tea and chatting in the world's largest city, savoring life, talking about forming a team to have a black night or something. Those who are a little older will still think about what to cook when they go home for a while. The quality of life is high level and the mood is relaxed and happy. But the crisis came so suddenly. That beautiful picture is like being ruthlessly pierced by a Nepalese machete with flames attached and then torn into pieces. Beep woo woo tilde. Woo woo tilde, the United States Police were the first to arrive at the scene. After all, there is a Stark industry in this area. They need to focus on patrolling here and maintain normal order here. Now this situation is their task. Although these policemen are usually very loose and even plot against beautiful girls, but at this time of crisis, they have no choice but to drive a police car to maintain the most efficient and safe escape. The panicked crowd felt a little relieved when they heard the siren. CJFH, there was a little more hope for escape, but the good times didn't last long and a flight device of Chitauri quickly approached. Chitauri's ugly face is too frightening and the strange-looking gun in his hand locks the police car. Then, a cannonball went out. Chitauri's behavior is extremely despicable. Sudan is well aware of this. Not only the Chitauri, it should be said that most of the extraterrestrial races are hostile to humans. Knowing this, he paid so much attention to the interstellar invasion. Because people on Earth are weak, and in this Marvel universe, powerful civilizations are like stars in the sky, too many to count. Human beings cannot know the moral values of these powerful civilizations, nor can they know how these powerful civilizations view the Earth. But they know that as long as they want to attack the Earth, it is easy to send a warship. That's why he desperately hopes that the Earth can accelerate its development and embark on the interstellar journey as soon as possible. Even if he doesn't want to invade others, he must at least have the ability to protect himself. When the vibration of the spaceship temporarily stabilized, he didn't follow Tony to join the defensive battle but rushed directly to the deck of the spaceship. Only fools will follow to fight. He is a game dealer and he was invited by Tony to study this mind gem. Now the spaceship is under attack, he definitely wants to find a safe place. This spaceship is SHIELD's spaceship, and the damaged one is also SHIELD. He can fight a group of mercenaries. As for the safest place on this spaceship, it is his own plane. He may not believe anything else, but he still has great confidence in the aircraft produced by his company. But just as he was passing through a passage, the voice of the Red Queen rang out on the radio next to him. Successful intrusion. Master, New York City has detected an invasion by an unknown force and it is expected to threaten your property in 3 hours. Sudan, who was running, suddenly froze in his footsteps, and he understood instantly. In the current situation, except for the invasion of the Chitauri army, I really can't think of anyone else who will invade the Earth. It's just that I didn't expect it to be so fast. According to the original plot, at least after the spaceship attack was resolved, the portal over there slowly opened. Loki, this be ***ch, now knows how to do both. Red Empress, send this message to Braised Egg 2. Yes, man. Open the door of the spaceship, start our plane, I will go back first. It has been executed. By the way, it's time to remind those forces that should be notified. Let me see their sincerity. Yes, master. Sudan nodded and continued to run towards the deck. Because the people of SHIELD are very sensible and left him a lot of space, his plane was not hit by other objects when the spaceship was out of balance. Although the plane can arrive in New York quickly under full power flight, the load on the human body is quite heavy. There is no need for Sudan to fly at full power. In Red Queen's calculations, it would take several hours for the Chitauri army to threaten the Antarctic Company. He just needs to be back in 10 minutes. When he arrived, the scene was already very chaotic. The disaster situation in the city is very serious. The bustling streets in the past are now destroyed by Chitauri like the end of the world. The big billboards put up by Antarctica, the promotional posters of the new game, and ordinary people are attacked and have nowhere to escape. Especially in one place where the police were still maintaining the order of escape, a Chitauri flight weapon attacked towards it. It is conceivable that if the bombardment continued, the police would be bloody on the spot. At this critical moment, a burst of fiery energy shot up from the crowd and hit Chitauri's chest directly. The powerful energy immediately knocked Chitauri backwards for more than 10 meters. Looking in the direction, it turned out to be Mutant. The Mutant Brotherhood's dress is more individual, they stand out from the crowd. Looking from above, I saw a group of mutants running in the opposite direction of the flow of people. Some mutants whose appearance has changed scared a few timid girls into fainting on the spot. It's just that there are regulations above. This time, these mutants cannot attack civilians but must protect civilians. The ghost knows why the boss is so fascinated by something that he would tell such a joke. Humans have been discriminating against mutants for how long, and now they want to save people. However, if you are not happy, you are not happy. The boss's order is absolutely to be carried out. A few swift mutants immediately moved those humans who had trouble escaping to a safe place. Each mutant ability is also different. For a moment, the super abilities of different styles formed a human wall blocking Chitauri's advance. They are also like a secret army hidden on the earth. Although the formation order is not very good, they have put in enough effort in attacking and venting. Although the Chitauri Vanguard has flight weapons, they can't stand the firepower network intertwined with super ability flames, ropes, ground spikes, etc. For the first time, these mutants displayed their abilities recklessly on the streets in broad daylight under the public. Because the boss has guaranteed that this time they don't need to cover up at all and they don't need to hide themselves at all. Why does mutant hide its ability? Members of Brotherhood have always had this question, and they usually feel that the self with super abilities is higher than those ordinary people. But that's just lip service, and when they're actually on the street in broad daylight, they have to wear hoods and do things in a low-key manner. However, today is different. Today they show themselves to the fullest. This place was originally where they should live, and they should live here openly and above board instead of hiding their heads and tails. Everyone's super ability is different, and everyone's ability level also has a gap. The mutants who can be used in frontal battles spontaneously join together and use their powerful firepower to severely suppress the Chitauri Vanguard. Mutant, who has a strong defense force or a strong regenerative ability, undertakes the defense work without hesitation, allowing those alien guns to hit himself, and assumes a perfect output environment for the people behind him. And those super abilities who are not good at frontal combat took the initiative to do auxiliary work. On this day of proving themselves, they worked hard. They showed an excellent cooperation. As it turns out, the aura of immortality ignites in Mutant's hysterical battle to win his own dignity and freedom. As for Chitauri's vanguard, they were forced to retreat steadily, but it doesn't end there. If the dark forces like the Mutant Brotherhood are the main force, then the fighter plane flying over from the other side is the Stormtroopers. It was the fighter plane of Xavier's school. Several elite X-Men jumped off the fighter plane in a hurry. Only one was left to drive the fighter plane into battle. The X-Men show their special abilities. When Cyclops was still in the air, a crimson laser beam shot out from its body, sweeping across Chitauri. Under the high-temperature laser beam, a flight machine was cut into two sections immediately. Two Chitauri fell directly to the ground. Ask for flowers. Storm is like a goddess who descended from the sky. Her eyes were white and she seemed to be riding a storm. The surrounding world quickly dimmed. Immediately after lightning flashed and thunder struck, a thunder snake struck flight. Beast Hank screamed wildly, jumped directly onto the Chitauri flight device, stretched out those big hands, and with that violent appearance he just swallowed those things alive. Wolverine saw her teammates showing their might, and she was not far behind, and immediately rushed towards the two Chitauri who fell on the ground. The battlefield has become the graveyard of the Chitauri Vanguard. The people who were still fleeing seemed to have noticed something, and they all stopped. Since this team joined the battle, no ordinary person has ever fallen. They guaranteed that any shell would not fall among ordinary people. As for when this situation began to appear among people, everyone can't remember clearly. Ask yourself, on what basis did they get these mutants to be saved? On weekdays, once mutant is mentioned, 80% of people's eyes reveal disgust. They promise that anyone who can see will be saved. Although the mutant has a super ability, but looking at the mutant who was blasted more than 10 meters away by the gunfire and even burned and smoked. However, now the mutants who were discriminated against by them are reading the history to save them, and the artillery fire from those aliens all fell on their backs. Maybe it started from the first discovery of mutant, or maybe it started from the first media broadcast, or maybe it started from a personal experience of mutant atrocities. It seems that after so many years, human beings' feelings towards mutant have never changed in a good direction. Where are the cops who usually clamor to arrest mutant? Point zero. They are ashamed. And it's the kind of desperate redemption. On the contrary, after this short confrontation, several mutants in the team have already lost their lives. When they looked back, it was a mutant with different appearances. Where are those TV armies attacking mutant relentlessly? 8. They are not there. It is this discriminated mutant who saves them. Mary thought of her eldest son, whom she had given birth to when she was 20 years old. Although she didn't know who her father was, she decided to raise him. However, the mother and son had only lived for 4 years. That night, a heavily armed army broke into her home and forcibly took away her 4-year-old son. If that eldest son is still alive, he should be as old as these young men now. Yes, it was because the son was playing with friends outside and accidentally awakened a super ability, so he was judged to be a mutant, and then the child told his mother and his mother told her big brother. Until the news came official ear, her child, who obviously didn't hurt anyone, was taken away, stolen by 987. Mary sobbed and looked at the battlefield. The city was full of smog, and the group of boys and girls used their bodies to form a solid human wall. There is hell on the other side and the world on the other side. Little Gina is a pupil. I went to a noble school. His father, in his memory, should be working for the country. At that time she had just started school and his memory was really blurred. That day my father never came back. Mother cried for a long time and told the lie that everyone understood. Dad went to work far away. Every month, the mother would receive a large sum of money, and she used the money to send her to the safest noble school. All the time together, my mother told her never to get angry with anyone. Therefore, for so many years, she has never been angry and even lost part of her personality. She just wore a stiff smile like that, looking at the back that was getting further and further away, and there were 2 lines of tears in her big eyes. Wow. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. She broke free from the hand that was holding her and ran towards the crowd. With tears in her eyes, those backs looked like the backs of her father that she could no longer remember. Dad. Gina. Sorry. Sorry. The heart-piercing cry of the little girl pierced people's hearts fiercely. In the crowd, whoever subconsciously said this apology, this sincere sentence spread instantly. This is the true portrayal in everyone's heart. They stopped and looked at the back that was getting further and further away from them. At this moment, a shocking low roar sounded from above, and everyone was so depressed that they couldn't breathe. Look up. My God, what is that? God, is it a fish monster in myths and legends? It's impossible, I don't believe it. Is that an alien animal? The hearts of the people who had just settled down were beating wildly again. Aliens, are they really that powerful? Could it be that the previous ones were just some cannon fodder? The next giant monster is the real invader. What should humans do? How will the authorities handle this? Will New York be bombed with nukes? If a nuclear bomb is used, can everyone still live? Young man, run away, an old lady said quietly. Everyone evacuate together, evacuate quickly, shouted the policeman who managed to save his life. The crowd ran east again. But in this world there are always some stubborn people and there are always some passionate people. We're leaving, what will they do? A black girl pointed at the fighting mutants and asked. Strong enemies are coming, even they will be attacked by their own country, but these mutants who just saved their lives, are they going to die like this? This sentence once again pierced the hearts of those who had just confessed. As a human being, who doesn't want to live? But what is the point of living if you are born as a human being without humanity? Although I felt hopeless, some of them remained, whether they survived or destroyed. We are all human, why can't we be together? The huge monster swimming out of the portal of darkness slowly attacked the city. That figure alone occupies the entire street. Normally, the cars would not feel crowded, but when the huge monster swam down, it seemed so narrow. Its pair of fins, like the knife, cut across the buildings on both sides, and the shattered glass and concrete fell down in an instant. The damage to the building is actually nothing. When your giant monster slowly swims to the front line of mutant, suddenly blue lights flashed from its body. It turned out to be an army. This monster not only has its own destructive power but also carries such a large number of alien troops. My God, can they win? God bless them. Look, what is that? In the crowd, someone suddenly screamed, and everyone followed his direction and saw that it was a transport plane bearing the Antarctic military trademark. The transport plane skipped over everyone's heads and then dropped more than a dozen airdrop boxes. The surfaces of these airdrop boxes are spray-painted with pictures of various weapons. They are full boxes of super guns. It has long been heard that after Antarctica acquired the Stark military industry, it has developed General Mai to a new height. Is it these things? Why are you all stunned? Hurry up and lick the airdrop. Lick the airdrop. It's a familiar, sensitive gaming term. Correct, isn't the current situation exactly the same as PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? The United States has the right to bear guns, and for these people, shooting a gun is not a problem. Moreover, these firearms have been optimized by the Antarctic military industry and added a forbidden person insurance 1.6. Hurry up, everyone, take your guns and go up to help them. Hurry up. Brother, even if you don't dare to fight, let's move the weapons to the mutant brothers in front. Go. News from this station. A few minutes ago, an energy beam from the Stark Industrial Building opened a portal in the sky. A large number of alien troops invaded the Earth and the city fell into chaos. We can see that the police are maintaining the order of escape. But it is Mutant who saves the crowd. Mutant formed a temporary army to resist those alien invaders should we change our attitude towards Mutant. What do you think? God, what is that? That is a monster with huge amounts of monsters and the mutants can't do anything about it. Oh, God, I saw him. As soon as the camera turned, it fell on the Antarctic military transport plane and Sudan's own car. Just at this moment, Sudan opened the hatch and he jumped straight down from a height of several hundred meters. At this moment, the world is watching. If the boss of the Antarctic company jumped off the plane and committed suicide, no one in the world would believe it. Definitely, Sudan will never have the idea of suicide. He leaped in midair, turned into a black shadow at an inconceivable angle and shot straight at that huge monster like a sharp arrow. People, including mutants, were very desperate when they saw the monster that looked like a kun. Cyclops' laser light forcibly shot through his huge body for a minute until he was dizzy. And Storm's lightning on the surface of the attacking monster has no effect at all. As for Wolverine, he looked at his adamantium claws. They were very sharp, but for the first time he felt that he was too short. Even the elite X-Men have nothing to do, so the members of the Mutant Brotherhood with a lower level of ability have nothing to do with it. Flames, ground thorns, stingers, throwing, just like tickling. Super ability does not require money but requires physical strength. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, a black shadow seemed to flash across their eyes. Immediately afterwards, boom! There was a loud noise and the entire head of the monster that was still invincible and ignored everyone's attacks just now was sunken, and was kicked directly to the ground by that huge force. Among the X-Fighters, Jean Grey inexplicably showed a relaxed smile. She has perception ability. As long as she is sure that Sudan has made a move, then don't worry. The landing of the huge monster directly crushed many Chitauri troops who had no time to escape, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. Sudan stood up slowly and saw that his limbs were surrounded by a kind of materialized golden light. That is the light of divinity, Divine Punch and Valkyrie from the League of Legends universe. These two abilities were redeemed by him on the plane just now. The ability is not fully integrated until the moment it hits the Chitauri monster. Otherwise, if it is completed from the beginning, this monster is enough to prove it. Die. Sudan let out a low cry, then waved that shining fist and smashed it down hard. Under this punch, a wave visible to the naked eye scattered in all directions. A kind of mutant just felt that this punch hit his heart and trembled violently. The monster didn't even struggle, it just went on quietly. This power can already be compared with Lu Fatty. After spending a lot of points to buy Divine Punch and Valkyrie at the same time, his strength has been improved again, and now he can draw with the normal Hulk just by fighting without thinking, probably. But with a little wit, Hulk can definitely be played in the palm of his hand. The power of the gods is really extraordinary. No wonder the people of Asgard have their nostrils up all the time. Sudan jumped off the monster. He stood on the ground and looked at the monster, imagining how Chitauri transformed it into a weapon. If the whales on the earth are modified, can the same effect be achieved? He was still thinking here, and the mutants behind him were all scared to death. After all, this was an attack that fell from the sky, and they didn't see what it was too clearly, thinking it was an attack from another alien force. After seeing the face clearly, they realized that this person was no stranger to them. He. It's Sudan's father. I bought it, I really can't believe it. Is this real? I'm not dreaming. Sudan's father is amazing. Broken sound. Is this person a god? Is he also a mutant? That ability doesn't look like it. The tense does not allow the mutants to guess the source of Sudan's power, because the Chitauri army that fell on the ground has already ed the guy and counterattacked towards the mutants. The death of the monster actually aroused their anger. What? Wolverine was not convinced either and yelled at the Chitauri army rushing up. Even if he is short and can't kill that monster, he is still a man of blood. Although I can't deal with that monster, I can go towards the Chitauri army that jumped out and stabbed them all to death. In the sky, a stream of red light accompanied by flickering tail flames is flying towards the battlefield. That's Tony. His goddamn battle suit got some glitches during an emergency rescue of the SHIELD ship. Fortunately, it persisted until here. As long as he enters his building, he can change into a new battle suit and then enter the battlefield as a savior. Wait, what did I see? That's it. Sudan was there, which he expected because Nick Fury said it all. But what about those spark lightning mutants down there? Are they all Sudan's army? No, this idea is too unbelievable. It's better to quickly change into a battle suit and join the battle. However, when he flew to the top of the building, he saw two things that made him very worried. First, that guy really built the launch pad 993 on his own building. Second, Loki really escaped. At that time, the engine of the SHIELD spacecraft was damaged. In order to prevent the spacecraft from crashing, he took the time to repair the engine. Unexpectedly, the elk not only escaped but also arrived at his building one step ahead of him. No, Tony pointed to Sudan behind Loki. Who? Loki asked in surprise. While muttering, Loki pointed his scepter towards Tony. Thinking of this, the mind scepter in his hand became restless. Tony puffed out his chest. Even if you choose the former, you still have to change to a battle suit first. Loki smiled wickedly, staring at Tony playfully. Ding. Loki tries again. Have I offended someone? No, I'm just giving inferior Earthlings greater dominion. This Earthman is one of the most intelligent Earthlings he has ever seen. Ding. You offended someone, you know that? Tony took the initiative to walk towards Loki with a glass of foreign wine. Deciding between two things, he decided to meet Loki first. Seeing this good opportunity, Lu Jai smiled happily. Tony took a sip of his wine comfortably and said without tension, "Someone has already tried it and your thing doesn't work for me. What the hell is going on?" He's going to give him control, hee. Loki smiles. When I met you in Asgard before, you liked to dance with knives and guns. Now you plan to play fist with me again, don't you? He will never forget that time, even though it was on his territory and almost succeeded. Everything was destroyed in the hands of this tiny Earthling. Without him, maybe the Destroyer would have just killed that stupid big brother. If Thor is dead, then the power of Asgard may gradually be transferred to his hands. If so, perhaps one day the 9 realms will know that their new king is named Loki. It's a pity that everything was lost in the hands of this tiny Earthling. However, even without Sudan, Old Man Odin would have known everything long ago. Loki is still too young after all. Sudan moved his wrist and made a crackling sound. You can kill Jai with a butcher's knife. As for me, I just think it's for fun. Sudan smiled as gently as possible and said, because his current appearance is a bit like the double star mode, definitely not that strong yet. But such a smile in Loki's eyes is like a knife. When I lead the Chitauri army to conquer the weak earth, I will lock you in a cage and feed you like a dog every day. I will not let you die but let you live under my feet, Loki gritted his teeth said. As he spoke, he quietly moved the mind scepter and then, taking advantage of Sudan not paying attention, he stabbed towards Sudan suddenly. Since the psychic scepter can't control that smart Earthling, then first control this annoying Earthling, it's the same. However, he far underestimated Sudan's current reaction speed. The tip of the scepter in his hand pierced Sudan's abdomen within a few tenths of a second. But Sudan used a faster speed with empty hands. No, 2 fingers flicked lightly and flicked in the direction of the scepter. Loki was taken aback because he stabbed right in the face. Before he had time to react, he found a golden light flashing in front of his eyes and an arm glowing with divinity just grabbed his neck like this and lifted him up. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. Loki was lifted up before even Tony on the side could see it clearly. Loki kicked his legs and struggled, his arms were like steel. Not only was he out of breath, but even the veins on his head collapsed one by one. The vein in the head is blocked. If this continues, he will lose his strength within a few seconds, and after a while he will even die. I don't know how much confidence Thanos gave you, thinking that Chitauri can conquer the earth. Loki opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. I couldn't breathe and my whole head turned red like a roast goose. It looked so embarrassing. Tony, this guy is in your hands, send him a battle suit to wear. Put it on for him? Tony was puzzled for a while, but his clever brain quickly realized it. So he called Jarvis to send over an ordinary battlesuit and quickly put it on for him. Loki, who put on the steel battlesuit, was placed into a standard cross. No matter how much he struggled, he still couldn't get rid of the titanium alloy steel battlesuit. Not to mention Loki's small body. Even if you add some strength to him, the space inside the battlesuit is narrow and fits well. There is no room for him to assist. Even the original strength can't be used. As for the psychic scepter, Sudan picked it up lightly and deliberately shook it in front of Loki. Now, this thing belongs to me. Enough, you earthlings, how dare you use such tricks on me, a god? You're a joker at best, you're a god. Sudan sneered and then took the psychic scepter and jumped directly from the top of the Stark building. After such a long time, several people from the Women's Federation finally flew to the battlefield in Quinjet. And Hawkeye is also among them. It seems that people from SHIELD have returned Hawkeye to anti-brainwashing. But it took so long to come here. In Tony's words, it was by driving a bullock cart. Oh my god, we're late. Hey, the crowd has been evacuated. Captain America had a solemn expression. After all, he had gone through a great battle. He suddenly said, but there are more and more enemies. Be careful, the flight guns are encircling us. Black Widow hastily manipulated the Quinjet, avoiding the firepower one after another. Wait, what was that just now? Did something fall? On the plane, Hawkeye looked down and said doubtfully, it's a person, a man, the boss of Antarctic Company. Hawkeye and Sudan don't know each other, but after all, he is a SHIELD agent, and he must know the basic information of some famous people in the world. Black Widow looked towards the top of the Stark building. Sure enough, there was an old man there. Should we turn off that device first? However, the falling speed of that person just now is obviously not a free fall, but like a streamer. Hawkeye nodded irrefutably. I also think we have to do this, otherwise there will be a steady stream of enemy troops. Be careful, it's coming again. Crazy. Only Captain America is confused. He is a strengthening soldier and he has always thought that his physical fitness is the strongest in the world. That body is like a living golden statue. Still, he was lost towards the rear hatch. Rogers glanced down again and had to say Wang knows whether it was Sudan or those mutants, their battles were too fierce. Okay. Old man. Sudan? Black Widow wondered. Her agent authority is relatively high, so she also knows Sudan's performance in the New Mexico incident. But it wasn't like this at the time. After landing, that figure was even more domineering, like a god. Every blow seemed to have accumulated the strength of thousands of hammers, and every blow would blow those invaders away. Even if it's something like jumping off the Stark building, he dares to do it. That man over there is Selvig. Natasha Romanoff put me over there. Hawkeye glanced at Rogers resentfully. To be honest, he began to envy those with strong physiques. It made him, a super soldier, dare not intervene. Others are like a hero, but he is like a super soldier. Soldiers, join the battle. It wasn't until Nick Fury's voice rang through the fighter's communicator that several people came back to their senses. And those enemy bullets, even if they hit him by chance, would only spark a spark. Yes, Comrade Shi-Amin has never taken an unusual path and usually jumps out of the plane as a basic operation. Beep. As soon as the voice fell, the Quinjet where the two were located was attacked by Chitauri's flight device. The left wing engine is damaged. We must make an emergency landing. Shed. Sorry, old man, you'll have to run over by yourself. On the ground. Sudan punched an ugly monster and soon attracted the attention of the Chitauri main ship. Chitauri are a very special kind of life form. It is not known whether they were born like this or they were transformed into this way the day after tomorrow. Their lives are connected to their main ship, and definitely the perceived information will also be shared with the main ship. This person seems to be physically strong, but it seems that there is no way to attack remotely. So they worked out a tactic against Sudan, which was to cover him with a firepower net and completely suppress him on the ground. Even if bullets can't kill him, but use firepower to suppress him so that he can't move, just hold him back. With a dull cry, two more monsters flew down from the portal in the sky. Behind the two monsters there is a large group of flight troops. This group of flight troops was very purposeful. They flew straight towards Sudan's position. Sudan, who was dealing with the 27 army on the ground, suddenly felt something was wrong, looked up, and was immediately happy. In order to suppress him and restrict him, Chitauri even sent 2 Kuns, plus hundreds of warriors riding on them and more than 80 flight guns. This is really sensible and knows how to use troops in a targeted manner. Since you think highly of me so much, I have to give you a gift in return. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Sudan's mouth. I took all of their nearly 200 lives. He weighed the psychic scepter in his hand and then he was shot like a javelin and shot to the doctor. Now his strength is comparable to that of the normal Hulk. The power of this javelin is absolutely no less than those super armor-piercing bullets on the Earth. Originally produced with Chitauri technology, the scepter has no problems in texture, plus it has the energy blessing of Mind Gem. Although this thing looks like a staff, in fact, you may not believe it. Dagger, the sharp edges and corners piercing the sky seem to be stronger than Tony Stark's thermal laser. It actually pierced directly through the huge monster's chin and then pierced through the top of its head. It pierced through its head with one blow. Sudan doesn't have any sense of accomplishment for killing a Seajeg with one blow. At the moment when the javelin was shot, he had already foreseen that scene. Therefore, immediately after that, he followed up with a Sky Sound wave. He bought Divine Punch and Valkyrie at the same time, and naturally he also acquired related skills, otherwise he would spend a lot of money to buy just a skin unless his brain is cramped. The Tianyinbo in the Divine Punch state is a transparent energy which directly hits the monster that is not yet dead, and at the same time a kind of mark is produced. Without any explanation, Sudan launched a second Echo Strike, and his whole body turned into a golden afterimage and flew up. Before Chitauri could react, he found that Sudan had appeared in front of them and they were actually slapped in the face by this earth monster. Escape, avoid, this is the first reaction of all Chitauri hearts. However, if I didn't think of running away until now, I'm afraid it's too late. Their mistake lies in their perception of Sudan, only melee do not. He felt that the power of all his magical powers was too violent, and he was afraid that the whole block would be taken to heaven. Any random fireball or lightning is 10 or 20 times as powerful as those mutants. The flames are ruthless and the lightning is even more ruthless. If you use magic on these Zeta Swiss soldiers on the ground, I am afraid that the surrounding mutant brotherhood and X-Men will all be wiped out. Boom boom boom. The several flight guns behind the team, because they were in an excellent combat position at the beginning, they opened fire on Sudan while the others were retreating. The powerful cannons on the airship are much more powerful than the guns held by the soldiers on the ground, and they can even be shot. Immediately, the strings of fire wires turned into a net and spread towards Sudan. However, this intensive firepower only fell on their own monster companions in the end. Sudan has already used his strength to jump high, grabbing the soul scepter whose remaining strength has diminished. When he got it, he had already landed on an airship, so he unambiguously smashed it like an iron rod and knocked a Zeta Swiss soldier to death with a staff. These airships are often composed of 2 or 3 people, and now there is only one pilot left. He once again demonstrated the correct use of the staff, stabbing the sharp point straight through the back of the Zeta Swiss soldier. However, he didn't rush to kill him but threw it into the air, human shells. Without the pilot, the airship quickly lost control, but Sudan doesn't need the airship right now, because he knows how to control the wind himself. The so-called flight, there are actually many ways, such as Magneto's magnetic field control, such as rocket propellers. And what Sudan used himself was to control the wind magic. He stood in midair, windwalk. As the skills were cast, his figure disappeared into the air for a moment. This one, no matter who it is, knows that this divinely radiant figure on the battlefield is not only abnormal but also very abnormal. Not far away, Thor, who had just flown over, originally planned to rush to help Sudan, suddenly froze. Sky. As soon as his words fell, Chen Dan's battle came to an abrupt end. When? Because he suddenly discovered that some enemies are not Sudan's opponents at all. Your looming figure gradually forms golden afterimages in the sky. Is he the god? I can only see the golden flash, Thor muttered, looking up at the sky. But in the next second, a Zeta Swiss soldier appeared behind him and the scepter in his hand sliced across his throat like a death god's sickle. Tum, God. He was not attached to such a prey. The moment he cut its throat, he quickly flew towards the next target. In the sky, there was a torrential rain of corpses. In the sky, Sudan's figure has been blurred and ordinary sight can't see it at all. Even Thor can only see the flashing golden color. A sentence of dead bodies and the falling of the airship made compact drum beats on the ground, which is really shocking. And the death god scythe in his hand is also constantly drinking the undead one by one. Before Chitauri's dirty blood spews out, he's already taking the life of the next enemy. The whole process takes less than 7 seconds. I promise my understanding of Sudan just now was a little bit wrong. He just trampled a big fish to death, but I made a fuss. I'm so short-sighted. A member of Mutant Brotherhood laughed at himself. Immediately after a burst of fatigue, he lay down on the side. Mutant super ability can indeed be released for free, but it requires physical or mental energy. The abilities of their group are mixed. Being able to form a front and advance madly towards the enemy for so long has already consumed too much. Some have even collapsed. Brothers, I think we should be considered heroes now. Even if we are not heroes, we are still the fighters behind that hero, right? Yeah, I suddenly feel a little brighter for no reason. Obviously, I am in the middle of a battle and I am still very tired. This should be the feeling of doing good deeds. I think it should be Mr. Sudan who gave me motivation. He was so cool just now. Everyone, keep fighting, win this battle, and expel the alien wild dogs. Sudan's battle is actually just the beginning. In addition to what he just solved, the thousands of Chitauri troops that appeared on Earth are actually just the tip of the iceberg. In that big hole in the sky, there is still a real alien army hidden. When they came to invade the Earth, it is naturally impossible to bring only a few thousand troops. No matter how confident they are in combat power, this is a strategy to attack a civilization. Without an army of hundreds of thousands, how can we talk about an interstellar invasion? It is conceivable that behind the portal, what a terrifying amount is hidden. Sudan? At this moment, Tony flew over suddenly. His new battle suit had all kinds of remnants and it seemed that he had fought a fierce battle. We must close that hole. Thor on the side nodded. It was the first time he saw this iron-skinned Earthman pleasing to the eye. Yes, this is Chitauri. They are huge in number. At the same time, Black Widow's voice came from the headset. Tony, I'm doing it. Dr. Selvig has regained consciousness, but the instrument has a protective cover which is closed. What? A device like this can't be turned off. Wait, I'll go up and blow it up. Tony felt irritable. He was playing with fire upstairs, but now he told him the fire couldn't be extinguished. Can you not be angry? Black Widow quickly responded. The doctor said that there is a backup left and Loki's scepter must be used to close it. Loki's scepter? Tony turned his attention to Sudan again. Dan, we must use Loki's scepter to close the door in the sky. It is said that Sudan did not intend to hand over the scepter. This thing originally belonged to Loki, but Loki started a war and he won the battle, so this thing is now his trophy. Therefore, ownership and usage rights are in his hands. That portal is going to be closed, Sudan said. Tony hurriedly stepped forward and said, then let me take you up, let's close that hole. However, Sudan rejected his invitation. It is to be closed, but it is not sent now. What? The sound came to the ears of the Avengers Alliance team through Tony's headset, causing a series of doubts immediately. Now the Chitauri army is like a beehive, constantly marching towards the Earth, but the combat power on the ground is very limited. The soldiers here are not regular troops and the ordnance battles of regular troops can indeed last for a long time. But most of these people are consuming a lot of physical energy, using super abilities or simply fighting hand-to-hand. Such a protracted battle, they can't afford it. Sudan shook his head calmly and slowly raised his head to look at the big dark and deep hole. His sight seemed to be able to see the evil inside through the door of space. Others have invaded the Earth, don't we just think about how to drive them out? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Smart people have already guessed what Sudan wants to do, but is that really possible? Do Earthlings have that strength? If you think that our Earth has won just by expelling these sinners, then I have nothing to say. This. Thor weighed his own Mjolnir and raised his chin towards Sudan. My friend, I listen to you, and I am willing to be with you. Such a battle makes my blood boil. Aboard the SHIELD ship, Nick Fury is participating in an emergency video conference. We decided to use nuclear bombs. The high-level leaders unanimously passed such an order. The closest to New York is their spaceship, which carries a nuclear bomb. That is to say, Nick Fury will personally send New York to the sky. No, G nuclear bombs. You know that our soldiers are still fighting in New York and the people have not been completely evacuated. Do you want to make it a no man's land? This is an order, the senior said coldly. Nick Fury really wants to walk up to these guys right now and shoot them one by one and kill this stupid thing. In the current situation in New York, it is obvious that humans have the advantage, but even if humans are at a disadvantage, there are still a large number of troops. Point 0. Just at this time, it is required to use nuclear weapons on the battlefield. However, as soon as the voice fell, the command module had already issued an alarm and a monitor below hurriedly reported. "Sir, a plane is taking off." Nick Fury was paralyzed, feeling that the whole world was gray. Nick Fury was shocked and saw that another fighter jet was also activated and these people actually. But even if it hits the plane, it's just a tiny white spot. Killing one person is better than killing hundreds of thousands. Reloading the bazooka takes time, now it's too late. F***KU, Nick Fury cursed and immediately cut off the communication. However, in the next second, a roar suddenly sounded. It was the silence of the engine. Then, he said to Agent Hill, "Hill, don't allow any planes to take off, do it now, hurry up." Nick Fury couldn't care less about who he killed, so he breathed a sigh of relief anyway. "Mommy F***K. Yes, sir." In desperation, Nick Fury pulled out his pistol and went crazy. The rocket drew a long tail flame and hit the fighter plane accurately. Without even thinking about it, Nick Fury rushed out of the command room holding an anti-tank rocket launcher in his hand and rushed towards the deck. Boom. "Isn't this brain in me Gongshan? What is it?" After a short taxi, the fighter has already taken off. "Mr. Braised Egg, do you need help?" "What?" This sudden sound startled Nick Fury, but also gave him hope. This voice is the Red Queen who invaded his entire spaceship system at the speed of light before. Sudan's Red Queen. "God, hurry up!" Nick Fury yelled. If it was this incomprehensible artificial intelligence, it should be able to directly seize control of the fighter jets. "Girl, destroy those 10 fighter jets quickly." However, without the Master's order, the Red Queen can't attack without authorization. The Red Queen said mischievously, "Then you should ask your Master immediately, hurry up." But the Red Queen can't contact the Master now. Nick Fury's old face darkened, and he could tell that this artificial intelligence has become a master. It can even tease people. "Okay, I can do whatever you want, but you have to destroy that 993 thing first. That has a nuke on it." Only then was the Red Queen satisfied, and there was a procedural voice leisurely. "The Antarctic military silo is opened, the A-1 interceptor missile is launched, and the target will be destroyed in 20 seconds. Merfa, is it so violent?" Nick Fury was overwhelmed by the operation of the Red Queen. The voice sounded like a 12th or 13-year-old lowly, but how does this style of doing things look like a fighting nation? Isn't it enough to disable the aircraft's instruments? Should we fight violence with violence? Sudan usually writes programs like this, Mommy Falk. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. 20 seconds later, he heard the news that the fighter jet had crashed into the sea. "Hill, send someone to salvage and avoid pollution." "Now." "Shouldn't we support the battlefield?" "No, we only know how to salute." Being on the battlefield, everyone didn't know that they were almost killed by a nuclear bomb. Sudan ushered in a new helper. This person who flew over was an old man with a helmet on, then his identity is self-evident. "Young man, do you need help from an old fellow like me?" "Old man Eric, are you late? Do you count how many of your subordinates are tired? They fought for their honor and you see, they were content." Thor frowned at the person who came and asked with some reluctance, "Who is he?" "Magneto," Sudan laughed. "What an arrogant name. Are you envious of people who can fly without a hammer?" "Not talking anymore?" Magneto moved his fingers and the dead bodies of the Zeta Swiss soldiers lying on the ground and even the dead bodies of those monsters all came back to life. In fact, this is only because they are equipped with excessive metal. Where there's metal, that's Magneto's heaven. This Tony quickly sensed something and took a few steps back in fear. Iron Man, Iron Man. What's the matter with you, boy? Magneto noticed Tony's action and felt a little amused. You don't have to be afraid, I won't shoot you. Tony smiled forcefully and retorted. Old man, I don't think I'm afraid, I'm just. Sudan smiled slightly. Magneto is a man of courage. Since he has come here, it means that he is also planning to make a move. But as we all know, Magneto's ability is an invincible existence in the modern army. Generally, the troops who rounded up Magneto used non-metallic bullets, and Chitauri obviously doesn't know that there is such a person on the Earth. If they knew, I'm afraid they wouldn't invade the Earth today. Eric, let's deal with that first, Sudan said, pointing to the Zeta Swiss soldiers emerging from the sky portal. Just now they took pictures to encircle and suppress Sudan's army. After being killed instantly, they did not give up but sent more troops. Anyway, killing 100 or so people is nothing to them at all. Magneto followed Sudan's pointing with a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. Flight device? Iron torrent? Excuse me, ka. Hearing the continuous sound of steel twisting in the sky, many Chitauri were caught by the twisted flight device before they could escape and were crushed into debris by the steel. And those who jump off the plane in a hurry, it is even more impossible to survive. Falling straight down from a height of several hundred meters, I am afraid that the death will be worse than those people. Boy, when you told me about this, you already guessed today, right? Magneto asked casually while ravaging Chitauri's army. Sudan nodded in disbelief. Such a picture actually appeared in his mind. Utilizing Magneto's ability, it's all in his plan. Eric, I think you're going to try and take their entire fleet down. Sudan is definitely the person who knows Magneto's ability best in the world, even better than Eric himself. His ability is definitely not a magnet, it can only attract iron and the like. Instead, manipulate the magnetic field. Any form of magnetic field can be manipulated, and the maximum limit of manipulation is unknown. With his ability, he can even move the planet. Definitely, he doesn't know if this Magneto still has that power. After all, the current universe does not know which universe it is. Magneto waited for the big hole in the sky, sighed helplessly, and said quietly, Boy, do you want to exhaust the old man to death and then inherit my mutant brotherhood? Yes, I promise to treat them well. Just kidding, don't you have ability? No. A man can never say that he is not good even when he is old. Magneto got excited on the spot and said slightly angrily, Look, I'll pull those bastards off right now. But are you sure about the next thing? Sudan chuckled and nodded confidently. To be honest, fighting until now for him is still just a small fight, 0.4. The real good show is still to come, and we still have to wait for the Chitauri main ship to arrive. He was preparing for that main ship. Don't worry, if the Earth is destroyed, it will be counted on my name. Listen, is this a human speech? Tony is really afraid to stand on the same line with Sudan now. For them, it really only needs to repel the Chitauri army and then build a new line of defense on the Earth. However, Sudan's heart is really too big. It's so big that it can't fit on the whole Earth. Now he even came to the Earth to gamble. If destroyed, how easy it is to say. He felt that the gap between his current self and Sudan was more than one dimension away. Just at this moment, Thor patted him on the shoulder. Dude, don't be afraid. I'm also on Sudan's side. Magneto's power gradually erupted, and that terrifying power directly crushed those airships that were invading the Earth into lumps of iron. But these are just some aftermath. His main purpose is the Chitauri main ship behind the portal. Obviously, such a project is not a small burden for old Eric. The Chitauri's main ship was originally moored quietly in space, commanding the Chitauri soldiers to attack, but now their main ship suddenly detected a strong traction force and even pulled their entire fleet to that space guy's pull towards the Earth. When such an abnormal situation occurs, they will definitely not wait and see what happens but turn on the engines and try to break free. How terrifying is the power of space battleships! Even if Magneto's power is fully deployed, it will be very difficult. Drink! The old man Eric seemed a little exhausted. Such a tug-of-war was really not easy for the old man, but he refused to give up and insisted with a low growl. Sudan glanced at the space door, then looked at Magneto's face. Since the old man showed his skills, those 29 miscellaneous soldiers are facing the doomsday. It can be said that the current enemies in the cities of the Earth have no backup. Wait for the Avengers Alliance, X-Men, and Mutant Brotherhood to persist for a while before they can be eliminated. All that's left is that big thing in the sky. Old man, let me help you. Seeing that Magneto's expression became more and more difficult, Sudan was afraid that the old man would be exhausted here, so he rushed up and put his arm on the old man's back. Blue flashes burst from Sudan and shone on Magneto Eric. Illuminated by this kind of light, Eric only felt that the altar was clear for a while and the power that was about to be exhausted suddenly recovered by nearly half. What kind of power is this? He didn't know that this was actually just a small skill. Clarity, this is a summoner skill that many League of Legends players ignore. If you want to count the least frequently used summoner skills in League of Legends, I am afraid it must be Clarity. Because its effect is only to give yourself and teammates the same blue, heroes lacking mana will buy mana equipment and they will not be able to use this skill. Besides, there is such a thing as blue buff. Under normal circumstances, no one has this skill. With the help of Sudan, Magneto mustered up his strength boldly, broke out suddenly, and pulled the Chitauri fleet down towards the gate of space. Looking up, I saw that there seemed to be some dark and terrifying monster coming out of the circular space door. Just exposing a small part of it can feel a burst of depression. This thing is even bigger than the previous ones. Soon, the small door of space suddenly magnified several times, and then the evil figure of the Chitauri main ship like a space pirate ship was revealed. Block out the sun. Many people who hadn't had time to escape were staring blankly at the sky. The fear that the huge monster brought to people came from the soul. From being rescued by a mutant to the desperation brought on by a growing alien army invasion, then being rescued again to the attack of the big fish monster. They have experienced so much on this day. I am afraid that after this incident from now on, they may feel that the daily setbacks in life can be laughed off. Those small things and what everyone has experienced today are really not worth mentioning. The crowd is terrified and the superheroes also have different ideas in their hearts. However, Sudan looked at the Chitauri main ship and raised the corners of his mouth excitedly. What is that for him? The super battleship that destroys the Earth? No, that represents real alien technology. The Chitauri is like a space pirate fleet. The treasures of pirates are usually hidden under the captain's feet, and the treasures that the Chitauri plundered over the years must be in this main ship. Even if there are no other treasures, such a space battleship alone has enough research value. This is Sudan's real purpose for letting Chitauri down. Otherwise, he would have directly dispatched the Antarctic military industry to cover it with strong firepower. After all this, Magneto was exhausted. Sudan helped the old man to sit in a safe area and called 2 mutants to help their boss. Then, holding the scepter in his hand, he jumped towards the top of the Stark industrial building. He is a normal human in size, but his strength is comparable to that of Hulk. This leap is like a humanoid missile rushing straight to the top of the Stark building. I am the sinner of all mankind. Leave it alone. Hurry up 123, close the door of space with me. Yes, he wants exclusive access to 2 infinite gems. When the psychic scepter touched the surface of the Tesseract, the entire instrument immediately failed, and as the Tesseract stopped outputting energy, the blue beam of light quickly dissipated. Selvig, who was already extremely self-blaming, burst into tears when he heard this remark. Among other things, just the space battleship covering the sky made his calves tremble in fright. Looking at the Tesseract in the instrument center, Sudan was full of wild thoughts in his heart. He turned his back to Selvig and said in a bewitching tone, "Doctor, join my Antarctic enterprise if you don't want to be sprayed to death by social fishing boats." Originally, of these 2 gems, one would be taken away by Asgard for the bullshit reason that infinite gems can't be put together, and the other would fall into the hands of Shield Bark. With the disappearance of the blue energy column, the gate of space on Yin also quickly closed. What? Everything is over after closing the portal? Selvig looked at the huge space battleship in horror. What about that thing? If it wasn't for a space battleship with huge amounts of space parked in midair, I would have thought it was just a dream. Around the instrument, there is a shell-like protective cover which has a lot of resistance, but in front of Sudan's strength, it is like paper. Saying that, Sudan took the psychic scepter and stabbed towards the instrument that stimulated the Tesseract energy. In just a few seconds, the sky returned to its usual appearance. Selvig.
Hash.
Since you agree now, help me put away that piece of tesseract and wait for me to come over later. Seeing this, Sudan stretched out his hand to help him up. I'm just kidding, it's Loki who controlled you, all the crimes are on his head, now we just need to close the portal and everything will be over. Looking at Selvig, who was heartbroken, Sudan showed a smile. Doctor, long time no see. Look, you seem to have made a big hole this time. But now, they all belong to Sudan. Asgard has no authority to take it away, and even they need to apologize to the Earth. Because of their poor discipline, Loki was born. Shield is not even qualified to touch. What contribution did they make to this battle? Selvig nodded dully. Okay. Sudan nodded in satisfaction. Hydra used Tesseract to develop a cross-age weapon, and later Tianma planned to use Tesseract to develop a light-speed engine. Why didn't he use Tesseract to research something? While studying Tesseract, Selvig is an indispensable talent, standing on the Stark building 1 point closer to the Natchitory battleship. What are you going to do? Selvig asked tremblingly. Because he discovered that Chitauri's battleship was actually moving towards the two of them. A warship of this size, not to mention the two of them, even this entire building can be blasted to pieces in an instant. Unless the United States uses nuclear bombs should be able to destroy this kind of warship. But then everyone would have to go to God. While Selvig was terrified, Sudan quietly opened the system points mall. Buy time assassinike ability. Ding purchase successful. This is a very mysterious power. Ike possesses some power of time. Although this power is far less powerful than Time Gem, it can play a great role in battle. What he bought was the ability of the Time Assassin, not the 4 skills. The difference? Think about it carefully and you will know. Selvig was desperate because with the approach of the Chitauri main ship, Sudan, who was very confident just now, did not make any moves until now. He even thought that Sudan himself gave up. But is everyone going to die like this? Definitely no. I saw that when the huge amounts of Chitauri main ship was still 300 meters away from Sudan, it suddenly stopped. At this moment, not only the Chitauri main ship stopped, but also the surrounding wind, sound, and even the microorganisms in the air. Everything within a certain range centered on Sudan completely stopped. It's like the pause button was pressed. However, Sudan moved himself. This ability to temporarily block time within a certain range in the League of Legends game is Ike's W skill time stagger. After the 3-second delay of this skill, if the caster is still within this range, any enemy entering this time field will be frozen for a certain time. Therefore, the Chitauri main ship did not actually stop but was blocked in time. Time is the most powerful substance. Even if the Chitauri main ship is 100 times stronger, it will definitely not be able to escape the force field of time. However, this ability dimensional time is limited in this short gap. Sneak into the Chitauri main ship. If you want to take down this warship, infiltration is a necessary process. If you attack from the outside, you may lose a lot of data. A force burst out from the soles of his feet and Zayden flew towards the stationary Chitauri main ship. Similarly, Iron Man and Thor below saw Sudan's movement and followed him. He punched open the hatch and he stepped into it first. It has to be said that the behavior habits of different races are not quite the same. If the battleship belonged to Earthlings, then the inside should be clean and tidy with reflective ground. However, Chitauri's behavior is different. The inside of the main ship is like a messy dungeon. Sudan frowned involuntarily and said to Tony behind him, "Find an access port and connect to the Earth's network." Hearing the order, Tony screamed like a ghost, "Oh my God, what are you thinking? You are so imaginative. Alien civilizations will be connected to our Earth, even if the interface is suitable and the network mode is suitable, but what if they invade us?" Sudan gave Tony a blank look and complained to himself. Who knows what the author of Marvel thinks? The whole universe is one world and one dream. What? Tony didn't catch it. Let you connect you, stop talking nonsense. Okay, Tony ran to look for the interface in a grieved manner and soon he exclaimed in surprise, "God bless. I really found it, JRVIS, come on. Sir, I'm just a butler system." Listening to the voice of the Toja group, Sudan was really helpless, so he had no choice but to say, "Tony, you stay connected and don't move." As he said that, Dan took out his mobile phone and quickly typed a few words. Red Queen, do it. The Red Queen's program was strengthened by him personally. With his god-level programming skills, he has already built the Red Queen into a super artificial intelligence. Even if all human beings are extinct, as long as the Red Queen is still there, she can recreate new human beings through the seed bank. Probably that's how strong it is. Such a Red Queen wants to invade the main ship control system of Amir Chittori, and it is a matter of minutes. The invasion takes minutes, but the control time of Time Stagger is only 10 seconds left. If the operator of the main ship reacts, he will definitely counterattack immediately. It will even hard cut off the connection in this area to completely isolate electronic intrusion. That would be difficult. Therefore, the remaining time of these 10 seconds is precious. However, something strange seemed to have happened just now, and everyone froze for a moment. Mjolnir dragged Thor along the way, and the door he encountered was smashed open with a single blow, which can be described as extremely violent. Thor immediately swung Mjolnir and swung it sideways and forward. There are still a few small bastards here. They have already locked the Earthling who caused them a lot of losses and plan to use the main ship to drive over to crush him to death. When they reacted again, the Earthlings they locked had disappeared out of thin air, and Dan also took a step forward, catching up at a faster speed, to understanding. Dan chuckled. For these ugly Chittori, he didn't intend to hold anything back. As for intelligence, time is staggered, that's it. Deadman speaks more reliably, just leave it to the biotechnology branch. Immediately afterwards, the door of the control room exploded with a bang, and Dan and Thor rushed in. If you can kill them all, then kill them all, Chittori main ship control room. But before they were surprised, the intrusion alarm in the control room suddenly rang. Looks like it's about time. His what? Speed is even faster than flight's Thor. Thor, go in this direction, charge. Killing just in an instant. And in order to ensure the Red Queen's invasion, he must also deal with these Chittori as soon as possible. Soon, the voice of the Red Queen sounded in the control room. Master, there are more than 5,000 Chittori on this battleship, and I seem to be able to control them. Chittori's way of life is very special. Dan is not surprised to hear what the Red Queen said. However, these ugly things are really useless. Even if they are given for free, he doesn't want them. No need, execute them all. Yes, Master. Following an order from the Red Queen inside the main ship, all those on the main ship, as well as the Chittori on the ground, died suddenly on the spot. Thor on the side looked at Dan and drew a little distance away with some fear. Well, you are really a decisive master. I'm afraid you will kill me someday. Below the battleship, everyone was already sweating as they watched the huge monster moving towards the Stark industrial building. Even if they wanted to support them, they were held back by the Zeta Swiss soldiers on the ground. Even Nick Fury, who watched the live broadcast remotely, was sweating for this world. Those who just saw are nothing compared with this space battleship. They are nothing more than small fish and small shrimps. Even the SHIELD spaceship is nothing in front of the space battleship. What should we do? At this moment, they were surprised to find that the Zeta Swiss soldiers who came out of the ground suddenly fell to the ground and died in pieces as if the electricity was cut off. Such a phenomenon made everyone surprised at first and then overjoyed. Although I don't know what happened in the main Chittori ship above, these aliens all died inexplicably, which means they succeeded. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The battle is over. This alien invasion war has finally come to an end. It ends with the victory of mankind. Everyone looked up at the huge monster that covered the sky as if they were waiting for the return of the hero. However, a long time has passed, and those three people have not appeared for a long time. A sad guess arose in the hearts of everyone. The man who exudes divine light all over his body, the man who stood up in times of crisis. Could it be that, in order to win the victory of mankind, he died with some kind of powerful existence in that warship? This kind of speculation quickly spread like a plague in the hearts of everyone, and even the entire victorious human race did not feel the slightest sense of joy of victory. Everyone bowed their heads silently and prayed for him. Sudden, a sound as heavy as thunder shook the universe and calmed everyone's hearts. When they looked at the alien battleship again, they found that its engine was operating crazily and the entire hull was raised rapidly and then flew into the sky. That is What happened? That kid succeeded. Magneto looked at the main Chitauri ship flying into the sky and heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he didn't see Sudan, he believed in Sudan's ability. If a battle that could kill Sudan broke out on that battleship, then the entire battleship would have been blown up long ago. However, since Sudan went up, nothing happened to the battleship quietly. Instead, the Chitauri army on the ground died instantly one by one. He recovered some strength, stood up, looked at the exhausted mutant brotherhood with mixed emotions in his heart. Now the mutants have exhausted their energy to protect humans. If those human beings don't buy it at this time, they don't have any resistance at all. Magneto's trust in humans has been lost since he was young. The reason why he did what he did today is entirely because of Sudan alone. He is gambling with Sudan. Now that he is old, he doesn't know how long he can stick to his own path and fight for the dignity of the mutants. But my own path has never brought real success to CJDA mutants, this is a fact. So he wants to see everything today is done according to Sudan's method. So can this method be successful? The battle is over. The sirens in the distance finally sounded again. Police cars surrounded the battlefield. Among the police cars there are also many black vehicles. Coming, whether it is successful or not depends on the performance of these people. Magneto clenched his fists imperceptibly. Crack tilde. After a burst of sudden braking, the vehicle was blocked at the edge of the battlefield and men in uniform got out of the vehicle and walked over. What they hold in their hands is not a pistol but a first aid kit. Quick. Quick, move quickly. Hurry up, Lao Tzu, I will shoot you if one of these heroes is sacrificed. Looking at this scene, Magneto felt that the stubbornness that had been in his heart for many years suddenly melted away. At this moment, he doesn't want to fight for the sovereignty of humans and mutants anymore, and he doesn't need to plan to kidnap the high level of that country next time. No one knows when and by what means the three of Sudan left the space battleship. In front of them was a steel battlesuit placed in the shape of a cross. Loki didn't dare to breathe. How dare he answer? Maid, is this still the big brother? The fighting on the street was brutal. The street was full of dead bodies and the Stark building happened to be in the middle, so the surrounding area was blocked. Thor looked left and right at several people from the Avengers Alliance and didn't know how to speak. When he went out, he saw Dr. Selvig waiting. Let's go. Moreover, that stupid big brother is still staring at him with a kind of cold eyes that has never been seen before. Selvig is holding a white box in his hand which contains Tesseract. He just took away 2 infinite gems openly and no one said he would not learn. They are all standing on the highest floor of the Stark building now: Sudan, Thor, Tony, Black Widow, and the late comrade Black Panther. These people surrounded him aggressively, so frightened that the hairs on his back stood on end, and the psychic scepter is still in Sudan's hands. Thor, you must have experienced the disaster that your younger brother caused. You can figure out what to do next. After watching the isolation belt quickly pulled up by the police, countless people cast their eyes on this side and he understood. But these have nothing to do with Sudan, as Sudan said. Is it comfortable to stay in it, Mr. Loki? I have taken a shower every time I wear a battle suit. But these are not difficult for Sudan at all, because his super private jet is still hovering in the sky. It is estimated that the cleaning of this battlefield will last for a month. It's time for the Stark Industries building to be refurbished into the Avengers building too. But these are irrelevant now. With 2 infinite gems in his hands, he has more important things to do. The Red Queen has already launched Chitauri's main ship into space so as not to be envious of the Earthall forces. But Sudan returned directly to Antarctic Biotechnology Company and he took Selvig up the stairs. Looking at the 2 magicians who were still standing guard in front of the door, Sudan stepped forward and asked, Madhu Magician, can I ask Ancient One Magician for instructions? I have something important to discuss with her. Among the 2 magician goalkeepers, Madhu is better at communicating than the one with the bigger beard. He looked at the psychic scepter in Sudan's hand suspiciously. As a magician, he could feel the mysterious power in the psychic scepter. Although he can only feel some mystery, this mystery alone has already made him curious. What's this? He asked. Sudan didn't intend to tell Madhu about the mind gem because Madhu was a deadhead, and if he told him, he would have to say something against the natural order. Help me ask if Ancient One Magician is available, thank you. After speaking, he took Selvig into the laboratory, Sky. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Selvig's expression changed. Due to the strong capital support, this laboratory has been built to be the best in the world, but all the equipment needed for the experiment, no matter the file size, is here. Although Banner focuses on biological science research while Selvig focuses on astronomical research, the two categories are completely different, but the instruments here can completely supply two people to carry out different research. This is a laboratory, I still have dozens, Sudan said indifferently. Banner, who was doing research, heard someone coming and moved away from the microscope. Wow, Dan, you brought friends again. Well, this is Dr. Selvig and this is Dr. Banner. Sudan introduced them to each other. In fact, the two of them will not work together in the future. One is engaged in biological science research and the other will be assigned to the Antarctic military industry. Basically, they will not have contact with each other, but after all they have come here, so it is necessary to get to know each other. Selvig's status is quite special, and he needs to go over to arrange it in person after finishing the business later. About half a day later, a round circle of light suddenly lit up inside the door of the laboratory and a nun stepped out of it. That's the Ancient One magician. Sudan and Banner are no strangers to it. The ability to draw a circle is already a teacher's standard equipment, but Selvig was so startled that he waited for the eyes. He has lived most of his life, but at this old age he suddenly saw strange things one after another. First Bifrost in New Mexico, Thor the Destroyer, then the Tesseract, then the aliens. Now what have you found? Is this world science or fantasy? Ancient One just glanced at Selvig calmly, and after confirming that there was no threat on him, he set his sights on Sudan's hand and the white box. This is Mind Gem and Space Gem, Sudan said unabashedly. In front of Ancient One, he actually didn't need to make any concealment. This Sorcerer Supreme, which has lived for hundreds of years, has seen too many things. Ancient One was stunned for a long time, then she stared into Sudan's eyes and said solemnly, "No one in the world can collect 3 infinite gems so quickly. Your body is really full of miracles." Sudan shook his head. How fast is he collecting gems? Why don't you watch Purple Sweet Potato Essence? It took 2 hours and 1 movie to collect all 6 of them. It's nothing, Ancient One magician, I invite you to come here, I hope you can help me. Yes, I must help you. Must, Sudan wondered. No one has ever been able to collect gems so quickly, but again, if something like this happens, it means disaster is coming. When Ancient One said this, there was actually some truth to it. Definitely, my plan is not just this. I also want to find the reality gem and power gem. I want to allow players to bring the power of the virtual world back to reality, so as to strengthen the human race as a whole. Furthermore, it is the space gem, and at that time I will no longer rely on Bifrost but will extend the virtual world to every existence of justice in the universe. Whether he collects it or not, it's the same thing. He didn't mention Soul Gem because the role of Soul Gem is one of his selfish desires. If the player's body dies, the soul will permanently exist in the virtual world. Hearing this, Ancient One's eyes sparkled. She took the initiative to take the Mind Scepter and said, "If you really find other gems, I can help you anytime." Ancient One looked at Sudan's eyes and suddenly showed a smile. You should be the first person in the world who wants to use infinite gems to do such a thing. You are very smart and very lucky. Listening to Sudan's imagination, Ancient One seems to be able to see that scene in the future. This way is not helpful to the real world and it is not convincing to Ancient One. Besides the weird condition of the soul gem, what gem can he not find? Ask for flowers. Since this is the case, it seems that I will take the initiative to speed up the collection of infinite gems. Let you suffer countless disasters, and my soldiers on Earth are invincible. Sudan explained, I want to try my best to strengthen human beings before the disaster strikes. Now, Time Gem has successfully created different time flow rates. Players spend 3 days in the game and only 1 day in reality. Then, is this Mind Gem? Players enter the virtual world with Spirit, and Mind Gem is precisely about Spirit. If a special method is used to continuously strengthen the spirit of players, nowadays human beings do not care about their bodies at all. It is impossible to master all of them, but when the spirit grows to a certain level, then the Earth will be all soldiers at that time. However, the problem is not that he collects gems, but that disaster originally is coming soon. No matter where the natural disasters come from, there are a group of genius doctors standing on the earth. There is nothing difficult in the world if there is a heart, he said. Hearing Ancient One's praise, Sudan smiled slightly. As a person who knows where all the gems are hidden, is it really difficult to collect infinite gems? Oh. But finding infinite gems is definitely not an easy task. Sudan smiled slightly and turned his gaze to Banner, who was beside him. This time. Unexpectedly, Banner seemed to have seen through Sudan's thoughts long ago and quickly waved his hands and said, "Stop, stop." Then he took out a firearm-like tool from the side table, walked up to the cube, pointed at one of its faces and pressed the trigger. A white mist sprayed out and a neat groove was formed on the surface of the cube very quickly. Seeing this scene, Sudan couldn't help being slightly surprised. Is this nanotechnology? Banner nodded triumphantly, put down his invention. Yes, I specially made this to meet your request. Oh, is it so? It seems that the thrilling work of cutting grooves on the cube last time really tired Banner. Afterwards, he cast his eyes on 23 to Ancient One and motioned her to start. The so-called start is naturally to remove the mind gem from the scepter and then install it on the cube. The mind gem, which he had tried a little before but failed to remove, was easily removed by Ancient One's hands like picking beans. It seems that this thing can't just use brute force sometimes. When mind gem detached from the scepter, the entire scepter instantly dimmed a bit as if it had lost its luster. Sudan caught the waist and handed it to Selvig behind him. Although this game is now abandoned, it has carried infinite gems and applied the power of infinite gems after all. The technology contained in it is indeed worth learning. Looking back, Ancient One was already holding the golden mind gem. A web of magical power appeared in the palm of his hand, and mysterious symbols appeared out of thin air. Faced with this scene, the two top scientists on Earth couldn't explain it with existing science, so they closed their mouths wisely and watched obediently. I saw that the golden mind gem slowly floated up with the magic power and flew towards the groove just carved out with nanotechnology. Just pressing the infinite gems on the groove will not have any effect, and even some objects cannot withstand the power of the infinite gems and will explode. Therefore, in this process, ancient methods are needed to solve it. The spell in her hand changed again, gradually changing from dark gold to the same bright gold as mind gem. You especially remember that when she placed the time gem last time, the spell in her hand was green and the appearance of the time gem was also green. Could it be that there is some doorway in this? Just as he was thinking, the voice of Ancient One had already reached his ears. Okay, it's done. Sudan came back to his senses, looked at the cube server covered with golden lines and smacked his lips, admiring its beauty. Thanks, Master Ancient One. Hearing this, Ancient One smiled indifferently and turned his gaze to the white box beside him which contained the blue space gem. What about that? That doesn't need to be installed yet, because I still plan to use it for some things. The frequency of Tesseract appearing in human society is relatively high, and regardless of the consequences of those events, human beings study Tesseract, and then develop technology beyond the times. This is a fact. Therefore, he also plans to conduct some Tesseract experiments under effective supervision. Wait until the experimental site is almost done and the virtual game is further mature, and then the space gem will be embedded on the cube server. Okay, Ancient One nodded, and now Infinite Gems is in the hands of Sudan, a miracle man, and she doesn't want to interfere with the birth of the next miracle. Sudan chuckled and said, "Then next time I have to trouble Master Ancient One. Every time you embed infinite gems, you have to invite Ancient One. Although it is a simple matter of drawing a circle, but it is always so troublesome, I feel sorry for it." But upon hearing the sound, a strange thought suddenly occurred in Ancient One's heart, and this thought, like a lingering nightmare, quickly took root in her heart. Sudan, how about I teach you the magic spell of using the time gem? By the way, there is also the mind gem. As for the other infinite gems, I haven't touched it yet. It will take some time to write the corresponding magic spell. Okay, As we all know, infinite gems has always been unable to be used directly and requires corresponding carriers or methods. For example, Mind Gem has two known carriers, one is the Scepter just now and the other is Vision originally, definitely, and now it has become a cube server. Another example is the Power Gem, which was sealed in a high-tech magic ball by a certain existence at the beginning. When Ronan got it, he just embedded it on his own Warhammer, and Star-Lord dared to grab it with one hand, even if he was the descendants of the celestial race were also almost killed by that tyrannical force. The most intuitive example is the Infinity Gauntlet of Purple Sweet Potato. Why would he put the gem on the Infinity Gauntlet? Why not his ****? The Sorcerer Supreme series can use the Power of Time gem with spells, but now Ancient One said that he would pass on this ability to him. How can this not be exciting? Sudan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said, "If Master Ancient One is willing, I will still concentrate on studying." Reject, non-existent. Anyway, if you don't take advantage of the big benefits, you are a fool. Ancient One smiled slightly. She was quite satisfied with Sudan's answer. Immediately, she stretched out her hand and made a circle in the air. Looking through the circle, there was a garden on the other side of the space. It seemed that it should be Camertage. "Come on, let me see your ability. How long does it take to learn it?" Hearing this, Chen Dan followed in without saying a word. Ren ability, to be honest, he has never been afraid of anyone. As the circle slowly shrinks, Sudan and Gu 5.2 disappeared in the laboratory, leaving Selvig and Banner staring at each other. "Oh well, if you're tired from standing, you can sit down here," Banner greeted with some embarrassment. In the past few years, he spent most of his time in the laboratory and even his whole body became much fairer. Definitely, it was the sickly whiteness of an otaku, not the whitening of a woman. If you stay at home for a long time, the communication ability will automatically decrease. However, Selvig didn't dare to care about anything. After all, the whole world now thinks that he opened the portal and let aliens in to invade the Earth. Before the facts are announced, if he goes out, he may be torn alive by the mob. Okay, I'll sit here. You're busy with your work. I'll just sit here and not bother you." Camertage. Learning magician skills is a very interesting thing. As a human being who works hard in society and a man full of fantasy, he originally has a longing for these weird things. Furthermore, he was originally a magician too. Definitely, his magician number is all bought. All the skills are directly passed through the system and the knowledge is directly instilled in his mind, omitting the learning process. Now, going back and relearning new skills is just like following the law. Ancient One didn't deliberately make things difficult for Sudan, because she knew that the time of this miracle man was very precious, and wasting any time would be a kind of slack for the infinitely possible future. "Your ability is really shocking. I have accepted many students, but your learning speed, even if they add up, is far less than 1/10 of yours." Sudan laughed and shook his head. He didn't want to set up the flag of best disciple. Whoever set up such a flag had a good end. Even if it is true, it cannot be admitted. Today's time spell has mastered short distance forward and backward. "Continue tomorrow," Ancient One said. 29 Looking at the sky outside, Sudan also knew that it was time to go back. "See you tomorrow then." Sudan got up and patted his butt habitually, then with the help of Ancient One, he left Camertage. Sudan, who returned to the Antarctic Biotechnology building, was already very tired, but he did not intend to rest. Behind every successful person is busy and hard work. He personally took Selvig and sailed to the Antarctic military industry. The title of Antarctic military industry is different from companies such as Antarctic Biotechnology Company and Antarctic Technology Company. No skyscrapers, no grand decorations. In front of the two of them there is only a dark and heavy door. There is no security at the gate either. On the top of the door frame there is only a trademark of Antarctic military industry. Anyone standing in front of them will feel a sense of depression. Selvig is definitely no exception. Seeing that Selvig was unable to walk, Sudan urged, "Let's go, doctor." "Hey, good." Sudan stepped forward, but without any movement the heavy gate slowly opened, revealing the heavy industrial atmosphere inside. It was a passage extending downwards and the four walls were all made of steel. The two walked in slowly and their vision suddenly became clear. From Selvig's perspective, after he passed the steel corridor full of the sci-fi atmosphere of the next era, the scene in front of him gradually brightened. How to say? Big, it seems that what he entered was not some underground factory but a huge space connected by several football fields. If this is not shocking enough, then the missiles, super fighter planes, working robots, huge mechs placed in the field are really shocking enough. Oh my god, Selvig murmured unconsciously. As a well-known doctor in the industry, he has never seen such a big scene. Even when Shield invited him to enter that place and study the Tesseract, he remained calm. However, when he followed Sudan into this new world, he admitted that his old heart, which had already experienced many vicissitudes, was beating wildly. It was the blood of a young man. How is it, doctor? Are you satisfied with this environment? If not, satisfied, very satisfied, Selvig replied. Sudan nodded slightly, not to mention Selvig, even he himself wants to stay and work in such an environment. Unfortunately, he doesn't have time. Such a scale can only be supported by the military industry. Behind the military industry, various countries and superpowers buy it. Otherwise, relying on Antarctic Company to sell games by itself, I am afraid it will not be able to support the first day of Antarctic military industry's opening. Since you are satisfied with this place, Doctor, let's talk about cooperation. Sudan looked at the mecha being assembled in the distance and said casually, normal insurance benefits are all included and abnormal benefits are also included. You can apply to me and give me a garage. Besides these, the net weekly salary is 100,000 USD. How about it? As the saying goes, rubbish bosses talk about ideals with you and good bosses talk about compensation directly with you. Now Selvig feels that Sudan, a young man, is a first-class celestial man no matter in terms of combat or business. Unfortunately, he is already bald now. If he was 20 years younger, he would definitely hug Sudan's thigh to thank him. The second benefit, everyone understands it, really conscience. The weekly salary is 100,000 USD and the minimum monthly salary is 400,000 USD. These are just net income. Others, the whole pig is covered by Sudan. It is a pity that he will be reimbursed for his food, clothing, and housing. In other words, the money is all his pocket money. No worker can refuse such a benefit. Definitely, the old man still has a stable mentality. Now that he is getting older, he doesn't pay much attention to those peripheral factors. For now, most important, the truth about the alien invasion in New York. He is still worried about the 800 unwarranted crimes on his head. If the matter is not clarified, he may go out and be caught on a cross by the mob in the United States and burned to death. Well, I want to know what will happen to Loki and what humans think of me. Hearing this, Sudan smiled softly. No wonder the old man has been worried for so long, so he was worried about this. Don't worry, Loki's crimes will be announced in today's evening paper, and you and Agent Barton are both heroes of this New York incident. Maybe they will become heroes who reverse the future development of mankind and go down in history. Oh no, Barton is an agent and may find another substitute. Thank you, Selvig said emotionally. He definitely knew that the fishing boat in the middle was not as simple as talking about it, and it definitely needed personnel operations. Although justice is our duty and is not worthy of thanks, but in this world that has lost justice long ago, if we can maintain justice, that is the highest goodness. Sudan patted Selvig on the shoulder nonchalantly. Shield handles these matters by itself. After all, accidents happen under their control. They don't care, so who cares? This is a basic social responsibility. Afterwards, he said into the air. The Red Queen, certify Dr. Selvig, and then send a team of the latest robots to be the doctor's assistants. The project Dr. Selvig is researching is Tesseract. In order to avoid the tragedy of Shield before, it is necessary for Sudan to send people to guard it. Gonitz is a good player with both loyalty and ability. After notifying Gonitz, he finally went back to rest. The next day, the news about the incident in New York has exploded overwhelmingly, and some reporters who are not afraid of death in the United States have captured the video of the battlefield at close range, as well as the scene of the mighty Sudan killing alien monsters. So far, the entertainment news has completely exploded. After washing up in the morning, Sudan ate a Huxia breakfast and complained silently, the TV station is making crazy money. The world's major media are waiting for such a major event. If this matter is not fired for a few months, I am afraid it will not subside. But no matter what, everyone in the world knows Sudan's other identity, which is the superhero, specially classified by the media. Playing with the mobile phone subconsciously opened the Antarctic Forum app, and sure enough, even the forum area was captured. Previously in this forum, they were still discussing about virtual games, even the electricity rights of World of Warcraft were taken away. But now, it's the same post about Sudan himself. The forum is free, they discuss these, and there is no way. Just click on a post with the imprint of hot, I'm kneeling. Another identity of Sudan's father. Some people are game developers on the surface, but they are secretly saving the world. In the subject area of the post, there is a short video, which is the edited battle scene of Sudan. From the moment when he almost kicked the alien monster to death with a kick from the sky, to the golden flash killing the Chitauri flight troops in seconds and finally closing the space. Floor 1, kneeling.jpg. Floor 2. When did Sudan's father start making movies? Not to mention, it's much better than the movies made by that old horse. Just ask me weekly when will it be released. Floor 3. I am a post-production student of film and television. This video is not made with special effects but realistic. Oh my god, this is too incredible. The alien invasion is so close to us. Fortunately, I am studying in London. God bless. Fourth floor, second floor. Pure brother, why don't you watch the news broadcast by yourself? Some people don't believe it, some people doubt it, some people are shocked, and some people worship it. For a long time in the minds of players, Sudan is a kind and caring game creator. He is not like a businessman but more like a kind father. I didn't see any pictures of Sudan at the beginning. Everyone was imagining the image of this middle-aged uncle with an unshaven beard and a round belly. After seeing Sudan's photo, no one thought that Sudan would be so young and handsome. Countless girls are crazy about him, but countless boys are willing to admit him. But no matter what, everyone thinks of Sudan as an excellent man. But now, this man who has clearly achieved outstanding results in business is actually a hero with super abilities behind his back. Why is there such a perfect man in the world? Next week, a group will go to New York to marry Sudan's husband, hot registration 199999. This is a post by a girl. There are many crazy girls in this world, but they are not chasing stars anymore, but chasing a businessman, chasing a superhero. 1/2/99,999. 2/3/99,999. 3*4/99,999. From an objective point of view, such behavior is indeed too radical, and it is easy to arouse the evil intentions of criminals. In desperation, he had no choice but to post a pinned post on the Antarctic Forum. I am Sudan, gentlemen, please be patient. In short, I just sent some persuasive texts. After all, they are all his lovely fans. There is no need to become NC fans of those entertainers. Afterwards, another blockbuster was thrown. Virtual game officially opens in 3 days. The original plan was to wait at least 2 weeks for the virtual game to officially open the server, but now in order to divert the attention of these players, he had to open the server in advance. After doing this, he put down his phone with peace of mind and took a sip of water. He has one more important thing to do today. That's dealing with the Chitauri main ship. In addition, the life forms of these Chitauri are also very special, and the research value is even higher. The bodies of aliens are of great research value. However, according to the feedback from the Red Queen, every country in the world with the ability to spaceflight has sent spacecraft to space. Definitely, in addition to these Chitauri, there are several monsters to study. Red Empress, take an inventory. Is there anything on this Chitauri main ship that we can put into development and use? However, this time, the main Chitauri ship did not cause any damage, but hovered smoothly and steadily over the Clinton area. Even now, she can still control the Chitauri's main ship, which is equipped with various weapons of the Chitauri. With the current force of the Earth, if she is willing to do it, no spaceship can approach it. As his inquiry fell, the projection of the Red Queen appeared from the side. Such a huge body without any engine under the body can swim in the air. This kind of technology is very much needed by the Earth now. After the Red, send our transport plane up to clean up these corpses and send a batch of specimens to Banner. By the way, letter 3005. Master, first of all, this space battleship is worth developing. Chitauri's warship still has many weaknesses in many aspects, such as weak defense. This warship looks huge, but it can't withstand the firepower of today's Earth at all. Attack. Just like the girl in our medical school who dissected a frog, it's all new Lee's process from scratch. Reasonably speaking, the Chitauri battleship should belong to his spoils. As an individual with no organization and no boss, what he seized should belong to him. Under Sudan's order, the Red Queen drove the Chitauri main ship and slowly descended towards the ground. Such an action can be said to scare and paralyze the top management of the United States, and the White House immediately held a meeting. Fortunately, the Red Queen's aggression ability is very strong now, and all the precision instruments in front of her are equivalent to delivering food. Besides, this is an extraterrestrial civilization, and many secrets can be discovered just by dissecting the body. Sudan boarded the main ship by plane because there was no time to deal with the affairs on the main ship yesterday. There are still thousands of Chitauri corpses in the hull. Sudan still understood this point. In the original book, Iron Man blew up the Chitauri with a nuclear bomb in his arms. That is to say, if human beings launched nuclear bombs towards the space gate in the sky from the beginning, then there would be no need for fighting on the ground. Disputes can be settled directly with nuclear bombs. However, now Sudan is maximizing the benefits of a battle, not only helping the mutants regain their dignity and freedom, but also getting Chitauri technology as well as Mind Gem and Space Gem. So, without further ado, if humans send their air force against Chitauri, will they succeed? Judging from the current performance, humans have almost no reason to lose. Are these Chitauri too weak as an alien force invading the Earth? Weakness lies in the defense of their warships. How to strengthen the defense of this battleship? He asked. The Red Queen directly called up a series of information on the main screen of the Chitauri battleship control room and explained. In fact, Chitauri has already obtained the battleship magnetic shield technology, but it is a pity that he was defeated by the Master before he could implement it in time. Sudan frowned and looked at the outline of the battleship's magnetic shield technology on the screen. To be honest, as an outsider of 790, he read these. It was no different from reading a book without words. The only thing he could understand were those few pictures. I'm afraid not to mention him, even those big bosses in related fields on the Earth. I guess they won't understand it for a while. Judging from the content of those pictures, this so-called magnetic energy shield technology is like a layer of eggshell. When it is turned on, the entire hull will be surrounded. As for the defense level, at least it can resist the power of the Earth's current denuclearizing missiles. It seems that after this incident we need to ask Tony Stark for help, Sudan exclaimed. If anyone on Earth can understand and create such technology at the fastest speed, then it must be Tony. Wait, Red Queen, I remember that I enhanced your learning ability. Can you analyze this technique?
Yes, Ji.
After listening to Xiaoheng's answer, Sudan was silently relieved. The Red Queen, who is like a little girl, has finally grown up and is able to analyze these things. If you cannot find others, you will not find others, and use your own people, you will always feel at ease. Since this is the case, I see that Chitauri's Sejeb main ship also needs to be remodeled. Sudan pointed to the big screen and said, otherwise, the energy shield above will consume too much energy. The Chitauri battleship is not a conventional shuttle type, and the area covered by the shield has suddenly increased several times. Every second of the duration of the magnetic energy shield is talking about energy. The current Chitauri main ship consumes 4 times the energy consumed in 1 second of the same tonnage. Master, I have done some calculations. If you rebuild the Chitauri's main ship, the cost-effectiveness is not as good as rebuilding an Earth battleship yourself. Hearing this, Sudan fell into deep thought. If he wants to build a warship on the Earth, then the first material for the warship he thought of was vibranium. Just imagine, if a galaxy warship is built with that kind of super metal, what level will the combat effectiveness of the Earth be raised to? Even in the battle, you can drive the vibranium warship to savagely charge towards the enemy. Save the effort of firing twice. But the problem is, firstly, vibranium is expensive. Even if you sell all the Antarctic companies, you may not be able to buy enough vibranium to build a galaxy warship. Secondly, vibranium is a non-renewable resource and you don't know the remaining reserves, enough to build a galactic battleship. Forget it, let's put this question aside for now. The Red Queen, besides these, do you have any other gains? Yes, and a lot. The Red Queen displayed all the things she could search on the main screen. Chitauri should belong to the space pirates, and they stored all the things they robbed on the main ship. Looking at the big screen, Sudan immediately felt the taste of the future industry. First of all, it is the mature exoskeleton equipment technology. The so-called exoskeleton equipment technology, Iron Man's steel battle suit, as well as the exoskeleton gloves stolen from the wandering Earth. But Chitauri's exoskeleton equipment technology is different from them. There is nothing new about the equipment used on people, it's the same back and forth. What Sudan values is the whale ship. That is, those monsters that can swim in the air. This thing is finally classified as exoskeleton equipment. Surprising indeed. However, according to this exoskeleton technology, a corresponding fully mechanized whale ship can be developed. This really plays a big role in enhancing the overall combat power of the Earth. If this kind of flight device is used in a medium-sized melee, it is simply a life-threatening ghost who shuttles through the crowd. And then, Red Queen, is that all? He asked. The kind of flight weapon that 2 or 3 people can form a team, although its flexibility is not as good as Tony's steel battle suit, but it is definitely more flexible than a fighter jet. And it also has strong firepower. Definitely, it is only limited to ordinary people. If it is a well-trained soldier, it will definitely be able to master it. The third type of loot is the Chitauri's flight device. With so much technology, he was actually quite content, but he still asked subconsciously, could it be that those Chitauri are all under its control? What the hell is this? Master, this is the artificial intelligence on the Chitauri main ship. After that, there are some more civilian technologies. Sudan is not very interested in these, so he accepts them and directly hands them over to Antarctic Technology Company for research. Hearing this, the Red Queen showed a humane smile, hollowed out the entire screen, and transformed into a cage. In the cage, there was actually a ball of light tied up. This light seemed to have life and was constantly struggling. I have to say that Chitauri has inexplicable feelings for things like scepters. They seem to like making scepters very much, referred to as staffs for short. From the scepter that can lightly control the power of Mind Gem in Loki's hands to the regular equipment used by this small soldier on the screen. This kind of individual scepter can actually launch energy bombs from the top. Definitely, it can also be used to knock people. Okay, I will accept this first technology, Comrade Chitauri. Similar to the scepter, there are Chitauri's mainstream firearms. This kind of energy gun that is worn on the arm is as powerful as an RPG, but the recoil is also very strong. Most people may not be able to hold it for a few rounds and will go to the hospital. Second, there is something like a scepter. Since this is the case, let's modify its core authority and use it reluctantly. The artificial intelligence on the Chitauri main ship is just a prototype, and it is far from the wisdom of the Red Queen. However, in any case, it is artificial intelligence which originally possesses a considerable degree of Chitauri culture and knowledge, which is different from the specific technology obtained by the Red Queen. If it is said that these technologies that have been classified by the Red Queen can greatly enhance the military strength on the Earth, then this Chitauri artificial intelligence can rapidly enhance the development of the Earth's grassroots. Following Sudan's order, the Red Queen immediately began to operate. I saw that the data group trapped in the cage had almost no ability to resist and was forcibly tampered with the core program by the Red Queen in an instant. Master, it worked, need to give it a name. Sudan shook his head and said, whatever, I leave it to you. For this kind of relatively low-level artificial intelligence, Sudan has no interest in occupying it. Just like this kind of chick-like intelligence, he can write it himself tilde. The reason why it stays is just because of what it has learned. The Red Queen's actions were quick, and not long after the two talked, Jai Company's unmanned transport plane flew onto Chitauri's birth ship. Cleaning up the corpses inside the battleship is actually a very heavy job. You must know that there were still a large number of Chitauri hidden on the main ship at that time, but their life forms were relatively special and they were easily wiped out. Now, just for those corpses on the New York market, special personnel have to be dispatched for many days to clean them up, not to mention the inside of this closed battleship. Many people may think that it is enough to just remove the dead body, but it is not the case. After transportation, necessary disinfection is required. From the unmanned transport plane, a group of conventional robots slowly came down. The cost of these robots is relatively low, but their role is only to act as labor, and they don't need any fancy appearance and equipment. Under the command of the Red Queen, they mechanically and comprehensively cleaned the interior of the battleship. Cleaning these up takes a lot of time. He temporarily left the Chitauri main ship. Back in the city, looking up, although the appearance of Chitauri's battleship has not changed much, but I always feel that this time it looks like it no longer has that depressing feeling. The technology obtained from the Chitauri spoils must be invested in the Antarctic military industry for production. First of all, we need to develop the two weapons of Chitauri. Weapons are never a good thing, but for the Earth that has experienced an alien invasion, advanced weapons are now the most desired thing. In the battle of alien invasion, even the United States Army was not seen, and those who came to resist the aliens were some discriminated mutants and a few superheroes. These people all have a certain kind of super ability so they can resist the Chitauri army. Just imagine if the ordinary army had confronted the Chitauri army at that time, would the final result have been the same as it is today? Other people's weapons can be used as bursting artillery casually, but their weapons can only kill a Chitauri for a long time. On the battlefield, just this little difference will cause a chain reaction. If suicide weapons are not used, then human beings will be defeated in the end. Therefore, when he obtained a large amount of Chitauri military technology, the first thing he considered to produce was individual weapons. On today's Earth, there is actually no shortage of weapons of mass destruction, but they cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary. However, the individual equipment has hardly changed in the past 10 years. Since the human army began to use firearms until today, they are still in the same state. At most, the firearms in their hands have become more accurate and powerful, but there has never been a qualitative leap. Sudan is here to change that. In the production line of the Antarctic military industry, basically only robots can work. In the entire Antarctic military industry, real people stay in the research room to develop theories and technologies. He doesn't want to recruit some idlers to work outside these labor-intensive tasks. This is munitions after all. Last time the Antarctic military industry launched a batch of arms and firearms, and the island country was on the list of purchases. But even if this matter is brought to an international court, the final winner is still Sudan because it is clearly stated in the contract. Comparing the two, in fact, in terms of power, Chitauri's technological firearms are stronger. This side is still developing production in full swing, and at the international conference on the other side, the leaders of various countries are already discussing something big. From the equipment he exported to various countries last time, it can be seen that he has been planning super individual equipment since the first order after the establishment of the Antarctic military industry. Everyone, after experiencing this alien invasion, everyone should have realized that the Earth has always been in a dangerous state. No one can guarantee whether a big hole will be opened again in the sky tomorrow. There is no guarantee that this big hole, where will it appear on the Earth? But now, some of us are doing some dirty tricks secretly for our own self-interest. This is what I want to talk about. One person's exchange is a completely different concept from the mass production of the entire Antarctic military industry. This meeting was initiated by the President of the United States. It's just that most of those were exchanged from crossfire and then processed and added with insurance procedures. They can only deal with extraterrestrial life in the end. I suggest that armed forces should be used to forcibly attack that Sudan. That person's behavior has always been excessive. No matter how great his contribution to society is, he cannot be allowed to be so arrogant. No way, the alien invasion is happening in their country of New York. Plus, now Sudan is flying the main Chitauri ship above the sky. And now, he is going to implement this technology in the Antarctic military industry and then mass-produce it. If the next Apadri is raised, it will be the old birthday star who hanged himself. But at that time, Sudan emphasized the content of the contract. They didn't listen to it. They tried to use those firearms to harm innocent humans and then lost a third of the Navy in total. HMPH. Tell me, The spokesperson of the island country, I advise you to be kind. The topic we are discussing this time is related to the fate of mankind. Don't let unpleasant things happen because of your own death last time, and then remember that one saved once. People of the world, just as we humans are facing the interstellar challenges that are constantly coming if we spend our energy on the Civil War, I am afraid that we have survived this time, and we will not be able to handle the next one. According to the information we have learned, after a few days, a submersible virtual online game will be launched. I believe that everyone here has already understood this topic. I won't go into details about what it is. I just want to suggest that all countries put aside their prejudices and put aside all contradictions. Into the virtual world. Game, Your Excellency, have you forgotten that we are here for a serious meeting? Yes, I'm taking a very serious attitude and making such a suggestion. Agree or disagree, just express your opinion. As a result, more than 70% of the people voted with a show of hands. Today's Earth, today's human beings can no longer withstand the next World March 47 war, because once a war starts, at worst, it may even lead to the extinction of mankind. After all, the lethality of weapons these days is scary even thinking about it. In the end, countries agreed to the proposal. Everyone, I have a proposal, the Earth Alliance. Sudan didn't know what at the moment was talking about in the meeting at the moment, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. None of these things matter much. If it develops in a good direction, it can help his plan, and if it develops in a bad direction, it will not cause any loss to his plan. After an analysis by the Red Queen, Chitauri's hand cannon technology has been improved. In fact, after seeing the attack power of Chitauri, the United States military is also performing this technology. But due to the lack of technical knowledge, they will eventually imitate it in 3 to 2 years, even if it is disassembled into parts doesn't come out the same thing. Therefore, the weapons in the hands of the Chitauri who died on the streets of New York have become the treasures of the United States. As everyone knows, what they regard as treasures will soon be popularized all over the world. Before that, the virtual online game PUBG Mobile opened its server. This virtual online game that countless people have been looking forward to finally ushered in the opening day on this day. The first batch of game helmets released at that time, the day after tomorrow, the statistics have reached 100% real registration. That is to say, on the first day when the server is opened, there will be 100 million players. This is a very scary statistic. Throughout history, there has never been such a game. For a general online game masterpiece, the first big hit is at most tens of millions. I have to say that people on Earth are more flexible in their thinking, and they are more enthusiastic about playing games than Asgardians. As the first trial of Asgard, although Sudan's first online game was handed over to the Asgard warriors, the actual income is really not high. First of all, the population base of Asgard is far less than that of Earth. Fortunately, it was to experiment with Asgard people at that time. If Asgard is really regarded as a commercial market, it may be that my own mother will not recognize it in the end. This new virtual game is also on the Cube server. Although the Cube is not big, it is a product that integrates the Earth and Asgard's high-end technology. Its performance has already surpassed other servers on the Earth by 18 blocks. When the players entered the game through the created characters, they couldn't hold back the excitement in their hearts. There is no village head grandpa here and no occupational restrictions. Every player has a high degree of freedom to choose. If you are good at sniping, then you can buy a big sniper to practice marksmanship and train yourself to be a super sniper in the Jedi world hand. Some people are good at charging and some are good at defense. However, this is all second. When players look at this virtual world with the wasteland as the background, they more or less understand the intention of this game. After all, there was an alien invasion incident in New York 3 days ago, such a sensational event. The heat is naturally high. When players look at the decaying buildings, a question will naturally arise in their hearts. What is it that made the Earth what it is? Is it an alien invasion? This is indeed a question worthy of deep consideration by players. Before the game was exposed, players could only see the promotional video but never knew the real content of the game. They didn't understand until today that Antarctic Corporation wants everyone to take it easy and cherish it. If one day, a more powerful alien civilization invades the Earth, then the human world may become what it is today. Since there are already time gem and mind gem enhancements, players in the game world do not know that the strengthening begins the moment they connect to the virtual game. It is really a great fortune in life to be able to grab a gaming helmet, map reality in the way of games, thus bringing human unity. If a person has practiced the marksmanship to the extreme in the game, then Mind Gem will have the ability of strengthening, which will transform the knowledge in the game into reality. Although it is very cool to play in the game, showing micromanagement with a gun and bombarding big monsters, it is really cool to play, but this is based on the premise of the game if the same picture is realized in the real world. Nobody wants that. Mind gem strengthening is the mind, that is, spiritual power. Each player slowly exited the game after brushing monsters for a day. On this day, many people found that they gradually became a good shooter. Every time they practiced in the game for 3 days, when they returned to reality, they always wanted to shoot something. But from the time they took off the helmets, they felt a change in their spirits. Some people even subconsciously raised their own mops, gesticulating as weapons. Therefore, in the end, everyone can only regard these as a coincidence. It can only be said that Sudan's father is really a man of God. Not only does he do a good job in the game, he is also a hero who saves the world behind his back and even a thinker. According to this level, I am afraid that it is necessary to prepare several years in advance. This can be described as a kind of salvation for many office workers with high mental stress. But how did developer Sudan know about this? In this game, it is equivalent to 3 days off from heaven. It takes a lot of time to make a game, which is a consensus of people with online IQ, not to mention that it is a virtual game. They spend 3 days in the virtual game world and only 1 day outside. Although everyone in the world now knows that Sudan has very powerful power, does he still have the ability to predict the future? No. The appearance of the virtual game Jedi soon set off a storm on the internet. Sweeping away the haze of alien invasion a few days ago, it seems to be quickly soothing the uneasy emotions of human beings all over the world. Even the relevant agencies have to admit that in this regard, the game developer Sudan has done better than them all. Especially New Yorkers who lived through that event firsthand. Although the disaster was saved in the end, Chitori's ugly and terrifying appearance, especially the huge amounts of monster in the sky, has always been an indelible shadow in my heart. And when they log into the game, the system automatically assigns them a virtual map of New York. After Sudan made this virtual game, 70% of the world has been turned into a wasteland scene, and only a small part of the map that can be used as a game attraction is preserved. A world-class big city like New York will naturally be described as a wasteland city. They entered the game, walked out of their housing prices, and what they saw was a city of doomsday light. The sky was dim, and the original high-rise buildings either collapsed to the ground as if they were broken or were directly blown into a pile of ruins. In the air, there is still the smell of real gunpowder smoke. This scene has to remind New York City players of the day dominated by fear. Oh God. I don't want to play anymore. It feels so depressing, I'm going crazy. Soon, the players who walked onto the street felt a sense of powerlessness. Faced with such a scene, one has to think of the alien invasion that day. At that time, how many people had the courage to resist in their hearts? If there were no mutants who risked their lives to rescue them, our city would have become like this? Someone in the crowd asked, and the word spread quickly, constantly questioning the players them. When the aliens fired their first shot at the Earth, where did Chang think the powerful army of the United States went? Did it violate others or defend the so-called justice at sea? Those who came to rescue them were those mutants whom they usually discriminate against. Everyone's heart is suffering from self-blame. I suddenly became like a mutant. Even if you discriminate against me, I suddenly want to have that kind of super ability that can determine my own destiny. A young hot-blooded boy slowly said, although the tone is a bit secondary, but the words hit the so-called people's mind. No, boy, whoever doesn't regard mutant as a savior now, I will smash him. Who dares to discriminate against mutant? Doesn't conscience hurt? I support you. That's right, young man, you underestimate everyone. But how can we people have super abilities? Who in the world would not want to have a super ability? But who can have a super ability? It is said that the poor rely on mutation, but a key point is often overlooked. That is, how many poor people died on the way of mutation to produce such a green titan. That's a tiny chance in the sea of corpses and blood. Brothers, we can't get super abilities in reality, but we can in games. This Jedi is no different from reality. If you open the internet and have a look, there is actually someone more powerful than Iron Man in this game. Battle suit. What? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was startled and immediately opened the internet, looking at the game beginner's guide spontaneously launched by the players. Their eyes were as big as copper bells. Laser guns, individual exoskeleton equipment, and some people even turned themselves into the Flash by adding points. All of these are revealing a message to the players. That is, in this extremely realistic game, players can obtain super ability. This is not a simple, futuristic wasteland simulation game. It's not just a big gun and it's over. There are so many ways to play. After reading the next part of the guide, countless players locked their eyes on the weapon shop not far away and flocked away. On this day, the weapon shop deeply felt the fear of being overrun by people. Master, the first Chitauri hand cannon has been successfully made. Sudan received a reminder from the Red Queen a month later. In 1 month, Chitauri technology was completed as a cottage, which is already a very fast speed for the modern factory on the Earth. Those Zetori soldiers who died on the street before, scattered on the ground, and many Chitauri equipment, these things, of course, eventually fell into the hands of the United States. They will definitely study these things, but when they can imitate and manufacture them by themselves, that's another story. However, one thing is certain: if the United States is allowed to grasp this power first, then according to the nature of the United States, it will be a threat to other countries in the world. It looks quite heavy. Why is it so light when you lift it? Although the power of this hand cannon is great, its recoil is also great. The hand cannon imitated from Chitauri in his hand presents the thick black iron texture of modern craftsmanship. The outer alloy has completely wrapped the hand cannon, making it hard to see what is inside. The weight of this hand cannon mainly comes from the protective layer of the shell, and the structure inside is actually very light, Hong Hu explained. This is a good thing, you know, the weight of an adult man is around 130. Sudan lowered his arms and said with a smile, "It's my physique and I can feel the strong recoil of the hand cannon. If it's an ordinary soldier, wouldn't it be a shot? This handgun looks like it weighs more than 100 caddies, but it only weighs 50 or 60 caddies in the hand. Shake yourself back once." Boom. Sudan nodded, then raised the 70-centimeter-long hand cannon on his arm, aiming at the bar in the distance. After 0.3 seconds of short-term energy storage, a transparent energy bomb blasted towards the target in the distance. Residue. Sudan immediately ran from the Antarctic building to the Antarctic military industry. Otherwise, the gun body alone would weigh more than 100 caddies, which shows that the special forces in the modern army may not be able to fight continuously. He stretched his arm out of the hole in the middle, held a 227 rod from inside, and lifted the black iron hand cannon with a slight movement. Just letting the United States master this weapon is not a big deal for humans. It is not suitable for ordinary soldiers to use as conventional weapons. Master, this is an inherent flaw in the design of the Chitauri hand cannon. The Red Queen explained again, and then she commanded the intelligent robot on the side and brought a scepter. "Master, please try this." Chitauri is good at making scepters. Simply put, he likes making staffs. As big as Loki's scepter, as small as the conventional weapons equipped by their ground troops. This metal scepter not only can be used in melee combat but also can shoot energy bullets from the top. The scepter manufactured by the Antarctic military industry also has the heavy metal feeling of black iron. Sudan held this thing in his hand, and the firing trigger was at the end of the scepter, and it was a bit like the Sanba big cover back then. He aimed at another target in the shooting range and lightly pressed the trigger. Thulium. A slender energy bullet precisely hit the center of the circle, piercing it instantly. Well, this one is okay. Its power and rate of fire can be compared to a shoulder-heavy sniper rifle, but it is lighter. The recoil is negligible. Suitable. Hearing Sudan's praise, the Red Queen smiled happily. "Master, the manufacture of this weapon is not difficult and we can mass-produce it soon." Su Dan nodded, handed the scepter in his hand to the intelligent robot at the side, and said slowly, "Then focus on producing this equipment first." "Yes, master." "Then, what about the exoskeleton equipment for individual soldiers?" "I think that if the exoskeleton equipment is combined with the hand cannon, it will definitely be an extremely powerful combat force." "It's been made, master. Do you want to try it?" "Definitely." The Antarctic military industry occupies a large area, and the manufacturing site of exoskeleton equipment is not in the same area as the firearms production site. Su Dan came to the laboratory of the exoskeleton equipment. The firearms are used for shooting, and the exoskeleton equipment is carried out in a testing laboratory. Chitori's exoskeleton equipment is very light and it doesn't feel bulky when equipped on the body. What is produced now is only the exoskeleton equipment for the limbs and waist. He tried to move his arms and immediately found that after wearing this thing, every time he waved his hand, he would spend almost no effort. These exoskeleton equipment seem to automatically recognize the human muscle response and then make a power-assisted function. Walking to the sandbag hanging in the middle of the testing laboratory, he squeezed his fist. The exoskeleton equipment made mechanical sounds, and then he swung his fist violently. Laugh. The entire sandbag was directly exploded from the lower half. He himself has such strength, and it is far stronger than the exoskeleton equipment. This time, he only used ordinary people's strength to punch, but that's it. With the help of the exoskeleton equipment, it has also exerted such an effect. The power of this blow is probably stronger than that of the captain of the super soldier who came to the country. Fierce, just one word, fierce. The physical fitness of the captain of the United States has gone through so many strengthening potions, and then after radiation exposure, the pain experienced and the scientific costs spent are extremely great. But now, with just a pair of exoskeleton equipment, you can gain that kind of combat power without suffering. You know, what Su Dan is wearing now is only the exoskeleton equipment on the limbs and waist. If it is fully covered, what will it be like? An ordinary soldier brutalizing the United States captain? Red Empress, there is no need to experiment anymore. With this, I can be sure that even new recruits in the army can easily master that kind of hand cannon with too strong recoil. If such a hand cannon is really produced with a 200-man army, the deterrent power should not be underestimated. In modern warfare, large-scale wars are generally not easy to break out because it will be a missile bombardment. In the end, no one wants to see it. For example, in the missile crisis a long time ago, the most anxious and the most intimate, in fact, they are the leaders of the two countries. What are they doing, talking on the phone to talk about love? No, they are trying to appease each other. Many people may think that this is the end of the war and the leaders of the opposing sides are still comforting each other. This is too absurd, and in fact that's what modern warfare is all about. Nobody can afford to press that button next to them. That crisis lasted only 13 days, but it was these 13 days that made all mankind hovering on the verge of destruction. Who can bear the price of destroying mankind? And now, it is more common, that is, small-scale battles. Just in small-scale battles, if you have a 200-man army equipped with exoskeleton equipment and hand cannons, it must be invincible. Queen Red, I need to use all the strength of the Antarctic military industry to mass-produce these 3 weapons in the next month and then sell 40% of the production to the Emperor. Building. Yes, Master. Red Empress, when do you think human beings will be able to achieve the Earth community and stop confining their eyes to the 10 main points? When will they be able to enter the interstellar world? Sue suddenly asked. The Red Queen stood aside quietly, expressing no objection. But Su Dan said again, "Since they all said that, it's just right, I'll give him a push behind and turn this false pretense into reality for him. Wouldn't this increase the turmoil in the world? Earth Alliance." But what did they finally establish in this meeting? It's just a group of people sitting there, talking a lot of empty words, and not even a single useful project has been implemented. After all, during the New York War, people all over the world recognized him. Looking at the observation Neng Rong given by the Red Queen, a sneer appeared on the corner of Su Dan's mouth. Su Dan is very busy these days. He didn't notice the movements of the heads of state at all, and he almost forgot to find out why the United States FBI didn't come to his door. Then there is only checks and balances. A super combat unit like him should be taken seriously. What's the master's plan? The current world situation is like this. The United States has already gained hegemony at this time. Let them take the spoils of mutants fight for nothing. The final result, Sudan does not want to see. Contact other countries now. I want to establish an Antarctic military industry branch around the world. Connect the world with arms. Definitely, they need to pay for it. Sudan smiled slightly but did not answer. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Hearing this, the Red Queen was slightly taken aback and then said softly, "Master, a few days ago, a secret meeting ended and I observed some information which may have the answer you want to know." Okay. But after such a long time, only the people from the Shield Wang Hao Bureau came over and harassed them meaninglessly, and there was no further movement from the others. Only when they balance each other can we have the capital to sit down and talk peacefully. In a wooden house, two men wearing black kimonos sip tea. The two looked at each other normally, but they didn't speak for a long time as if they were waiting for someone. Suddenly, a man with 5 stature walked in. Different from the two sitting on the ground, he was wearing a suit and leather shoes with the demeanor of a high-class person in society. Seeing the visitor, the expressions of the two tea drinkers finally changed, and they bowed slightly to show their respect. "Kamda-kun, Ida-kun, I'm very sorry I'm late," said the social person in a suit and leather shoes, and saw that his usual aloof attitude disappeared in front of these two people, and now he behaved like a dog licking. Facing this man's apology, the two of them had no dissatisfaction, because they knew in their hearts that this seemingly wretched man was the current ruler of the island country. In a country, no matter how powerful an individual is, one must respect those in power. "Your Excellency is busy with business, we should wait." Ida combed his hair back. His hair fell directly to his shoulders, but his eyebrows were like two sharp swords. Opposite him is the white-haired Kamda who has short white hair. He never said a word. The man took off his suit and crossed his legs. "The two seniors are highly respected, I should apologize," he said again. 520 this time. Ida didn't refuse anymore, so he took a sip of tea silently, waiting for the man's next words. "It's like this, I am anxious for the two seniors to come over because I want to discuss a cooperation with the two." "What cooperation?" Ida asked. "If it is within the territory of an island country, don't talk about cooperation. In today's world, the person in power still needs to discuss cooperation with others in person. Isn't it enough to order directly? However, since this person has spoken, the so-called cooperation we are going to talk about this time is definitely not simple." "That's right, if it's a simple matter, there's no need to invite both of them over at the same time. The soldiers in the hands of those in power alone are enough to do things." The man put his hands flat on the table and said with a gentle expression, "I need two people to help me assassinate a person." Assassination? That was decades ago when they were young, and in that era which force did not cultivate a group of executioners. What age is it now? They have all washed their hands for 20 years, but let the people in power tell them personally, let them kill people. If it's about killing people, neither my daughter-in-law Kamda-kun nor I are very interested, Ida said. However, the man seemed to be very sure when he heard Ida's euphemistic refusal. His expression didn't change at all. He still smiled gently. "I remember that, 11 years ago, Mr. Kamda and Mr. Ida seemed to have teamed up to bloodbath a martial arts gym. Definitely the two of you didn't leave any evidence. Until now, the murderer is still on the run. Are you threatening us? Don't dare." Ida cast his eyes on Kamda, who was opposite him, and finally nodded helplessly and asked, "You have to make sure it's only this time. Who did you kill?" Only then did the man smile with satisfaction and said slowly, "I can definitely guarantee that this is the only time. As for the person I killed, the two of you may not be strangers to each other, or in other words, everyone in the world is no stranger to it." Ida thought for a while and tentatively asked, "You mean the Iron Man from the United States?" "No," the man shook his head. "That's Sudan." The man smiled happily and kept nodding his head. Yes, that's the person." "Why do you want the two of us to assassinate him?" Ida asked, puzzled. "Not to brag, either of the two of them can be used to assassinate the President of the United States, and now, they want to join forces to assassinate a somewhat capable businessman." The man smiled gently and said, The two of you probably haven't heard of the Antarctic military industry. It's like the first-class executioner group in your era. The current executioner has JDF contacts with all countries in the world. The only thing that excludes us is the Big Island country. It is conceivable how dangerous our situation is. Will it be in the middle of the night? What about being beheaded by the executioner? Ida and Kamda looked at each other again. This kind of metaphor is very appropriate, and it also made the two masters who have been reclusive all the year round pay 12 points of attention. Okay, we agree. The two got up slowly. Although they were close to the end of their lives, their figures were still strong. When he walked to the door, Kamda, who had been silent all this time, slowly turned around and gave the man a meaningful look. I hope you won't break your promise. Kamda's voice was heavy like a dead man soaked in the shadows. The deterrent force at that moment almost made the man suffocate. Definitely, there is a fee for this. However, in comparison, it is found that those tall buildings are like cannon barrels piled up with soil in the countryside. Following the voice in the earphones, they moved straight in the direction of Sudan's villa. In order to assassinate Sudan, the two of them put on modern black technology for the first time. Behind them, there was an auxiliary team following them, guiding them along the way. The night was getting dark, and it was a good time for the killer to act. Under the dim moonlight, Ida slowly picked up a Tato. This Tato has been with him for a long time. It has drunk the blood of thousands of people, and the murderous aura contained in it is like beast. Don't worry, two seniors. I really want all these people to disappear. Starting from the disaster-stricken sites of the New York War, 90% of the urban reconstruction used is the high-end technology that Sudan obtained from the Chitauri brain, turning the entire block into the style of Xandar. When they landed in New York and came out of the airport, they were immediately attracted by the scenery in front of them. For the two hermits, the prosperity of the island city is already very tall, with all kinds of high-rise buildings and pedestrians on the streets. In just half a year, New York has experienced a leap in technological advancement. In fact, what has changed is not only New York but the whole world. In the city, the maglev car runs at high speed on the midair track like a flying swallow flying in the sky. Flying from the island country to New York, the two masters put on decent suits. How should I put it? Flying from an island country to New York is like entering a city from the countryside. Among the crowd, many gossiping women gathered together and pointed at them. However, that's just thinking about it. It was not the first time for them to come to this noisy city, and it was precisely because they were tired of this noise that they frowned dissatisfiedly. On the other hand, Kameda masked himself habitually and then counted shuriken and other equipment. Up. No one knew who said it, and the two of them rushed towards Sudan's villa like arrows flying off the string. The two of them were running close to the ground, the speed even the captain of the super soldier the United States couldn't compare to it. Of these two people, one is the #1 wandering swordsman in the island country, and the other is the #1 ninja in the island country. The person they want to kill today is Sue. However, just when they were about to reach their destination, a black shadow rushed towards them like a ghost. Who? The counterattacker didn't speak. However, in the dark night, the surroundings gradually lit up a little bit of light. Cha-cha-cha, that little bit of light, like wild wolves on the plain, made both of them fearful. They were just killers, not gods. A wolf is enough. This pack of wolves are invincible carnivores. The two turned their backs to each other, cautiously guarding their surroundings. However, right here, a voice came. You've seen it all. Islanders are such bad-natured people. I suggest you think about my proposal. Following the sound of this young voice, a beam of light suddenly illuminated a few miles around. When Ida and Kameda's eyes quickly adapted to the surrounding environment, they felt a sense of despair. This kind of despair was only experienced when they were young and surrounded by the enemy. At this moment, a tall and straight figure walked over from the darkness. That's their goal, Sudan. But at this time, they had always been decisive and had hesitation, so they didn't act immediately. Sudan didn't unleash the divine power of Valkyrie and divine punch, and now he looks like an ordinary person. But it was such an unremarkable state that made the two of them feel a strong sense of oppression. It has been half a year since he decided to establish an Antarctic military industry around the world. No country in the world can refuse the Antarctic military industry. When it comes to the Antarctic military industry to be stationed, it will support it with both hands and even offer some related benefits. In the past 6 months, the Antarctic military industry has pushed the world's major powers onto the road of unity through subtle influence. Now, several major powers have formally formed the Earth Alliance. And some small countries have no choice but to attach themselves and join the Earth Alliance. The Earth Alliance is a real-world community. But in this Earth Alliance, there are no island countries because Sudan excluded island countries. After the Antarctic military industry seized the Chitauri technology, plus the ultra-black technology it exchanged, the Antarctic military industry has become one of the 10 giants that cannot be ignored in the world. There is a saying that those who win the Antarctic military industry win the world. However, the Antarctic military industry has never thought of allowing any country to control itself, but to control these countries by itself. After Antarctic military industrial divisions were established all over the world, Sudan began to vigorously manufacture high-tech weapons. Guns, exoskeleton equipment, combat flight devices, anti-nuclear missiles, and even mecha armies have come out. While the armed forces of the whole people are being promoted, a relative balance has also been established. And when all forces in the world except the island countries have reached a balance, everyone will no longer dare to talk about wars, because no matter who they are fighting with, they may be involved. Square, Western, 70 or 80 square. From another perspective, since everyone is balanced, wouldn't it be better to cooperate with each other, and a combination of two will always be stronger than a single. At the beginning, Country A and Country B were combined. But seeing that Country C was combined with countries D and E, they were also thinking should they cooperate with more countries. After such an evolution, only half a year later, the Earth Alliance that was just an empty talk was officially implemented. The whole world is communicating with each other and helping each other to grow. But among the Earth Alliance, only the island country has been abandoned. Because there is no Antarctic military industry in the island country, no one wants to team up with him. Even those who were not as powerful as the island countries in the past, now look down on the island countries with the support of the Antarctic military industry. I don't know if it's because I'm unbalanced, or because I'm afraid that the whole world will rise because of Sudan, but I will fall behind, so the island country sent people to assassinate him. But they seem to have overlooked a serious problem. That is, the whole world except the island countries is protecting the sweet pastry of Sudan. Because only Sudan is alive, the projects under construction in their country can continue, and they can obtain more powerful weapons and equipment and more advanced equipment. Various civil facilities, rot. Is it too whimsical to want to assassinate a Sudan who is protected by the world's major powers by relying on a small and weak country that is backward? In this short half a year, the island country has gradually been left behind by the rest of the world from a developed country, and has instead become the least developed country. The current island country is like these two old-age killers who are besieged in the center. It is not that they want to live in seclusion, but this era has forced them to live in seclusion, and the price of living in seclusion is to become a frog in the well. They didn't even know that their plans had been tipped off when they were on the plane. The two of them actually wanted to walk through the crowds of people with the words "Assassinate Sudan" written on their faces until they were exposed to the encirclement again at night. If they knew, they would all be humiliated and violently killed on the spot. Sudan looked at the two middle-aged men. The one holding the dagger was not weak, while the other one gave off a sense of mystery like that unpredictable shadow. "The two were sent by the island country to assassinate me?" he asked. Saying the word assassination, it seemed that the surrounding sight suddenly became water-cooled. Even though the two had experienced many battles, they were also stared at by this icy stare with chills down their backs. Do you dare to have a contest between samurai with me?" Ida suddenly shouted. As a veteran executioner, he understands the consequences of being surrounded. Either break out and die of serious injuries in the United States or be killed now. It's death anyway, it's better to fight for a chance. However, Sudan has never liked to play cards according to common sense. "With you what you call a samurai duel?" "Yes," Ida shouted excitedly. He thought Sudan was going to agree. If Sudan agrees, they still have a chance. However, what Sudan said next made him fall into the ice cave. "Are you worthy?" Jing Tian couldn't speak anymore. He knew that he couldn't talk to this man anymore. Therefore, he raised the murderous sword in his hand and was about to slash towards Sudan. However, his sword was frozen in midair. That's the power of Magneto. Yes, Magneto is in the southwest corner of this encirclement. Tonight was supposed to be a gathering, and leaders of various forces and alliance countries were present. This leadership group was supposed to discuss the next development plan of the global alliance, but was told that there was a good show going on. As the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood, Magneto has a different temper from those smooth politicians. Simply put, killing people doesn't put pressure on him. Chick. The two assassins who were highly expected by the rulers of the island country went to meet Death God under the super ability of Mutant. It hardly caused any waves, and it can only be regarded as a small episode of the 590 in this leadership group activity. A little fun. The swordsmanship and ninjutsu they have honed over time become vulnerable to this unreasonable super ability. Oh, the island country is really disappointing. The President of the United States walked over from the siege team, looked at the two corpses on the ground, and there was no discomfort in his expression. He had only been in office for 3 months, and he was very good-natured. "It seems that our policy of isolating island countries is correct. Next, we will increase our efforts to maintain absolute isolation from island countries. Who knows who will be the next person on the list of Dark Saints?" No. I think the island nation should be baptized directly." The Pope of the Vatican stood up and said. The smallest country in the world, an extremely small country with a national territory of only 0.44 square kilometers, dares to stand up and criticize the island country. "I agree," Mao Zai echoed. "Then let's go like this." A certain head of state whose name could not be named said, "In talking and laughing, the survival of a country is determined." Just because two JP guys wanted to assassinate Sudan? Sudan in the center shook his head and smiled wryly. "The ideas of these people are really too violent. However, it is quite interesting. This is a group of highly technical licking dogs. Okay, let's discuss the issue of Earth battleships. Monaco, this is a city-state located in the south of France and the second smallest country in the world. Regardless of the small size of the country, the per capita income here is one of the highest in the world. Walking on the street and bumping into it is a local tyrant. Every year in May, the World Formula One Championship is held here. Sudan didn't come to race cars but to appreciate racing girls. The weather in May is neither hot nor cold because the capital is extremely developed. The girls here cough. Let me just say, this is a good place to relax. Tony Zionbao said, as one of the most playful men in the world, as a friend, after feeling that Sudan is getting more and more stressed recently, so I proposed to bring Sudan out to have some fun. I have to say I really chose the right place for him. That's right, Zioachuozi, I won my heart. Wearing sunglasses, Sudan stared openly at a bronze-skinned sexy beauty not far away. I don't know if it's because I've watched too much, but when I see this kind of bronze skin, I feel the lust naturally. How thrilling it would be to cuddle on the beach, put up a parasol, and then exercise under it, leaving a little king's liquid in her body. It may be hopeless. Little treasurer, what are you talking about? Tony obviously didn't understand what Sudan was talking about and teased, how is it? I like it. I promise you just say hello and she will lie with you by herself. Where to lie? Seeing Tony's wretched expression, Sudan showed contempt on his face. I'm not like you, I call it appreciation. Do you understand appreciation, a professional word for art? Everyone is on the go. Who doesn't know who? You just play around and she enjoys it. I'm telling you secretly, the people here are actually very open and don't need to take any responsibility. Tony was still bewitching from the sidelines. Sudan casually drank the cocktail in his hand. The low-strength cocktail, drinking in his mouth, had both the refreshment of the drink and the mellow aroma of fine wine. Coupled with this beautiful scenery being blown by the breeze slowly, the mood is involuntarily refreshed. This is simply a vacation paradise. Hey buddy, do you want to do it anyway? There is still time, the two of us will find one each and we will run a race in the afternoon after finishing it. Tony took off the wine-red eyes on the eye sockets and held the wine in the glass. Seems a little desperate. It seems that during the war in New York, this cargo should really be sent to space for fun. Otherwise, without experiencing that contact with death, Tony would not be able to change his nature. Are you still planning on racing? Tony curled his lips helplessly with an expression of seeing a ghost. Brother, this is Monaco and a competition is just about to be held. Aren't we here just to have a blast? Oh, I thought we came here as spectators. Sudan took a sip of his wine, wondering, afterwards, 5.7 then you are really talented. For the rich, it is a matter of one sentence to obtain the permission to enter the racing car, and there is no need for complicated and troublesome procedures at all. With that said, Sudan put on the helmet. Sudan chuckled, drank the cocktail in his mouth in one gulp and then waved to the prey over there. Hearing this, Tony looked envious and said quietly, I originally found one too, but when it came to the battlefield, it was as blunt as a mermaid and I lost interest immediately. I played games all afternoon in the room. Grandpa is in great shape. Oh, I'm sure, you are the real Sudan in this familiar way of teasing people. Wait, you haven't driven an old-fashioned car recently. Today I'll see how you are the youngest. Tony decided to regain his confidence in racing technology. Through the eyepiece of the helmet, Sudan looked at Tony with a suffocated face and said with a smile, Tony, it's the same if you drive and punch later, that's exciting. Oh my god, is this the famous Sudan in the world? I'm starting to wonder if someone is pretending to be you. Drinking and applauding can easily lead to impotence. Seeing this, Tony hurriedly whispered, didn't you say that drinking and applauding is easy to impotent? Nowadays, when Sudan travels far away, he basically uses a flight controller, and he has never driven a car again. Hearing the ridicule, Tony's already aggrieved face turned gloomy again. Afternoon. The taste of the racing girl is good and I am almost fascinated by the vest line. To be honest, after not touching the car for so long, suddenly sitting in the driver's seat, I really feel a bit strange and jerky. 3, 2, 1, buzz! The engine of the racing car roared, and amidst the roar, several racing cars rushed out together. Sudan's car is painted with flames, and it is also the slowest to start. The professional racers of these people are different from the amateurs who come out to play. They had already pinpointed the time, released the brakes, and rushed out at a few tenths of a second, but Sudan waited until the hour before slowly starting off. However, although he started slowly, his acceleration was very fast. From his point of view, those cars rushing ahead are zooming in at a very obvious speed, and it probably won't be long before they can catch up. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. From the audience's point of view, those professional racers had an absolute advantage from the very beginning. If their skills were followed, Tony and Sudan should be far behind in the next race and they could only eat the exhaust gas. However, when the racers dashed out for about 500 meters, suddenly, like children who have done something wrong, they slowly exposed various operational errors which caused the speed of the car to slow down. That's a professional racing driver. They have trained on the same racing track countless times. How could 29 make such a low-level mistake? Madeline actor. Maid who is in the car. Oh, so it's Sudan's father, then I'll take a photo with him after he wins the championship. Lick the dog bis, no matter what, I have to get an autograph and then sell it for 10 million. On the field, it gradually became a two-person competition between Sudan and Tony, and those professional racers were left behind. These hard-working professional players have the most difficult time today. On the one hand, they have to show off their driving skills, and on the other hand, they also have to learn how to act. If it's just Tony Stark playing alone, it's fine. Some stubborn people may overtake and spend money on the horse for victory, and Neng can smash his eyebrows and bow his waist to the powerful. However, there are two people in the field now, and the other one is more hardcore than Tony Stark. Money or not, I am afraid that it is not so important in front of that person. Talking about money is a bit vulgar. I'm afraid people come here to relax and relax. That man doesn't have the first consciousness in his heart. Even if they act to death and hit the wall, they have to continue to act this game until Sudan takes the first place. Name. However, when the race was halfway through, a man in a security uniform suddenly broke into the kiln. You know, this is a Formula Championship, not the road outside. The speed of the car is not the same. Hit by any car here, there is only one ending, and that is death. But this security guard seems to be begging for death. He actually stood in the middle of the track. To be reasonable, according to the relevant regulations, even if he was killed by a racing car, he does not need to be held responsible. At most, it is a moral sanction from some internet saints. However, it is Tony Stark's car that takes the lead now. Although this person's technique is not as good as that of a professional racing driver, he has always trained hard before the race, and he is much faster than Sudan, who has not touched a car for a long time. If this rich man is killed, he will be killed anyway. He is a security guard who violated the regulations. The only worry is whether the rebound will break the rich man's head. However, everyone's worries were in vain. Because that person didn't want to die but deliberately appeared on the racing track. I saw a burst of lightning flashing all over his body, burning a suit on his body, revealing the exoskeleton equipment inside, and at the same time, the two long whips were instantly electrified, turning into two dazzling electric snakes. Seeing Tony Stark's vehicle approaching, the fake security guard swung the cable out of his hand. With the blessing of high-energy electric current, this electric cable is an artifact that cuts iron like mud. With one hit, you can split a car in half. Tony Stark, who was born in physics, naturally understood this truth. He didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly turned around, trying to catch the turn and avoid this blow. However, it was too late. The cable had already been dropped. Click! Fortunately, Tony's emergency response was effective and he escaped the fatal blow in the car, but because the car was cut in half, the whole body flew out due to inertial force. Everyone's worries were in vain, because what they should worry about now is whether the two super rich people will be killed by this strange man. Sudan, who was chasing after Tony, naturally also saw the assailant. Looking at the cable in his hand, he was taken aback for a moment, because he is too familiar with this image. Isn't that the whip in Iron Man 2? But now that the Avengers Alliance is over, why did the plot of Steel II begin? The reason why he came here was that Tony had already experienced an attack here and wanted to commemorate it. Unexpectedly, in this commemoration, I commemorate myself as the person involved. Are you wondering why I came to kill Tony Stark and not you? He stood up slowly, staring at the whip rope's chest with great interest. Sir, I don't suggest you intervene. My goal is only Tony Stark. If you don't want to die, you'd better lie there, Whiplash said. Seeing Tony flying out due to inertial force, Sudan couldn't help frowning. Not even the sturdy racing body can handle it. In the absence of a steel battlesuit, Tony is at most an ordinary person with iron on his chest. In such a 350-degree fall, I'm afraid there will be danger. At this point, I have to admit Ivan Vank's ability. After Vank's father died, he inherited his will and developed the arc reactor by himself. It is said that the arc reactor was actually jointly developed by Vank's father and Howard Stark, but in the end it was tricked by Howard Stark and became his own unique thing. The power of the electric current whip in the whip rope's hand cannot be underestimated. That thing can definitely cut a human body into two pieces in an instant. The whip was called Wank, and after he cut off a car almost without pressure, he set his sights on Sudan. Click. So he immediately made a choice. The racing car did not slow down but used the fastest speed and crashed into the whip rope. Why did you kill Tony Stark, for revenge or to vent the resentment in your heart? Sudan asked. And he himself, at the moment of impact, decisively rolled and jumped down. Another whip. This whip directly split the car into two halves. However, this sentence is a big joke to Sudan. No, I'm not that perverted waiting for someone to assassinate me, Sudan said with a chuckle. At the same time, in the distance, Tony, who was beaten to the ground, finally climbed out of the wrecked car. It seems that there is no life threatening for the time being. And the whip followed Sudan's line of sight just in time to see Tony, who was not completely dead, and immediately the two long whips in his hand were connected to the electric current again. It seems that it is really bitter and bitter. He must die, Whiplash said through gritted teeth. To be reasonable, such a big hatred is only the hatred of killing the father and taking the wife. What kind of hatred does he have? Hearing the whip rope, he froze for a moment. Although the name Tony Stark has been criticized internationally in the past few years, warmongers and murderous monsters, almost half of the deadmans in wars all over the world died under the weapons he developed. This is an unprovoked disaster. Without Tony Stark, the United States would still have countless arms dealers. And that person, a few years ago, had already reformed himself and become a new man. Speaking of arms dealers, the Sudan standing in front of him is the largest arms dealer in the world. Ivan Vank's emotional intelligence is not very good, and there are some blind spots in thinking. Suddenly, his mind turned around as if the reason why he wanted to kill Tony Stark was because he couldn't get used to Tony's current appearance as Iron Man. Stop talking, I must kill Tony Stark today, Wank yelled. Hee. Hearing the sound, Sudan smiled leisurely. To be honest, today is a rare leisure day for me. Huxia people pay attention to feng shui and luck. You try to kill a district in front of me today. In an instant, the huge majesty erupting from Sudan's body was almost transformed into a storm, and Vank couldn't breathe. From Vank's point of view, Sudan is like the 100-foot-tall titan who was relatively easygoing just now, but now his eyes are indifferent to everything, just like a god. Only then did he remember that the man in front of him is the strongest man on earth. Bnagb, Maid, was so angry that Vank started to speak its mother tongue. However, no matter what he said now, even kneeling on the ground and chanting scriptures will not help. In front of such a powerful Sudan, he didn't even dare to move. Although Sudan didn't release murderous aura towards him, just the aura he felt made his hands and feet stiffen, and his animal instinct was terrified. In the next second, I will become a dead body. But at this moment, Sudan's aura suddenly dissipated, and he changed back to that ordinary handsome man in an instant. Well, I'll give you a chance. What? Vank was overjoyed. It's not interesting just to assassinate. Now you and Tony Stark have a fair duel. The venue is here, as I said. If it's exciting, maybe I will help you. Hearing this, Vank's low EQ brain can't turn around again. Although he is a genius scientist not weaker than Tony Stark, in terms of EQ, he is really not as good as a 17 or 18-year-old kid. Just listening to this sentence, it seems that there is a kind of, the two of them are jokers, and Sudan is the audience on that stage. They have to try their best to perform and please him. This ... it seems even more humiliating when I think about it. But what can be done? Facing Sudan's powerful strength, he has no choice. So he could only turn around and walk towards Tony Stark. Wait, I said fair duel, do you not understand human language? Wank took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. What? Sudan shook his head helplessly. Now Tony's battle suit under his influence is about to be upgraded to Mark 42, that is, the prodigal son. Vank, in front of you is no match for Mark 42. I'm afraid I'm going to be hammered to death by Tony on the ground. You have already put on the equipment and you have to wait for him to put on the equipment so that the game will be more exciting, Sudan said. However, Vank was not happy. If I had waited for him to put on that tortoise shell, I wouldn't be here now. I just came to sneak attack. Hearing Vank's words, Sudan almost laughed out loud. Just out of respect for the dignity of an adult, he held back. This fully armed Antarctic Guard team arrived at the scene faster than a helicopter. Therefore, Dan gave preferential policies. Blame me for being poor. Since you know that you can't beat Iron Man, you deliberately developed this shabby equipment. Is it interesting? Monaco is a city-state. On their own, even if the people are generally rich, they still cannot afford the Antarctic military equipment. He owns the entire Stark industry. What can I compare him to? Vank roared. It seems that this whip rope is still a little tricky in his heart. After investigating Iron Man, he knows that Iron Man's battle suit has been upgraded to a level where he is invincible. Actually, I think your current appearance is really meaningless. If you wear this equipment today and then go to kill Tony Stark, you will not escape your own death. At this point, Sudan changed the topic. Oh no, in fact, the Antarctic Guard of Monaco has already arrived and you have already missed. Rather than waiting to be caught, I might as well show you a clear path. You want to beat Tony Stark? Yes, Vank replied. Monaco officially named the Guard Team Antarctica in order to thank them. At this time, Sudan finally showed a smile of successful plan, he said with a smile. In this case, Antarctic military industry welcomes you to join. I can provide you with an environment that is even better than Tony Stark. But as a price, after defeating Tony Stark, you must continue to stay in the Antarctic military industry. If you want to commit a crime at this time, you have to taste the energy cannon first. Matt is retarded. The exoskeleton equipment is specially supplied to the military of various countries. The military is so rich, how can they do it without extorting some money? Vank seemed to be aware of it and suddenly looked at Zhao Hao nervously at Sudan. You also think my equipment is shabby? Wank sneered. That's because I can't afford the exorbitant exoskeleton equipment of your Antarctic military industry. But you are assassinating now, not defeating openly. If you want to truly defeat Tony Stark, you should start with your arc reactor and develop more advanced technology. You are a good genius. In time, you should be able to surpass Tony Stark and then it will be your victory. At that time, you can prove to the world that you are better than Howard and Tony. However, before Vank could think about these words, the Monaco Antarctic guards from the sky rushed up and surrounded him. Ivan Vank, no matter how strong the attack power is, no matter how much a whip strikes 999 critical hits, but he still has no protection on his body. If a bullet hits, isn't it game over? Therefore, he can only raise his hands and surrender. Seeing this, several guards immediately went up and took away his long whip first, and then escorted him to the exit of the arena. Although the melon-eating crowd on the stage didn't know what happened below, they immediately cheered again when they saw that the criminal had been caught. Who knows where the point of their O*****M will be? Sudan walked towards Tony, looked at the bleeding Tony and shook his head helplessly. Can't you die? As he spoke, he took out a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Tony. This is a first aid medicine developed by Antarctic Biotechnology Company. Although it cannot achieve the radiant effect of elixir, there is no problem in temporarily stabilizing the injury. Tony took the pill, wiped the blood from his head, and asked with some fear, "Who is he?" "God, he almost killed him. You can take care of yourself. There are too many people in the world who want to kill you. I know this." After returning from Afghanistan, how could Tony not know how many people in the world have suffered from him indirectly? Although he didn't know which victim number one that person was, he definitely saw the arc reactor on Vank Yuexing's mouth clearly. Even with just one glance, he can be quite sure. After taking the pill, Tony recovered a bit, shook his head and asked, "He has an arc reactor on him, I don't know how." Speaking of the arc reactor, the first thing Tony thought of was Obadiah back then. Betrayed by the closest person, this feeling is not good for anyone. This is only one aspect. From a psychological point of view, anyone who has been betrayed by a certain type of person will always have more or less doubts about this type of person. This is the biggest damage. A person is always guarded and suspicious of others. Such a life is very bitter. Therefore, when he saw the arc reactor on the mouth of Ivan Vank, faces flashed in his mind involuntarily. Pepper happy. If these two people closest to him also betray him, then he might really be broken. JCG. Sudan saw through Tony's mind and explained. I got some information from him. It seems this time it's your father who left you a foreshadowing. Howard Stark, what a F asterisk G talent. From the gift of leaving new elements to Tony, to the entanglement with Dr. Pym, and to today's arc reactor. Who knows what's behind it? My father, Tony was taken aback with a strange expression on his face. When he was young, he felt that his father was incompetent, but when he saw his father's relics, he quickly changed his mind. But now it actually left him with another hidden danger. Everyone else is cheating. How did he become a cheating son? It is said that when your father was researching the arc reactor, he cooperated with others. Later, your father was ruthless, oh no, ruthless, and abandoned others. His son came here today to retaliate against you. After hearing a few simple and clear explanations, Tony stood up with an incredulous expression on his face. He began to doubt life. The tall image Howard Stark had just established in his heart collapsed in an instant. God, what God did I offend? Looking at Tony's appearance, Sudan couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Tony came to such a small European country to race the car in order to take him out to relax, but this happened. Tony, let's go to the hospital to check the situation first. That person has been detained and then go to see it later. Tony nodded stiffly. The racing track officially has an emergency medical team. Now that the track was forcibly terminated, the medical team ran over and simply bandaged Tony, and then he still had to go to the hospital. Looking at Tony's current situation, how can he have a slight concussion? Under the strength of Antarctic Biotechnology Company, this minor illness is almost not difficult. However, Antarctic Biotechnology Company is still in New York, so it can only treat Tony after returning home. Ivan Vank was taken into custody by the Antarctic Guard in Monaco. In other words, as long as someone knows Sudan, then he can come in and out at will. So after negotiation, Sudan privately proposed Vank. The Antarctic military headquarters was established in New York. When he was brought into the Antarctic military headquarters, he also had the same expression as Selvig at that time. Is this all yours? Vank asked, a ridiculous remark, even betrayed Hammer later. Who is talking? Vank looked around but did not find anyone. That is it, artificial intelligence. Then you, is there anyone stronger than you? Vank asked, but before Sudan could answer, he said to himself, I don't think there is anyone stronger than you in this world. Can you? No one in this world can do it. He was born in poverty, and he has almost never seen such a spectacular scene. Sudan rolled his eyes at this kind of sycophant. This is different from Vank, who was robbed by Hanmer at that time. After being rescued by Hanmer, he still had a swollen face. What do you want me to do? Vank laughed. However, Sudan is not afraid of Vank's betrayal at all. In other words, in this world, his Antarctic military industry has spread all over the world. Who dares to confidently say that he betrayed the Antarctic military industry and can see tomorrow's sunrise? But Sudan couldn't laugh. The scale of Huaxia is bigger than this. The Red Queens. Don't be too arrogant. In this world there are heaven and earth, and there are others. I will approve your talent, but you don't need to deny other people's talent. That will only make me look down on you. It's spectacular. If I had such a backstage, 10 big shits would not be my opponent, Vank said arrogantly. Yes, master. Let alone work here, there is no doubt about his talent. In that place in Siberia, he developed the suit on him alone with a bunch of broken parts. It can be said to be a replica of Iron Man. No wonder his father pointed to the Iron Man technique and said, that should be you. Recalling the terrifying aura on Sudan, Wank shrank his head, not daring to speak. What are you going to do first? As a scientist, although he didn't have as much exposure as Tony, he still understood these basic things. The figure of the Red Queen gradually emerged from a ray of light. In the high-tech place of the Antarctic military industry, the Red Queen no longer needs those so-called projections. Here she is like an electronic ghost everywhere. This person arranged for him to build a large arc reactor. Is it the same as the one from Stark Industries? No, we need to combine our technologies to create a better reactor. Listening to the conversation between Sudan and an artificial intelligence, Vank was a little surprised. In his understanding, artificial intelligence at best is just a computer program. How can it be so like a human being? In fact, he doesn't know that even JARVIS, which is regarded as a human nowadays, is just a program in Sudan's eyes. And the Red Queen is far stronger than that. It is not to say that the current artificial intelligence can reach the level of the Red Queen, and most of the current artificial intelligence cannot even reach the level of JARVIS. The Red Queen is a heterogeneous in this world. That, you want me to build a large arc reactor? Vank asked. If not, that's my own technique. Then isn't this here for you to show off your talents? Vank stared, always feeling that he had been tricked. But what Sudan said next completely sealed his doubts. The large arc reactor of Stark Industry is too backward. I want you to develop a newer and stronger one. Vank was stunned for a while. What do you mean? No other meaning. Work hard. I have a good opinion of you. Sudan patted Vank on the shoulder and said. In fact, relying on the strength of the Antarctic military industry, it has long been able to independently manufacture a large-scale arc reactor, and even allowed myself to keep the new elements of Iron Man in mind. It is only a test for Vank to manufacture the large arc reactor. He is not like a desperate doctor like Selvig. Simply put, Vank is just a highly talented desperado. Even if he is put back in prison, he doesn't care. It doesn't matter to him to join another arms dealer's camp. And Selvig has a strong will to survive even if he is old, but he doesn't want his fate to end here. So, in Antarctic military industry under Sudan's tricks, Antarctic military industry is his only choice. Selvig doesn't need to be tested, and he doesn't need to emphasize loyalty or the like because he has no choice. But Vank is different. It still needs some trials. By the way, Empress Hong, find him a place first. Sudan cast his gaze on Vank. Haven't you eaten yet? No, Vank replied honestly. He was already wrapped up in a precarious life, and he had at least 3 meals a day when he returned to prison. For such a person, Sudan didn't offer the generous treatment that Selvig did at the beginning, and he even planned not to discuss the remuneration with Vank for a month. Let's see how long such a person can last. In the northeast corner of the Antarctic military base, Selvig's laboratory is here. When Sudan walked in, Selvig was staring at a tubular object in a daze. He stepped harder on purpose to let Selvig know that someone was coming so as not to startle the old man for a while. Oh, you're here, and I was just about to find you. Looking for me? Sudan stepped forward, looking at the tubular object in Selvig's hand. Is there any new research progress? Selvig passed the tubular object in his hand to Sudan. What is this? What is it for? Dr. Selvig explained, this is Tesseract's. You can treat it as the youngest son of Tesseract. I'm not good at naming it. Anyway, it's just such a unit of energy that can supply our entire base. Energy consumption for a month. Damn it, Sudan was subconsciously surprised in his heart. You must know that the energy cost of this base for a month is calculated in units of millions. And such a small tube in your hand can actually replace it. How much of this stuff can we make? He asked with some hope. If this stuff can also be mass-produced, then the Antarctic military industry will not have to pay electricity bills in the future. Wrong, I want to give myself 2 slaps. I have such amazing energy, but I am still thinking about how to save electricity bills. If such energy can be mass-produced, it will be enough to bring an energy revolution to the Earth. Since the Antarctic military industry is spread all over the world, it has won global welcome in a big way, but behind the scenes there are also some nitpickers who can always find some faults. Selvig replied. If I work overtime, I should be able to make about 100 pieces a month. If there are fewer, you have to find some more helpers for me. If you tell Sudan now that he is researching to copy a tesseract, what kind of mood will he have? So, can such energy be mass-produced? That is, the vigorous development of military industry and heavy industry will inevitably pollute the environment. Hearing the old man Selvig's answer, Sudan was overjoyed. About 100 a month, that's the energy consumption of 100 Antarctic military industries of the same scale for a month. Think bigger, and now with this kind of non-polluting energy from Tesseract, at least this can be completely changed. Who doesn't want a clean earth? Who doesn't want to breathe clean air? It's gone for the time being. Selvig was a little uncomfortable with the enthusiasm of his immediate boss. Could it be that it was because he had developed this kind of blandishment that he could only maintain a broken tube that lasted for a month? What new energy brings is not just a matter of replacing energy but a chain reaction. You must know that the energy on the Tesseract, even if it supplies all the energy of the entire Earth forever, can last forever. Such a small tube is not even qualified for comparison. Forget it, let's not talk about it for the time being, let's talk about it when we actually research it in the future. Yes, I'll definitely find it for you. Is there an age limit for helpers? Do you want a man or a woman, human or robot? No problem, do you have any other requests? Not to mention adding a helper to him, it is not a problem to find him a three-legged toad. It is a failure in his eyes, well if only young and steady. A global energy revolution is like launching an industrial revolution by one person. Sudan is quite satisfied with Ivan Vank's performance. With the support of the abundant resources of the Antarctic military industry, he developed a large-scale arc reactor in just 1 week. Due to the addition of Antarctic military industry's own technology, the entire reactor is quite different from the Stark Industries one. Many people have seen the large arc reactor in Stark Industries, which is a kind of sky blue. When Sudan saw his new reactor for the first time, he subconsciously felt defensive. Because the huge amounts of reactor turned out to be dangerously red. "This thing, are you sure there is no risk?" Sudan asked. The Red Queen stood beside Sudan quietly and replied with great assurance. "Master, even if someone smashes this reaction furnace with external force, there will never be an explosion of 860 or even an explosion. Energy radiation, the protection program, will block the interior. It can be said to reach the level of sealing." Seal, I like that word. Then he turned his head to look at Ivan Vank, who was standing behind him. This big guy is indeed a man who can't lose to Tony. Good job. Hey, it should be. Wank scratched his long hair and tentatively asked a little embarrassedly, "Well, excuse me, can pets be kept here?" Pet. I have a bird that I want to bring over. I haven't fed it for 7 days. Hearing this, Sudan was a little dumbfounded. Macho tears, Iron Man tenderness, magical man, all kinds of philosophical words about these filled my mind in an instant. In other words, what makes him think that if he does not feed him for a week, his own pet will not starve to death or run away? Yes, but I don't know if you can still find your pet. Why can't I find my pet? Just kidding, that's impossible. Vank was like a fairy, full of confidence, probably because he smoked too much marijuana. Sudan nodded, expressing his reluctance to tell the truth. When he sees a starving bird, he will know how he usually works as a shit-shoveling officer. His ghost coyotes are usually at home, eating high-level Warcraft meat exchanged from the Point Mall. Vank, what are you going to make next? Continue to study your whip or... I am working for you. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Effective, has this person traveled back from ancient times? It's all about complaining, but I didn't expect Vank to change so quickly, and I was so obsessed with killing Tony before. You're not going to beat Tony Stark? Vank smiled innocently. Actually, I have already defeated Tony Stark. The big sister said that our Antarctic reactor is more than 10 times stronger than Stark's industry in every aspect. Red Queen big sister, more than 10 times that of Stark Industries. Sudan looked at the Red Queen in surprise. When did this little girl learn to ignore Hiroto? And it's better than his ignoring Hiroto. Even he just recruited Du Hayu to join the Antarctic military industry, and she called her Big Sister. This is an artificial intelligence, that is, an electronic program. Hey, besides, from Sudan's point of view, the red reactor is at most about 4 times the size of Stark Industries. How could it be doubled? Wouldn't this be using Antarctic technology to brainwash Ivan Vank? Seeing her master looking at her, Hong Hu bared her teeth and smiled, her big eyes narrowed into slits. Mad, the devil. Sudan took a few deep breaths before recovering and then said to Vank, "Since you have fulfilled your life's wish, do you want to inherit your father's behest and become another Iron Man?" Hearing this, Vank didn't even think about it and replied instantly, No, I don't have that kind of thought. I don't owe the world anything. Why do I want to be that kind of hypocritical hero? This sentence is very suitable for Sudan's appetite. There are too many false saints in this world, and there are too many followers. Many people listened to the heroic stories created by the United States military, and later their dreams became people's heroes. There are not many people like Xiang Wank who can recognize their own hearts. In the mouth of modern women, this kind of person is the kind of steel, no titanium alloy straight man. Okay, since this is the case, I will give you a task. Follow me. Su Dan took Vank and walked towards the mecha area. The mecha area is a relatively closed space because the huge amounts of mechas require a lot of devices to fix them. When he saw that tall mech, Vank's eyes were full of light. It was the light of dreams. It's like opening a door to a new world. He said that he doesn't want to be that kind of hypocritical hero, but it doesn't mean he doesn't like equipment and mechs. On the contrary, he actually admires the battle suit like Iron Man in his heart. Otherwise, he would not imitate Iron Man, put the arc reactor on his chest, and even made simple exoskeleton equipment by himself. That's because he was under-resourced at the time. If he had a capital backing at the time, it wouldn't have been like that attacking Tony at the racetrack. Furthermore, mechs are a man's romance. Is these yours too? Vank asked incredulously. The Antarctic military base is too big. He has been here for so long, and although he would wander around when he finds time, he has never found such an area. If he had found out earlier, he must have slept here every night. Isn't that crap? If it's not mine, whose could it be? The President of the United States. Hey, Wank bit his toothpick and smiled. Do you want one? Sending you one. This. Vank's expression changed immediately. From the silly smile just now, it suddenly became serious. Don't be kidding, I really can't stand it. Such a tall mecha, how dare he expect extravagantly for such a poor man? Su Dan chuckled. Of course, there is a price. The biggest mecha you saw was designed by myself. It's called Wanderer. Due to my lack of professional knowledge, there are many loopholes. You see that chest? There, a suitable core is missing. The tallest mecha in front of me is actually the Revenge Wanderer in a certain movie. However, that kind of mecha is operated by two people together, and now Su Dan forcibly modified it to be operated by a single person. Naturally, there are many loopholes. To show this to Vank is to plant a seed of hope for him. As for the so-called core, it is also a lie. However, Vank suddenly didn't realize that he had already determined that what Su Dan said was true. Then I'll just research a suitable reactor. No, we're going to use new elements this time. After handing over the new project to Vank, Su Dan left Antarctic military industry. This trip to Monaco was originally out of good intentions, and Tony wanted to take him to relax and play. Unexpectedly, this happened. After returning to New York, a concussion was detected. Although there are highly effective drugs provided by Antarctic Bio, it still takes a period of time to recover. So he planned to visit Tony again. As a patient, Tony can be said to enjoy 5-star treatment at home. The little Chili on the side takes good care of him, and he himself is lying on the sofa. How comfortable it is. Seeing Su Dan walking in, Pepper stood up, greeted him politely, and then got off. Tony, I think you should have a broken bone or something. It's best to have broken hands and feet. I think Pepper can make you live a fairy-like life, Su Dan joked. Hearing the sound, Tony still pretended to be sick. Are you envious of my little Pepper? Let me tell you, little Pepper is the best woman in the world. The little Pepper who just walked out of the door felt warm and then got up to go to the company. Okay, stop pretending. Su Dan walked up to Tony and kicked him directly. Did you really leave? Tony suddenly seemed to be a different person. His expression was no longer vain, his body became brighter, and he was all right. Really left. Phew. Tony breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. Dan, you are really my savior. Do you know that since I came back, Pepper has never allowed me to play games because of my concussion so much? Damn, I haven't even touched the game. Su Dan chuckled. Then if you log into the game now, won't she find evidence that you have logged into the game? The game helmet has a time record. Tony said without hesitation. I don't need to play Jedi, let's play StarCraft. My game is also very good. I'm used to playing virtual games now. I don't touch StarCraft very much. Come on, okay then I'll play by myself. By the way, let's build a trumpet together and then compete to see who develops faster. How interesting it is. However, Su Dan still refused. I don't want to play. Actually, I prepared a gift for you. It's in my car and I haven't brought it in yet. What gift did you bring? Tony didn't care a bit. To be honest, he just wanted to play games now. Anything else, even a snakeskin bag of banknotes, didn't interest him. However, with such a state of mind after Su-Dan took the gift quickly, Tony gave an instant warning. Those are two brand new gaming helmets. The shape is somewhat different from the first version, which is more magical. Good brother, I like your gift very much. Seeing the new gaming helmet, Tony started licking it without going through the program. However, Su-Dan said, "This game helmet cannot connect to Jedi." What? Tony's face suddenly changed again. Dude, is there something wrong with this helmet? It doesn't matter, let me fix it for you, but unfortunately my game time is about to shrink again. Seeing the changing expression on Tony's face, Su-Dan finally told the truth. There is nothing wrong with this game helmet. It cannot connect to Jedi because it is not a Jedi game helmet at all, but a special helmet for League of Legends. Hearing this, Tony's complexion changed again. League of Legends? He asked expectantly, gesticulating with both hands. Could it be, have you developed a new virtual game? Su-Dan nodded begrudgingly. That's right. In fact, League of Legends was developed before Jedi, but because it was launched earlier in Asgard in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, he has not opened League of Legends to players on the Earth for the time being. When the opportunity arises in the future, he intends to present a brand new League of Legends to the people on Earth, starting from scratch. Oh my God, Dan, you are simply a god on Earth. Tony was ecstatic. For a man, there is nothing more satisfying than a virtual game. If there is, then a new virtual online game will be released. Tony is the kind of player who takes everything. Starting from the first game, King of Fighters by Antarctic Studio, re-emphasizing the virtual online game Jedi, he has collected it all. It's an out-and-out Antarctic powder. Recalling his own upgrade process in Warcraft, Tony was full of expectations. Now he doesn't even have the thought of hanging, he just wants to play this game as soon as possible. Now, the boss of Angie Company said that a new virtual online game has been released. That kind of game? Tony's eyes lighted up. As an all-in-one player in terms of the appeal of the game, RPG is definitely better than shooting games. Hold it! Su-Dan handed a gaming helmet to Tony. He has not received any news about such a big thing as a virtual online game. It seems that it should be developed in secret and there is no public beta game yet. Think about how terrifying a juggernaut with 10 times the attack speed is. At that time he thought, how wonderful it would be if he could get into that fantasy world. What Su-Dan promised to give 133 back then was 10 times the attack speed, but that was in Jedi, so it was really not very useful. At most, it was just a rich player in an RPG online game and it didn't affect the game balance much. Well, Dan, do I have any special bonuses in this new game? Tony asked expectantly. This new type of helmet has a built-in battery and comes with a network terminal. You only need to wear it on your head to play games. Then let's hurry up. What race did you choose? What occupation? Which novice village are you in? Tony asked a series of questions. Plus your grandma will retire every month. This game is not the same as Jedi but similar to World of Warcraft. Why do you want 10 times the attack speed? I also want 10 times the crit it hurts. And those players who like body shooting games have already blown Su-Dan to the sky. And now, although what he entered was not a magical beast, it was enough to satisfy his original wish. However, League of Legends is different. If you still have 10 times the attack speed here, you may have to climb Mount Targon and be forcibly inherited by a certain attack speed Protoss. Jedi has already made the players on the Earth addicted. Some of them said they didn't like gun battles at first, but now they are addicted to the Iron Light Knife and can't extricate themselves. Race. In the universe of League of Legends, there are indeed many races, such as human race, Vastia race, Yordle race, giant god race, and so on. Among them, the Vastia and giant gods can be divided into many branch races. However, any normal person who enters will choose the human race by default, right? The entire group of the Vastia is half human and half beast, and the Yordles are all dwarfs. As for the giant gods, they are not player races. Don't worry about it so much, you will know when you go in, by the way, Ionia. After speaking, Su-Dan left the living room with his helmet in his arms. Tony put on the helmet and the operation mode is the same as the previous version and it is not difficult to start the game. He saw that one white space and started to build his character. Please enter the character nickname, Iron Man. Congratulations, nicknames available. After a long list of settings, we finally arrived at the last link. Please select the place of birth, Demacia Noxus Ionia Piltover. Tony said firmly, Ionia. The character has been successfully created and will enter the game soon. Please be prepared, Tilda. By the way, Sudan didn't tell me his nickname. How can I find him? No one answered his question, and amidst the shining white light he came to a plain. This is a village in the northwest corner of Ionia. Further north is the cold region, and further east you can see a monastery. That's the Kinku sect. But Tony didn't know that it was the Equilibrium sect, but subjectively believed that it was a place to change jobs. Wow, the environment here is really beautiful, far more beautiful than in Jedi, Tony sighed. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound, followed the sound, and saw that the green grass was pushed away and a scaled snake with a pair of small feet rushed towards him. This is a wild animal from the Ionian continent. Its head does not look like a snake, but it looks like a cute raccoon, but its body definitely looks like a poisonous snake with protruding scales. It can be said that it is a snake, but it also has a pair of small feet, and the speed of walking on the ground is extremely fast, -100. A scarlet number emerged from the top of Tony's head. You are dead. Looking at the system notice, Tony wanted to cry, but why did the game not play cards according to common sense and everyone else played in Novice Village, so why was he born in the wild? It's fine to be born in Yay, why was he suddenly killed by an active attacking monster? Does this still make people play games? His virginity is so tragically explained here. After the 10-second novice resurrection time passed, he did not appear at the resurrection point in the nearby city but resurrected on the spot. At other times, this kind of resurrection is definitely a very good attribute, but now Tony wished that he would not be resurrected. -100. The scaled snake that was about to leave just now turned back quickly and gave Tony a bite, killed him instantly again. This time it seemed that something was wrong. It had killed this human just now, how could he still stand up? So it quietly crawled onto Tony's corpse, observing it curiously. And Tony, who watched everything from the perspective of the soul, was out of breath. It can be foreseen that if he is resurrected again, what greets him is definitely a fang that kills in seconds, -100. Tony didn't even have a reaction, he felt a pain in his neck, lost consciousness, and soon returned to the perspective of the soul. Madeline, hopeless? In this combat state it is impossible to log off, that is to say, if no one saves him, he even has to stay here for at least 24 hours before he can apply for forced exit. No, I don't know, does this new virtual game still have the 24-hour forced exit function in Jedi? After 10 seconds, spike, after 10 seconds, spike, 10 seconds later, spike. I don't know how many times this happened, even the scaled snake felt a little tired, but Tony still revived and died constantly. He is numb. Who will save me, Tilda? I'm going to collapse, Tilda. I don't know if his piety moved the gods, but when I looked up I saw two gods, a man and a woman, flying towards him. It's saved, it's saved! Tony came back to his senses in an instant. Who would have thought that a famous Iron Man in reality would be killed by a small snakeskin monster in seconds? Moreover, this little monster actually knows how to guard corpses. Just wait until the two gods save Leazi, and when Leazi comes back from leveling, he will definitely kill this monster to extinction, Tony thought bitterly. However, soon another shock in his heart replaced such a determination to kill monsters. It's just because of the two immortals flying over from the sky, a man and a woman. One of them is very familiar to him, but who else can Dan be? Besides Sudan, there is a white-haired temperament queen in his arms. To be precise, it is this white-haired queen who is holding Sudan on the flight. This. The developer of this F***CK game is awesome, it's amazing. Before Sudan landed, Zindela beside him waved his hand, and a dark magic ball directly blasted the scaled snake into experience. Only then did Tony slowly come back to life. The revived Tony, wearing a set of rookie clothes, looks like a peasant uncle in his 70s and 80s. He looked overwhelmed, looked at Sudan and said quietly, "You said you wouldn't give me benefits. I thought you were doing it for game balance, but you secretly got a beautiful woman yourself. This is the god-level humanoid pet is still. -100. Spike, Ling Li, okay." Zindela snorted coldly in the void, scorning Tony's corpse. a mere mortal, dare to treat me as a pet? Are you worthy? Tony in the soul state actually heard Zindella's words and suddenly his spine shivered with fright. In this extremely real game, Zindella's powerful power is just like the essence. Maybe many people don't know how strong Zindella is, but it may be clear with an example. In order to seal Zindella, the soul of Ionia summoned its strength. Contend, this is simply a wild god. She can even pull up the entire island of Fiji. When Tony stood up again from the aggrieved rookie resurrection, he no longer dared to offend Zindella but silently hid behind Sudan's back. I really don't want to die. Save the child. Sudan looked at Tony, who was almost killed, and collapsed and waved to Zindella, signaling her to calm down temporarily. Then he said to Tony, "This map is a bit big. When you were born, you already knew your coordinates. Come here at full speed. Are you okay?" All right, this question is like the most painful scar in Tony's heart. He really wanted to tell about his experience of being killed by a little monster in seconds, but Zindella next to him was so murderous, I'm afraid he accidentally said something wrong and then he would have to die 100 times. Tony firmly wiped away the non-existent tears and said, "I'm fine, can you tell me how to play this game? After the level rises, I want to kill that kind of snake." That's a level 7 monster. As for, if you don't understand, just tell me how to upgrade. Well, this game is relatively free. You can choose the adventurer, mercenary route and upgrade by fighting monsters. You can also choose to join a certain faction and upgrade through corresponding tasks. Definitely, if you have enough perseverance, you can also choose to climb the giant god Feng, beg the Protoss for help. I choose to. Do you have any forces you can recommend? Does the city over there count? Tony pointed to the temple in the far east. Following Tony's direction, Sudan squinted his eyes and suddenly he felt something was wrong. Although this is the second time he has logged into League of Legends, he is still very clear about the geographical location in this world. After all, he made this map by himself. The temple in the distance is naturally the Balance Sect. To be reasonable, the Balance Sect doesn't take any action at ordinary times. Their current head is a dead wood and he strictly abides by the so-called balanced way. But now I can feel a powerful force pressing towards this side. HMPH, here comes the annoying thing again, Zindella said coldly. Sure enough, someone is here. Hearing Zindella's affirmation, Sudan was able to make a 100% conclusion, but who will come? Liberating Zindella, Sudan himself knew in his heart that sooner or later he would be hunted down by the Ionian forces. After all, in the eyes of many people, Zindella is synonymous with strength and destruction. In order to seal Zindella, I don't know how many masters sacrificed. Zindella, can you see who is here? Sudan asked. Sudan is the master of Zindella. No matter how arrogant this white-haired queen is, she still has to give some face. Although he was lucky enough to accept Zindella as a follower in the sealing pool last time, Zindella has always been dissatisfied with this, and she hates others to control her. But after all, there are game rules in it and followers are followers. The master is the master. This cannot be changed. No matter how strong Zindella is, she is no match for the iron rules that make up this world. Hearing Sudan's question, Zindella frowned slightly and looked at Dongfang again and immediately said, "A female ninja, an old woman, and a disgusting yordle." Zindella's words were full of contempt. Obviously, at the time when she was sealed, humans might still reject the yordles, but now that the sun and the moon are changing, the yordles have already integrated into human society. Judging from her words, the female ninja should be Akali, the old woman should be Karlma, and the yordle mouse should naturally be Kennen. With such a powerful force as Zindella, Akali is the only female ninja who dares to come out to make trouble in the Kinku sect. The rest are miscellaneous hair, and Karl Ma was originally the Asgardian of Ionia and the spiritual leader of the Ionia people. As for Kennen, maybe he just came out to mess around. Brother, what's going on? We've been targeted by the boss again? Tony, who was huddled behind Sudan, asked tremblingly. He really doesn't want to die anymore, he's dead enough. However, Sudan smiled mischievously CJBG and said, "Yes, and there are 3 hero-level boss. They are very intelligent. Maybe they will kill us to retreat." Hearing this, Tony's face turned pale. He swears that he will play this game as a horror game in the future and be careful in every step. I'll quit the game for the time being and I'll climb up again after you finish solving this matter. I'm still level 0 now and I don't want to hold you back. As Tony said, he wanted to call out the menu bar and click to exit the game. However, the system prompts, "You have been locked by Akali, the Thorn of the Outlier, and you cannot exit the game temporarily." This female monster with the ability to destroy the entire Ionia, what is the person who wakes her up thinking? But this time, when Sudan went online again, they rushed over resolutely and immediately. Through practice, turn yourself into a hero worthy of respect from players. Akali belongs to that kind of petite body type, but this type of body type is an outlier thorn who kills without blinking an eye. "Young man, did you wake Simdella?" Karma asked. The master's orders have absolute control over the followers. No matter how unconvinced Zindella is, she must be obedient. The ninja's running speed is quite fast. It is estimated that they had noticed it when Sudan woke up Zindella last time, but when he went offline, Zindella as a follower would also disappear for a while, and finally they fluttered. Akali doesn't have the inheritance like the big brother Shen, nor does she have the thunder and lightning like Kennen. She was able to embark on the path of 3 ninjas, all thanks to her own practice. Unlike Akali's radical ideas, Karma doesn't like to fight, she likes to reason. Looking at this old woman, even under the high-level optimization package, she still presents an appearance below the average line. One can imagine if there is no optimization, what earth-shattering level of ugly will it be? This, Tat Tilda. Akali looked at the 3 people in front of her. The 2 men were just a matter of breath for her, but this Zindella, how did she wake up? Hearing the sound, Sudan set his sights on this female ninja again. To be honest, Mai Shiranui has more materials than Akali for the same female ninja. It's me, how? Zindella is my follower now, is there anything wrong? But before Karma could reply, Akali on the side said, "Take Zindella as a follower, you're afraid of life and death, do you know how terrifying she is?" The blood bar above Karl Ma's head was still green, which meant that the opponent hadn't attacked yet, so Sudan spoke casually. "Zindella, don't shoot yet," Sudan ordered. "Is it a ruse by the beasts of Noxus? But what does that have to do with Sudan? He is the creator and even the personalities of these characters are fabricated by him. He sets how a certain unit is and that is how a certain unit is. He is the creator god of this world. You can't, but it doesn't mean I can't," Sudan said with a deadpan expression. These 3 people are actually quite reasonable. They came here first and communicated with him. If another Noxus or Damatian came, I'm afraid they would start fighting without saying a word. Karl Ma turned her attention to Zindella. In her inherited memory, Zindella was an absolute liberal and would never allow anyone to control her. But now, the words of the man in front of her made Zindella stand obediently. On the sidelines, silent for a long time, such a submissive attitude made Karl Ma doubt her inheritance memory a little bit. Isn't Zindella in front of me a submissive and well-behaved woman? How could it destroy Ionia? Although there is indeed a dark power surging from her body, there are too many types of power in this world. Lightning is still regarded as punishment by the primitive people. Isn't it being used by the little man beside her to fight? Therefore, power is not good or bad, the key is to see the mentality of the person using it. And according to her eyes, Sudan obviously doesn't look like a bad person. This is the subconscious closeness of the creation to the creator god. If you can really control Zindella, then it will be a good thing for the world. Karl Ma said, "I would like to invite you to the Presidium." "How do you like it?" Presidium is located in the heart of the Ionian continent. It is the most sacred place in the whole of Ionia, and it is also the place where the Ionian culture is most concentrated and rich. One of the characteristics of Ionia is learning. The cultural atmosphere is very strong. Some scholars travel long distances to study in Presidium's academy, and some people want to meditate in the beautiful magic garden. All in all, Presidium is a beautiful place. Unlike the Kinku sect and Harana monastery, which are ordinary places for monks, Presidium is also the place where the Ionians first rose to resist the invasion of Noxus. However, despite the beautiful scenery, Sudan rejected Karl Ma's invitation. He said, "If possible, this friend by my side can go to Presidium with you. As for me, I will take Zindella to do something important." Hearing the mention of himself, Tony looked confused again and quickly looked at Sudan questioningly and asked in a low voice. Dude, what do you want me to do there? What kind of place is it? Will I be caught by this? A group of people secretly killed it. Sudan replied in a low voice, don't you want to change jobs? In that place you have a lot of choices. When your level attributes increase, you can come back and seek revenge from those level 7 monsters. How about you, May? I want to take Zindela to farm a dragon for fun. Game developers are awesome. In your own game, do whatever you want. He entered the game and was brutally killed by a small monster in seconds. And when Sudan enters the game, he is directly the god-level white-haired queen as a follower, and he doesn't have to do anything, and he plans to get a dragon. Dragon, that is the strongest creature in the fantasy world. Sudan is actually going to engage in that thing. Just when Tony was complaining, Karl Ma said, would you like to go to Presidium with me? Yes, definitely yes, let's go, Tony replied subconsciously. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Change job to a yarn ball. Hold on to Sudan's big moon retreat, the goddess will have it and the dragon rider will have it too. Will it still be such a small career? However, now that he has spoken, Karl Ma has also decided that a state has been bound to him immediately following the apocalypse Karl Ma to Presidio. This skill is forced to follow, a novice, there is no way to cancel it. It felt like an invisible rope stretched out from Karl's hand, tying Tony, the prodigal son, and walking towards the southeast with tight support. I don't want to, I won't go, I don't want to, Tony yelled in his heart, looking at Sudan who was getting further and further away. His mood was the same as watching his old father go out to work, and a son could only secretly wipe away his tears feel the same. Powerless and sad, rot. The dragon's lair is in Ionia, but in this world Zindela has the power set by her and it is not a problem for a mere dragon that is, a dragon. It is even said that creatures like the dragon often appear in the sight of the Ionians, for example, it is short of food or it has produced something. However, these monsters are not the ferocious and bloodthirsty monsters in the novels, but some magical creatures full of beauty. That's fine, fly directly to the dragon's nest to see if there are any dragon eggs, if not, then tame a dragon to play. I still don't believe it. In this world there are women who like to work more than they like leisure. Along the coast of the Ionian continent there are many magical creatures living up and down the ocean, which can be understood as monsters. Not to mention anything else, if this ocean is placed in the real world, he can guarantee that this area is definitely one of the top tourist destinations in the world. Hearing Sudan's inquiry, Zindela still kept a cold face, as if he was still thinking about not giving her face in front of Karl Masan. No, if there really is such a dreamy sea in the real world, where magical creatures of various shapes roam around, he will definitely be the first to make an offer to buy this piece of land. Zindela, have you seen such a beautiful scene before? Sudan pointed to the dreamy ocean-like beauty. Zindela has the ability to use the dark power to suspend the two of them in the air. In the air, Sudan can see farther. He will not intentionally please a woman since he is not willing to look at the scenery then do some practical things. Why don't you speak? Seeing that even a virtual woman can be so cold, Sudan immediately lost his temper. Such a beautiful scenery, I really don't want to be occupied by others. HMPH, Zindela sneered. In real life he had never seen a woman who dared to be so cold in front of him, and now in the game there was one. Zindela's strength is actually more than enough to deal with the dragon. In the game, a Zindela who has no equipment to fight the dragon may be sprayed to death by the dragon. At the same time, in the Noxus army, a long-haired man was carrying a sledgehammer, listening casually to the speech of the boss NPC. No matter what billionaire you are in real life or the Prince of God's domain in the game, you still have to listen to the nagging of NPCs. If you dare to disobey the NPC casually, it will bring about a sharp drop in favorability. Favorability has dropped, hidden missions are gone forever like flowing water. Or, if you dare to take advantage of your attributes and kill a certain NPC, you will probably be rounded up by a group of guards 100 times. So even if the people above are saying some old pep talk, Thor has to stand there. From the very beginning, he aspired to be a Noxus general and then lead the army to a duel with his friends who were born in Dalmatia. But now, the battle between Noxus and Dalmatia has not yet come to him, and he has a share in the mission of attacking Ionia. Definitely, he has not become a general of Noxus yet, he is just a soldier, otherwise he would have to listen to the nonsense of that general NPC. He knew about the place where Ionia was attacked. It is said that it is a very beautiful place, rich in resources and full of beauties, and to attack Ionia the Noxus army needs to cross the sea in warships. This is the first time Noxus has attacked Ionia. When the leader's nonsense is over, Thor simply finds a place to sit and close his eyes to rest. On the same boat as Thor there is also a very tiger woman. Her name is Riven and she is a woman that Thor is afraid of. He who is holding a hammer often sees her holding a machete, so he quickly hides away. Her position in the army is one level higher than Thor, and she is the swordsman captain of the swordsman team. It is equivalent to the modern Special Forces captain, and Thor is just an ordinary member of the commando on the same ship. "Hey, the one with the hammer over there." A voice terrified Thor, and Riven walked over with her rune blade in hand. The rune blade in her hand is undoubtedly an artifact. If it were in reality, Thor would be worthy of Riven because he also has an artifact. But in the game, what he holds in his hand is just a Noxus blacksmith who built it according to the shape requirements. The long boat trip made Thor drowsy, but Riven's voice, like a lightning strike, made him shiver. Thor stood up with the hammer in his hand, trying to correct his attitude, facing the boss, and said, "Good morning, Master Swordsman. I seem to have seen you somewhere. What's your name?" Riven asked suspiciously. She is the one with the highest rank on this warship, and she is arrogant. Hearing this, Thor couldn't help thinking of the challenge in the Noxus army. Noxus respects strength. No matter where you are from, as long as you have ability, you can become a master. If the newcomers beat the experienced veterans in the challenge activities, they can advance continuously. He just happened to be matched with Riven, and as a result, he was hit so badly that his blood bars almost disappeared. My name is Thor. Does the swordsman have any missions?" After so many days of playing the game, he has gradually figured out how the game is played and asked from time to time if he has any missions. All in all, good. However, today, Riven didn't release any missions, it's just out of curiosity. "Oh, I seem to have a little impression of you. You are the only recruit who resisted my 3 swords." Yes, Thor's face was a bit ugly, and now the 2 NPCs can mock him. If Sif and the others saw it, wouldn't they die laughing? "How about becoming the great general of Noxus?" "Oh, recruit, I'm optimistic about you. The front is about to reach the shore and the battle is about to start. Don't die." After finishing speaking, Riven held the rune blade and walked towards the other side, as if treating Thor as an indifferent existence. Ionia, province of Navali. When they saw the wolf-like warship on the sea, the Ionian warriors were ready to fight. Before the Balance sect sent 2 ninjas to investigate Sudan and Zindela, they were afraid of something that would affect the balance. Is something affecting the balance? And Ionia is a peace-loving continent. As far as the army is concerned, it basically does not exist. The people suddenly hoarding in Navali province are basically militias. The fighting power of these soldiers is not even 1/3 of the fighting power of the Noxus army. The battle is about to start. The first is a rain of arrows. Under this dense rain of arrows, Ionia's troops fell in pieces. It wasn't until the Noxus army emptied every inch of the arrows on the warship that the Black Army rushed forward with howls. Facing Noxus, the Tiger and Wolf army, the Ionian warriors will stick to their homeland even if they die. In the culture of Ionia, there is a strong affection for this land of birth, so even if they die, they will drag back. Facing such Ionian warriors who are defending to the death, even the mighty Noxus army can hardly capture this land in a short time. Coupled with the away game, it is very unfavorable to them. Supplies are the primary problem. No matter how much equipment and food they have on the transport ship, it is limited, but the Ionians can always get constant support in their hometown. When the battle reached the 11th day, the commander of the Noxus army understood that although these Ionian troops were very weak, their spirit would never yield. If they continue to consume these 3.5 ways, they will only exhaust their food and supplies, and even if they do not lose in the end, it will be nothing. However, if driving such a huge army fails, it would be a lost war for Noxus originally. In order to win this war, the upper echelon began to do whatever it takes. Swordsman Riven has been assigned a secret mission. Her team to escort another regiment through the warring province of Navali. She didn't go into details and she didn't have the authority to question her superiors. She only knew that this battle group possessed a batch of secret weapons. If these secret weapons were deployed behind enemy lines, the Noxus battle would soon be won. Victory, Riven, who was willing to shed her blood for the sake of Noxus, agreed without even thinking about it. However, what Riven didn't know was that the leader of this warband hired an alchemist from Zaun to develop a vicious chemical weapon. Her regiment of swordsmen escorted a caravan filled with fragile crockery. Riven really didn't understand what use such a broken thing would be in a war, but since she has accepted this task, she can only carry it out to the end. Traveling through the unfamiliar Navali province is already a very difficult thing. And just to escort some fragile crocs, and just to have a nasty storm. The storm caused mudslides, and no matter how strong Riven's swordsmen were, they would not be able to deal with this kind of natural disaster. The convoy was overturned by the mudslides and the earthen jars were overturned around them. The so-called blessings and misfortunes never come singly. Just after they suffered natural disasters, soon they encountered man-made disasters. A group of Ionian warriors who were more elite than those on the main battlefield found them and surrounded them. Faced with the suppression of the number of people, Riven can only grit her teeth and fight hard. Her rune blade is as wide as a shield, and it has the enchantment of Pale Lady on it, so it is unambiguous in battle, but her swordsman group is not so. Luckily, 29 looking at the fallen comrades around her, Riven understood that she couldn't break through with her strength alone, so he intends to ask for support. It is not a shame to ask for support on the battlefield, but if the support is in place, the glory of victory will come soon. However, when she sent out a signal for help, what responded to her was a burning arrow. This burning arrow drew a long trajectory and fell from the other end of the ridge. When seeing this scene, Riven had mixed feelings in her heart. From such a simple action, it can be seen that she was being used. This group of fighters is actually a bait with a torpedo attached, and the fishermen have been walking with them all the time. Just waiting for this moment to detonate the torpedo. This is definitely no longer a Noxus territorial expansion war but a pure killing of the Ionians, and this kind of killing is regardless of the cost. Even their elite swordsman group among the elite will be a tribute. Riven looked at the rocket and almost subconsciously raised the wide rune blade in her hand, blocking it in front of her. The burning arrow precisely hit the rear compartment, and in an instant the contents of those crock pots were revealed. Boom! In an explosion, the scorching poisonous mist spread wildly. The Ionian warriors, who had made their swordsman group overwhelmed, suddenly turned ferocious. Under the scorching poisonous mist, their skin bubbled rapidly and then burst out a puddle of stinky pus. People howled crazily. The sound was even more frightening than the meowing of a black cat in the middle of the night. It was like a scream that pierced the soul. Ordinary people cannot experience this kind of pain, because the human body will faint in a self-protective way after enduring a certain amount of pain. But under these scorching poisonous fog, these people can't faint at all. They have been tortured by the scorching poisonous fog. From the cracking of the skin on the body's surface to the blooming of flesh and blood, exposing the white bones inside, the white bones were quickly corroded and flowed out green mucus. The whole scene was horrific. Those faces and those screams are even more frightening than hell, definitely the same as the Ionians and her own subordinates. In the entire area shrouded in scorching poisonous mist, only Riven escaped with her wide rune blade. This rune blade has the enchantment of the Pale Lady Novice, which temporarily saved Riven's life. However, after she escaped from the area of poisonous fog, she looked at the rune blade in her hand, but she didn't feel any gratitude in her heart. On the contrary, how much she hates this rune blade now. She fought for Noxus in the north and south and made countless contributions. In every battle, the enemy was defeated by her rune blade. As long as she is willing to surrender, she will not kill anyone. For her, fighting is only for the expansion of Noxus territory. However, today's war not only made her see clearly the betrayal of the Noxus army, but also the dirty distortion behind this long-planned battle. I want to smash this great sword, and I will never fight with these two hands again. As she said that, Riven knocked the rune blade in her hand towards the stone beside her with all her strength. This kind of non-skillful head-to-head approach can easily damage the blade. This is exactly what she wanted. However, she seemed to have underestimated the toughness of this rune blade. Amidst the shock, the stone was smashed into pieces by the rune blade, and the entire rune blade didn't even have the slightest damage. That's right, after all, this is the rune blade enchanted by Lady Pale, gifted by Darkwill himself. How could it be so easily damaged? Since nothing could break this rune blade, Riven tried to step on it with her feet, but no matter how brutal and violent she was, she couldn't step on this rune blade. You want to break the rune blade? It's easy to do, I'll break it for you. Riven followed the sound and looked back, only to see a handsome young man holding a huge egg in her arms, followed by a beautiful white-haired woman. At this moment, a voice came from 167 behind Riven, so Sudan decided to take this huge amounts of egg back and fry it up. No, I don't want to do this. I must smash this rune blade, I want to prove my heart, Ruizia said stubbornly. With Zindella wandering on the continent of Ionia for a long time, I found the dragon's lair, killed the purgatory worm, and took its eggs. What about scrambled eggs? However, for some reason, this purgatory dragon egg can no longer hatch. I don't know how human players will react when they eat a scrambled dragon egg in this game. Add attributes or directly get dragon blood? This person is Sudan. After he returned from Tony's house, he also played League of Legends from time to time. Obviously, she has decided not to fight anymore, but her weapon is still intact. Does this mean that she will continue to fight with Noxus all the time? She managed to get out of the poisonous fog and ran here, seeing that the clothes on the person who came here did not look like Ionians. He wants fried dragon eggs now, it's like a mockery of fate to her. It's just that the eggshell of this dragon egg is too rocky, ordinary stones and even props can't break this egg. Just passing by here, I saw Riven who was suffering from how to destroy the blade. Who are you? Riven asked in surprise. There are too many programs I have coded and I forgot how to set them up at that time. Is that a Noxus hunt? Therefore, Riven didn't have a good look on her face. As you can see, I'm a man, Sudan said rascally. He still has a deep impression on Riven. Although he couldn't learn the speed of light QA before, it didn't affect his liking for show operations. Even if it's 0 to 21 to 0 record, he has to become a happy jumping bunny. Originally, Riven would go to find Yasuo's master and ask Yasuo's master to smash this rune blade with Yufeng's swordsmanship, but Yasuo's master is also an iron brother, and in the process of smashing the rune blade, I accidentally got stabbed to death by fragments. Because he was killed by Yufeng's swordsmanship, Yasuo was blamed for a while. It seems that by coming here I can avoid that tragedy. Can you break this rune blade? Riven didn't believe Sudan, even though the person standing in front of her was the creator god of this game. This virtual game is interesting because everyone in it has an independent AI, which can achieve the same thinking ability as humans. Sudan put the purgatory lesser dragon egg on the ground and then said, "Look at this dragon egg, I can kill even a dragon and I can't even break a small rune blade." Riven cast her eyes on that giant egg. To be honest, she has never seen a dragon egg. Dragons do exist in Runeterra and many people have witnessed them, but there are only a handful of people in this world who can defeat dragons. But in that list, there doesn't seem to be such a young man. Who knows if this is a real dragon egg or a fake dragon egg? Then your rooster can still lay such a big egg, Sudan complained and then walked towards Riven unprepared. Come on, let me try, I always have to try if I can break it. Try it. Riven planted the runeblade in the ground, then stepped back cautiously. She can't trust the man in front of her right now. Even if she really wants to break this Noxus obsession, she still needs to ensure that she will not be attacked. What if this handsome man is the executioner of Noxus? However, Sudan didn't care about Riven at all. He walked up to Runeblade and observed the information of Runeblade from the player's perspective. Runeblade, Platinum quality. Equipment requirements, Strength 100. IX plus 125. HP plus 500. Strength. Active skill, Gale Slash. Swing a fan-shaped shockwave in front of you, causing physical damage with attack power asterisk 5.0. In terms of attributes alone, this is a very good platinum weapon. It's a pity, now it can only be used to crack eggshells, otherwise if I throw it to Tony I'm afraid that guy will kneel down and call him daddy. It's just that the equipment requirements for this weapon are also very strict, and it even needs 100 points of strength. His current attribute is a Buddha type plus point method, and his strength value is only worth 77 points. But it is not difficult for the creator god of this game to call out the console through the secret method left behind. As the god who controls everything, he can play whatever he wants in this game, but usually he doesn't like to turn on the console because playing games like that is boring. But it's not PK now, it's just helping an NPC break the rune blade. It's understandable to use it occasionally. Enter a command to destroy, and the rune blade, which was still intact on the ground, suddenly shattered like glass. The power of magic dissipated in the air and the runes were gradually wrapped in pieces. The rune blade is huge, 7 or 8 times larger than ordinary weapons, and the fragments on the ground are piled up into a huge pile. Seeing that the rune blade, which she couldn't break no matter how much she smashed, shattered on the spot, Riven's expression was horrified. Even with her own imagination, she could only imagine that this rune blade was destroyed by some powerful force, but she had never seen such a thing that shattered into a pile of dregs with a light touch. No, I never thought about it. Could it be that the mysterious man in front of him is an arcane master in the world? Please, may I ask your honorable name? Sudan didn't hear Riven's inquiry because he quickly picked up a fragment of rune blade on the ground, excitedly ran to the purgatory drake egg and smashed it vigorously. Sure enough, the hard work paid off and the dragon eggs quickly shattered under the impact of the rune blade. Zindella at the side hurriedly used psychokinesis to close it, and Sudan took advantage of this gap to use the mysterious code again, directly cooking the broken dragon egg into a hard-boiled egg. The portion of boiled dragon eggs is very large. It can be used as food for a week. 99. Introduction: after eating, it can permanently increase the strength attribute by 1 point. Permanently increases strength. Although it is only a small amount, but he has 99 servings, that is to say, if he eats all of these, he can increase his strength by 99 points. As the creator god of this game, he can completely cheat, but enjoying the joy of this harvest is completely different from cheating. Mean. Zindella has used such delicious food. She was feared by all kinds of people since she was a child. Later, she was even more humble in her practice and she was sealed for thousands of years. But unable to bear the rules of the follower and the master, Zindella could only open her mouth full of willingness and ate the dragon egg. Come on, Zindella, I will reward you with a dragon egg. As soon as the dragon egg enters Danu's mouth, the deliciousness explodes in the mouth instantly. Zindella, such a beautiful white-haired queen, is now being stuffed into her mouth like this. Who can resist it? Human beings' pursuit of delicious food is second only to X-grain. More, come on, no, you're going to finish my food. You still want it, please do it, I will give it to you if you want it. If Zindella wasn't Sudan's follower, at the moment might be violent at this moment. This is the classic method used by straight steel men to forcibly flirt with girls. But now, eating this incomparable and extremely delicious dragon egg is not to mention how refreshing it is. I want more. I just heard her say in a tone that is contrary to the queen's temperament, I want more. Zindella, a magician with the most stable single-body burst, has actually added a lot of power attributes in a row. She almost forgot what food tastes like. It's worth it, I'll eat it all for you, Tilda. As he spoke, Sudan took out a dragon egg from his backpack, took the dragon egg with his chopsticks and stuffed it into Zindella's mouth. The system is very user-friendly and it is automatically equipped with disposable tableware. The war of Noxus invasion of Ionia is still going on. Sudan and Zindella took a short break to watch this classic battle. This is the first time that Noxus invaded Ionia on a large scale. In this first war, there was no scene given by Nea Sohasa in the Awakening CG. That CG is about the second full-scale invasion of Ionia by Noxus. In that war, Irelia, Akali, Kennen, Karlma, Yasuo, and others all joined the battle. Is wonderful. In comparison, the first battle actually had nothing to watch, it seemed a bit boring. But just when Sudan was about to leave, Yu Guang suddenly noticed a big man with a hammer in the battlefield. It is not uncommon for a hammer to be used as a weapon. In the Noxus Legion, it is not mandatory for soldiers to carry a fixed weapon, but according to personal preference which weapon they are good at, they can bring what weapon. However, the shape of this person is very familiar. Hammer, golden retriever, armor, red cape. That's Thor. Sudan squinted his eyes and watched carefully. It's really Thor. I didn't expect that guy to create a set of exactly the same equipment for himself in the game. Who is Thor? Zindela took the initiative to care about Sudan's affairs for the first time, perhaps because of the effect of the dragon egg meal. Sure enough, women have to stuff their mouths. Who said there is a problem with the way straight men attack? Come out and get beaten. Soon, dear, high cold doesn't exist. My friend in another world is the man over there who was beaten on the ground with a hammer. Oh, another world, Zindela was a little puzzled. Although she knew that Sudan's state was a little special, she didn't know what it was. It's all a void. Sudan looked sideways at Zindela's beautiful face and that pair of incomprehensible long moons and said with some excitement, "Do you want to go to my other world? I can take you there." In this virtual game, each character has an independent personality. It was AI at the beginning, but now with the strengthening of Mind Gem, it is estimated that it has become a living being like Ultron. And it's very simple to bring this kind of life form from the game into reality. Just exchange her from the points mall. What are you doing in your world? Is there any difference between your world and this world? Zindela asked. Definitely different. In my Seajag world, there are big birds in the sky with manned flights, all kinds of delicacies on the ground, and swimsuits in the sea. There are big sharks. Zindela can now automatically filter important information, and she asked with some expectation. Food, what's there? Not to mention anything else, have you tried spicy soup? I haven't heard of it, what is that? Hee, don't blame me for not telling you. A bowl of malatang has to be eaten 10 times a night. Why? Can't you eat it all at once? Sudan chuckled and looked at Zindela's big long moon retreat. It's definitely not enough to eat. If you are caught by such a pair of big long moon backs, 10 times a night is not enough. Even if you die here, you are willing to die. How is it, do you want to go? Zindela was silent. Pointing to the ground, she suddenly said, that friend of yours is about to be beaten to death. Following Zindela's direction, sure enough, Thor was pinned to the ground by several Ionian warriors. Although his armor was extremely thick, he couldn't stand the beating by these people, has now been hammered into a muggle. Damn, these Ionian warriors should beat Thor to death. It's time to divert people's attention. Those people are invaders and enemies of Ionia. Do you think we should help Ionia and kill all these enemies? Sudan asked. Helping Ionia is not because I have any feelings for Ionia, but because Ionia is the place of birth chosen by his character. In his setting, killing the enemy is rewarded with honor and reputation. Prestige can be exchanged for various limited rarities, although those so-called rare products are just a code for him. Listening to Sudan's words, Zindela shook her head. These stupid people call this the land of birth, but I don't feel any warmth here. Who I help depends on my mood. Then now, a glamorous queen's smile slowly emerged from the corner of Zindela's mouth. The vermilion lips parted lightly and said, "Definitely kill them all." At the same time as the voice fell, the entire Navali province shook. Zindela's strength is incomparable. She wants to shake the earth. It is only a matter of thought. Earthquake! Is the soul of Ionia awakened? Everyone run away. All kinds of shouts suddenly appeared in the battlefield below. The Ionian warriors were shouting, and the Noxus army was roaring. They have already suffered a lot on the continent of Ionia in the past few days. Although this continent is said to be miraculous in the legends, but after seeing it for real, I realize that it is even more miraculous than the legends. But this kind of magic is costing the soldiers with their lives. However, this is not an earthquake, it is actually just a small move by Zindela. At the same time, Sudan's system prompt panel is also constantly flashing data. This prestige is really a good thing, but this crime is absolutely untouchable. Congratulations, you have won the title of Megatron 4Cs. A series of prestige and crimes directly swiped the screen. Congratulations. You have been awarded the title of Scary. Reminder, no matter which city-state you appear in, you will be arrested by the guards. But after thinking about it, I still endured it. If Zindela is let go, she will turn her face and deny her, then it will be the end of the calf. Prestige +1. Only at this moment, he really wants to cancel the follower relationship with Zindela. Soon, due to the large-scale massacre in Zindela, even the prestige title and the crime title were brushed out. Sin +1. Congratulations, you have won the title of Famous Quartet. Now there was an earthquake again inexplicably. Prestige +1. Sin +1. Congratulations, you have won the title of Heinous. Dan wanted to cry, but at this moment, he didn't even care to see how many reputations he had earned. The eye-catching red color of the crime value has already made people into the kind of situation where everyone shouts and beats the rats in the street. Amidst the trembling of the earth, the rocks collapsed, burying many nearby battle groups alive, no matter whether these people were Noxus or Ionia. In short, they were killed indiscriminately. In the battlefield below, Thor looked around in bewilderment. He had gained a lot of experience in this war, and he had been promoted to 5 levels in just a few days. Although he was basically doing random assists, he didn't kill many enemies solo and he didn't accumulate much military exploits. But in this virtual game where the level is extremely difficult to raise, this experience alone is considered a generous reward. However, God seems to have made a joke with him. This time it is said that there is a secret weapon and Noxus launched a large number of troops to attack Ionia again. 70% of the troops on the battlefield are Noxus. However, there was an earthquake suddenly. Whether it was the Noxus army or the Ionian warriors, all of them were killed or injured in this earthquake countless. When Thor escaped a collapse by chance, he suddenly turned his attention to the sky. What is that? Thor couldn't believe it. Based on his understanding of the game, it seems that players have never been able to fly. However, when he looked up, there was a player in the sky that day. Players and NPCs are still very easy to distinguish. Although he knew that that person was the player, but because the distance was too far, he couldn't check the basic information of the player and he couldn't even see the other person's face. It's impossible. Why are some players able to fly now? Is this a bug? Just as Thor was startled, the earthquake debris smashed him into a ball of white light. He was instantly killed. At the same time, in his system panel, a death notice also appeared. You were killed by player Dan. Standing up again from the resurrection point, Thor looked aggrieved. Games are made by others. They have the ability to do everything and everything belongs to them. Then he opened the list of enemies and privately chatted with Dan. Can you take me to an upgrade? He didn't even want to pursue the responsibility of being killed once. Anyway, in the game, he wouldn't lose a piece of meat even if he died once. As long as you can find experience and get good equipment, you can talk about anything. As long as you have milk, you are a mother. However, the message he sent was overwhelming and Dan didn't reply for a long time. It's not that Dan doesn't want to bring Thor, but the camps are now hostile, just like gangs fighting in an online game. Both sides are famous and a group skill will accidentally hurt. What's more serious now is that Dan has been dubbed the most heinous criminal in the history of Ionia. As long as you are an Ionian, you will take the initiative to attack him when you see him. Moreover, the evil value in the background is still rising constantly. Definitely, in addition to these, there is also a steady stream of experience, and there are many elite monsters in the battlefield below whose level soars like a train. I have to admit that Zindello alone can decide the outcome of a war. Although Ionia also lost a lot of fighters, but the final victor must be Ionia. The Noxian army is defeated. In this way, Noxus' first invasion of Ionia ended in this way. After a day of gaming, Dan took off his gaming helmet and sat up slowly. Since the Cube server has the blessing of Mind Gem, when the player is playing the game, the mental power can be strengthened. Therefore, when he returned to reality, he felt refreshed like a good night's sleep. Stretching comfortably, he got up and began to wash. I spent 3 days in the game, but actually only spent 1 day in reality. Now it happens to be morning and there are meals prepared by Riva in the restaurant. While eating breakfast, I got used to watching the news in the new place. News from our station. A devastating tsunami broke out in the island country recently, submerging 80% of the land, and the disaster situation is very serious. The Earth Alliance has given great help, but the island country has been unable to recover. Seeing this news, a strange smile appeared on Suzhou's face. If the prediction is correct, this so-called devastating tsunami was actually deliberately planned by some people in the Earth Alliance. In the last meeting, someone proposed to get rid of the island country. The disintegration of the island country is a good thing after all. After all, when Dan established the Antarctic military distribution, he deliberately isolated the island country. Originally, they just wanted the island country to slowly die under the pressure of huge amounts of competition. In less than 5 years, the island country would become the most backward country in the world. But without anyone taking action, the island country has already existed in name only. Ask for flowers. But now such a thing happened. Continue to watch the news. The remaining girls and children from the island countries have been transferred to the residences provided by the Earth Alliance. Next, they will enjoy the generous policies of the Earth Alliance. However, due to this disaster, the ocean has been polluted on a large scale. According to expert analysis, there is no nuclear leak in this pollution, just the island nation is heavily polluted by garbage. In the past, the island country was a magical country, with nuclear leaks and pollution at every turn. There are also pictures of various marine organisms mutating under radiation on the internet. The problem of energy pollution has long been brought to the attention of countries all over the world, but the real solution has not been very perfect. Seeing this, Sudan suddenly heard the blue tubular body extracted by Selvig in Tesseract. That thing is definitely untainted because it's the power of the Tesseract. Just one as thick as a thumb can provide energy for the Antarctic military industry for a whole month. It seems that the production of this new energy, this kind of pollution-free energy, has to be accelerated, which is also a good thing for the Earth. The development of Antarctic enterprises around the world has brought about changes in all aspects of the world. The first is in terms of military strength, and the second is in terms of city construction. Urban construction guides human life. At present, 3 super cities have been built in the world. One is New York and the other 2 are Huaxia Capital and Magic City. The city is full of elements of the future era, at least leading mankind into 200 years. But similarly, such a super city also brings a sharp increase in pollution emissions. Even though the governments of various countries are already strictly controlling environmental pollution, judging from big data, after the completion of these 3 super cities, the amount of pollution emissions has suddenly increased by 2.5 times. Therefore, it is very necessary to use new energy. This is not just a matter of profit or not, but the responsibility that must be assumed for the changes in the world. If you rashly improve the city and cause all kinds of serious pollution, which leads to a chain reaction, it will be human beings who will suffer in the end. It's just that the energy extraction of Tesseract is a technical job after all, and it can't be forced. Selvig studied for so long before he figured out the way. Even if he is equipped with a large number of assistants, he can't be like a large-scale machine that says mass production is mass production. However, this is not a problem. Now he has 2 energy solutions in his hands. One is Selvig's Tesseract extract, and the other is a reactor combined with Antarctic technology. The first type is difficult to achieve mass production, but the second type, Whiplash Vank, has been developed at the base of the Antarctic military industry. This kind of reactor is also a new energy source that does not pollute the environment. A large reactor can supply the daily consumption of a heavy industrial enterprise. However, not everyone can afford this kind of large reaction furnace because a lot of precious materials are needed in the production process, and it is estimated that only those big groups in the world can afford it. 977. After breakfast, Sudan drove directly to the Antarctic military industry. Last time I told Vank that we would use new elements in the reactor and that new element comes from Tesseract in the final analysis. Back then, Howard Stark got the Tesseract and discovered new elements after conducting research which left a foreshadowing for Tony. Now, Tesseract is in the hands of Sudan and it is not too much to use it. Walking into the Antarctic military base, we didn't stop much and walked directly to Vank's laboratory. The working environment he gave Vank can be said to be world-class, dozens of times better than Tony's basement workshop. Sudan has always attached great importance to talents. "Oh, you're here." Vank was in a negative mood because the last time he went back to Siberia to visit his pet parrot, he found that he had already starved to death in the room. For so many years, apart from the old man who died of illness, the rest who accompanied him was that broken bird. However, a dead bird cannot be brought back to life, and it will take time to get used to finding a new favorite. "Vank, what's the progress? You know Tony Stark made a new reactor in just one day." Sudan stepped forward and asked. you can't admit defeat here. Wank hesitated for a moment and then said honestly, maybe Stark is indeed better than me, but I also have something better than him. I have only made a small reactor so far. As for I still need a few days for the one that is as big as the mech. The small one has already been made, Sudan was slightly surprised. Although Vank is a talent that does not belong to Tony, not everyone in this world can become Tony Stark. Sometimes when someone else's BGM is played, the idea will be clear. Vank can make a small-scale second-generation reactor so quickly, which is really great. Yes, it's the same size as my chest before. It will take some time to make it the size of the mecha's chest. No problem, I'll give you time, Sudan laughed. Afterwards, he took the second-generation reactor, left Vank's workshop and walked towards Selvig. Last time, according to Selvig's request, he recruited a group of young and promising assistants to focus on the production of new energy. Now, I don't know how many have been produced. The place where Selvig is working now is not so much a laboratory as a small factory. Nearly 100 meters before and after, there is a huge amounts of machine in the center, and Tesseract is placed in the center of the machine. When definitely Sudan walked in, Bayan saw a group of researchers in white coats surrounding Selvig. The two of them did not tell these assistants the real information of Tesseract, only that it was new energy production. After all, Tesseract is not a joke. Although these people have gone through layers of screening, they must be defensive. Hearing footsteps, someone turned around and found Sudan. "Boss," one of the assistants called respectfully. Sudan nodded and turned his attention to Selvig, who was busy. Selvig is also an old man with a weird temper. Under normal circumstances, if he is doing something seriously, he usually won't talk to others. What? Facing Sudan's unprecedented words, Selvig was a little confused. Wasn't he anxious before? Why did he take his time now? 27? Sudan didn't care about the number but said, "Okay, let me bring 10 first. I need to spread this kind of energy." The assistants didn't know what the old doctor was talking about, but Sudan knew that the beauty of Tesseract was different from ordinary beauty. "Okay, I know you came here to urge me, but I'm sorry I haven't made 27 until now," Selvig said. After a long time, Selvig sighed slowly. "Oh God, no matter how many times I look at it, it is the most beautiful creation in the world." He naturally knew the purpose of Sudan's coming, and he also wanted to make thousands of finished products at once, but some things can't be obtained in a hurry. "Promote out?" Hearing the word promote, Selvig was a little surprised. At first he thought that with such a magical power, Sudan would definitely take it for himself, but he didn't expect to make such a plan. "But our production volume is far from enough, it's a bit difficult to supply." Such a careful invention of Selvig has won Sudan's kindness. Tesseract's extract is a blue tubular body, and most people really don't know how to use it when they see it. After saying this, he noticed that Sudan had appeared in his workshop. To promote it and enter the market means that it needs to be supplied in batches, but now he has such an excellent team under his hands, but he still cannot produce at the ideal speed. There is a very simple device in the suitcase. You only need to insert the Tesseract extract into it. It has an interface on the outside and the user can take it and connect it by himself. The most common electrician can operate it. At the moment, he was observing the machine carefully. My 2.6 means follow your normal procedures to ensure the quality and don't make rough work for the sake of rushing. If he takes his time, he can make it by himself, so why call so many assistants? "Don't rush, take your time," came over with a box. Selvig nodded in a daze. He suddenly felt that Huxia people's words were too difficult to understand. "Oh, by the way, I also made converters for these products and the operation is very simple." Selvig seemed to have suddenly remembered something and quickly walked towards the workbench not far away. "And with this device, you can directly use the Tesseract extract as a battery." With this set and the new element reactor, Sudan released the news to the outside world again. Although this news was not in the form of an advertisement, it reached the ears of the leaders of various countries with lightning speed. Leaders of various countries have called to invite them, urging them to share new energy technologies as soon as possible. Definitely, technology is not possible to share, only these finished products are sold. Today, Antarctic companies still have great influence in the world, and because of Sudan's words, many international forces trying to win Sudan's favor spontaneously held a new energy conference. What's more, this new energy conference was held in the large exhibition hall closest to Sudan's house. Sudan came here as a distinguished guest. In fact, 90% of the people here are waiting for Sudan's arrival. The car drove directly to the edge of the red carpet. Amid waves of cheers, Sudan got out of the car with his secretary Mai Shiranui. 29 directly ignored the reporters on both sides who were frantically seeking new hot spots and gossip and walked towards the interior of the exhibition hall. The first thing to look at is the title of New Energy Conference in the exhibition hall. The graphic design style, no matter how you look at it, seems to be imitating the signboard design of Antarctic Company, and there is no need to say more about the specific meaning of it. Entering the exhibition hall, the outermost area is still the classic new energy vehicles. The theme of new energy vehicles has been around the world for more than 10 years. When people found that the pollution of automobile exhaust was serious, they had already begun to try new energy vehicles. Even relevant agencies have given various preferential policies for new energy vehicles. However, after so many years, new energy vehicles still cannot develop. Due to limited technology, the horsepower of the new energy vehicles they produce is seriously insufficient. Ordinary new energy vehicles can only drive on urban flat land, and the taxi companies have the largest number of users. Those who are really willing to buy new energy vehicles are few on the street. A car with insufficient horsepower is as boring as a man who leaks prematurely, and few people like it. After crossing the new energy vehicles on the outside, continue to step on the red carpet and walk towards the inside. At this time, you can find many sand sculpture inventions. It has to be said that these people are still too full after all. In order to save water resources, the shower device with the least consumption has been developed. As long as people lie in it, they can take a shower in an instant, like washing in all directions. In order to set off firecrackers, a 100-ring sound and light firework was developed. As the name suggests, it uses projection technology to create a beautiful firework and uses sound instead of explosions to obtain a substitute. In order to deal with garbage, a garbage compression and packaging machine has been developed. This machine has only one model. It looks like an excavator. According to the introduction above, it is said that it can compress a cubic meter of garbage into a basketball. In short, there are countless sand sculpture inventions. It is estimated that if Wang Duoyu is here, he may vote for these projects. Sudan walked directly to the center of the venue, where people from relevant departments of various countries have been waiting for a long time. I probably glanced at it, but I already knew the origins of these people. After all, the Antarctic military branch was going to be established all over the world. During that time, his average sleep time was only 4 hours a day, and he spent a lot of time negotiating with these departments in various countries. Because of the attributes of the Antarctic military industry, it is still a heavy industry in theory, and the problem of heavy industry pollution has always been a major problem in the world. If these people here do not approve, the base of the Antarctic military industry branch cannot be built, and in the end they have to find their leader, Mr. Now that the Antarctic military industry has such a huge influence on the whole world, these politicians who changed their faces faster than turning the pages of a book greeted them with disgusting smiles. Mr. Sudan is here. Hello, Mr. Sudan, I am XXXX, room Roman 20. It's basically such a routine. Definitely, some people were against the Antarctic military industry and some were very supportive of him. Among them, Huaxia Kingdom was greeted by the head of the top, and all the roads below were green lights without any obstacles, and even received free support during the construction. Mr. Su, it's really not easy to see such a busy person like you show up. A man in his 50s who came up to say hello with a Huxia character face and big saber eyebrows looked very dignified. Mr. Su, what is this? Minister Huaxia asked. When Sudan came here, he didn't want to talk nonsense, so he winked at Mai Shiranui behind him. Everyone focused their eyes on this small object, and their intuition told them that the thing in Chen Dan's hand was not simple. This is new energy, and the whole world will use it in the future, he said confidently. You said that this is a new energy that will be used all over the world in the future, is that right? However, Sudan did chuckle and casually handed the blue tubular body to Minister ***, then turned to the white man just now and asked with a smile. If I ask you to send your wife's fruit photo, show it to everyone, would you like to? Mai Shiranui understood and handed over a tray. White people are left speechless. Sudan is good at this. Untied the red cloth above and saw a blue tubular body on the tray. This blue tubular body was about 10 centimeters long and 3 centimeters in diameter, but this is also a greeting, just talking. But the white man was obviously not convinced. He smiled seasonedly and continued to ask, Mr. Sudan, I'm afraid you don't understand the rules here. We actually need to have the authority to know whether this thing in your hands is harmful. We came here for that. Can you explain it to us briefly? Mr. Sudan, we want to know the detailed information about this thing. What is it and will it cause danger? Asked a man with yellow hair. After all, where the power of the Antarctic military industry is now, Sudan refers to the deer. Sudan just threw away the tray casually and held this exquisite blue tubular body in his hands. It's not easy. If the minister wants to meet, can't he meet at any time? Sudan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Sudan didn't even bother to turn around to look at him and directly turned his back to him and said, You don't need to know, just like the powerful weapon I gave you, just hold it and use it. However, in the ears of other people, this 887 letter turned into arrogance. Such a small tubular body may indeed bring many threats to people of certain forces. After all, the paranoia of persecution is strong. When supplying ammunition, I didn't see them BB, or that. Seeing long guns and short cannons one by one was as kind as seeing a father. Why didn't they ask how the gun was made and what craftsmanship was used? Now it's the turn of energy, so I started to ask questions about this and that. In the final analysis, energy affects the whole world. Under the current situation of rapid technological development, let alone big energy, even if a community loses power overnight, it will be full of resentment. Furthermore, if new energy is really like what Sudan said, wouldn't it be true that he alone has the final say in the world? The military industry is still restricted by the state machinery, and everyone can only lick Sudan at most. This kind of verbal work is nothing in front of these politicians, and they are very skilled. However, once the traditional energy is replaced by this new energy and Sudan is the only controller, the consequences can be imagined. The reason why Sudan is reluctant to say the origin of the blue tubular body is mainly because of Tesseract. This thing is not a formal energy source. Even if the energy contained in the Tesseract is infinite, the trust of the Earth people in this foreign object is not very high. In other words, does he still have to say that he owns Tesseract? Even some smart people in the Battle of New York noticed the thing that opened the wormhole in the sky, and they were guessing whose hands it fell into in the end, but guessing and speaking out are two different things. Mr. Su, how should I use this exquisite thing? Just when everyone was suspicious, Minister Huaxia asked Sudan. This way of expressing one's position clearly means supporting Sudan unconditionally. As the largest country in the world today, Huaxia has received a lot of attention from Antarctic companies in the process of surpassing the United States. Upon hearing Huaxia's statement, these clever politicians responded quickly and stopped asking questions. After all, everyone has become the Earth Alliance and different voices need to be spoken out, and common ideas must also be improved. Sudan smiled slightly and had to admit that the Huxia are the race with the deepest cultural heritage in the world, and this cultural heritage is reflected in their speaking skills. The United States guys can only tell the truth, but the Huaxia people are much smarter. They keep the truth in their hearts and only say half of it in their mouths. You can use this as a battery. If you want to use it, we have already made a base. As for how much energy such a unit can provide, you can just take it back and find a place to try it out. This is a free gift for you. Gift. Others around are jealous. Can something that Sudan alone put forward at this conference, can it be simple? But he just gave it to *** so casually. It's just eccentric, it's disgusting. It's like a rich man walking on the street and giving you 100 million without saying a word. This, Minister Huaxia was flattered, isn't this a bit bad? I just accept it. Just accept it. No one expected that such a technically valuable product was casually presented to others by Sudan, and then others put it in their pockets so generously. That is a new energy source that will affect the whole world in the future. Is it suitable for you to pack it in your pocket like this? How about I give someone to prepare a safe for you? The people from the United States said to Minister Huaxia. However, the minister also played tricks with a smile on his face. Sir, didn't you suspect that this thing is unsafe just now? Then I'll put it in my arms and let it threaten someone like me. What a mockery that smile looks to the United States guy. But in the current situation, no one dares to make a fuss. Everyone is a member of the Earth Alliance. Competition is competition, but we must not tear our skins. Mr. Sudan, we are also willing to try it when we come to Daxia. Hearing this, Sudan spread his hands in regret and said, "What a shame, what a pity." "Ah, it's just one, it's impossible, Mr. Sudan. You said it will replace the Earth's existing energy sources. How can there be only this one? Don't you think you can mass-produce it?" The United States guys obviously don't understand the Huxia language skill. Sudan couldn't help but rolled his eyes. "Yeah, we can't mass-produce it yet, so we can only supply it to Huaxia in the future." This is not good, Mr. Sudan, you shouldn't do this." The people around were almost talking crookedly and their expressions were gradually shape-shifting. It's like Grandpa fed a group of children. Suddenly, one day, he bought a new nutritional product, but in the end, he only fed it to the eldest son, not to the other sons. All of them blushed in anxiety. Shouldn't be doing this. So what should I do? Hearing this rhetorical question, everyone realized how ridiculous their speech was and fell silent. From this point alone, we can intuitively see how wise it was to admit Ivan Vank at the beginning. Before Sudan could open his mouth, the others started to ask. The arc reactor that integrated the Antarctic technology is called the Antarctic reactor. This batch of specially produced and sold products has 3.5 times the energy of the original Stark arc reactor. The guy from the United States was the first to react. He looked at the ruby-like first-generation Antarctic reactor and said, "This is similar to the one in Iron Man's moon. Is there any connection between this and Iron Man? I call it the Antarctic reactor. It is another new energy source developed by Antarctic Enterprises. This is a first-generation reactor. Do you want to try the energy contained in it, guaranteed to blow up the exhibition hall together? Then, can this be put into use in the host country first? No matter what it is, it's free anyway." Don't. Definitely, this is only the first-generation reactor, and the second-generation reactor uses the new elements of Tesseract, which is conservatively estimated to increase by 10 times. But no one dares to answer this question. What do you think? How should I say it? This time, they didn't dare to add more BBS. After all, with the free gift first, maybe the next free gift will fall on their own heads. "What do you think?" Sudan asked back. "Who dares to talk nonsense, not afraid of apologizing? What is this?" "Oh no." At this moment, Sudan winked again at Mai Shiranui behind him and presented the small Antarctic reactor up. Sudan chuckled. "I'm just kidding. After our actual test, this reactor will never explode even if you shoot it with a gun." First of all, Sudan narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "I've always been a fair person, so all of you can order this kind of reactor in advance." Fair? They are so angry that their teeth itch. If Sudan's behavior is considered fair, then there will be no unfair things in the world. However, after thinking about it, as long as you order, you can get the energy device similar to Iron Man, which is not a loss. After all, after Tony Stark announced his identity, everyone noticed the thing on his Iron Man chest. Everyone knows about Tony Stark, and the media reports never stopped talking about the Playboy Tony Stark. Almost everyone in the world knows that he is an ordinary person, and the reason why he can have the capital to become an Iron Man is completely dependent on his steel battlesuit. Honestly, are steel battlesuits hard to make? It's actually not that difficult. It is very simple even for big countries, and it can even be mass-produced. The most difficult part lies in the arc reactor. When Tony was in the court, he even uttered nonsense, saying that his things, other people would not be able to create comfort for many years. And if there is no energy source with enough energy and small enough volume, no matter how many steel battle suits are made, it will be useless. Now, not to mention the issue of whether to hit the face or not, As long as you have this similar reactor 667, then everyone can make a batch of Iron Man or even the Iron Legion by themselves. Su Dan naturally expected the chain reaction brought about by the energy reform, but he doesn't intend to stop it. If people finally use this technology to fight each other, then this race is not worth looking forward to. Excuse me, what is the order price for this reactor? It depends on where you use it. If you use it for urban energy supply, the price of energy is guaranteed to be lower than the original energy price. Sudan smiled and reminded secretly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was also thinking in their hearts. There were many things that they could not decide, but nothing could stop them from thinking. I want to order 1,000 orders. Hearing this, Sudan couldn't help laughing. Mr. Wire, did you make a mistake and told me to order? Haha, this guy must have two eyes. I'm dying of laughter. If you want to talk about the order, go talk to the department. Mr. Sudan hasn't had a drink today. Are you so anxious to make Mr. Sudan busy? Mr. Sudan said that this time is fair. Why are you so anxious? There was a lot of laughter in the exhibition hall, and the white man Weir was immediately blushed. A big man in his 50s who has been in the political arena for so long, his skin is thicker than the corner of the city wall, and finally he blushed here. It's a bit stupid to be true. Sudan put away his smile, picked up a glass of wine on the table next to him, raised it towards everyone, and then drank it down. Respect everyone. Respect Mr. Sudan. Respect Mr. Sudan. Mr. Su. Hearing the sound of a wave, Sudan seemed to see money coming in like a tide. Initiating energy reforms on a global scale, the benefits in the middle are already immeasurable. He also wants to say the phrase, "I'm not interested in money now." Just imagine if after the energy reform, Antarctic companies control even 60% of the world's energy business. Even if they don't have power now, the power they will create is terrifying. Why does he frequently yell at the United States guy now, but the United States guy keeps silent like an iron B*******D? Could it be that the United States guy likes this feeling of shaking M? That's probably a big joke. The reason why the United States did not dare to take action against Sudan when Sudan was so arrogant was because the Antarctic military industry spread all over the world. The whole world needs Sudan. If one person wants Sudan to die, then the remaining 99 people all want Sudan to live and protect him. Everyone knows the benefits. And just the Antarctic military industry has created such a force for him, one can imagine. CJFI what will happen to the energy reform in the future. Now when he sees these politicians, he still needs to toast. In the future, someone else will hold up the glass and say Mr. Respect first. After drinking for 3 rounds, a few people started talking and chatting. The minister frowned and said with some distress, "Well, after the storm in the island country, we were the first victims of the pollution problem. Everyone has tried their best to prevent the spread of pollution, but our coastal areas are still infected after all. Alas, how to do it? Hey buddy, why don't you just block the coastline and open it after cleaning up? You white ghost talking in your sleep. Whether it is energy pollution or garbage pollution, these are the pollution problems of the earth." Sudan also took this matter to heart. If he really wanted to lead the Earth to the interstellar space and make the Earth's civilization respected, he must at least achieve the scale of Shanmir. In his opinion, the best way is to degrade technology. However, there is always something that cannot be recycled in the garbage. Pollution is, after all, a difficult problem that he cannot avoid. It is useless to transfer garbage back and forth. Where is pollution not pollution? The disposal method in the garbage station is not very reliable, otherwise the island country would not cause the serious pollution it is today. Does throwing it into space count as pollution? Not much else to say. Britain is willing to fully support it. Thank you so much. Mr. Su, do you have any good solutions to this pollution? If it can be put into use, we are willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Facing this, he must face it directly. It is said that Sudan can't give an answer directly. He is also thinking about how to deal with the garbage problem, and there is no way to answer it until there is no clear answer. I think everyone should do their best to support Mr. Sudan in this kind of thing. In modern cities, advocating garbage recycling has achieved some remarkable results in this way. Mr. Sudan, I think that if the super degradation technology is successful, it will bring unlimited benefits to human beings, and we are looking forward to it. So he had no choice but to say, Minister, I will go back and create a separate project with Antarctic science and technology. If it is feasible, I will rush to help as soon as possible. However, in terms of energy, he can still rely on Tesseract to carry out reforms, and pollution is a bit difficult to deal with. In the past, people buried garbage and let nature digest it, but it took too long for nature to digest it. In the era of rapid development, even 40 seconds of advertisement is too long for people. When Sudan came to Antarctic technology the next day, someone raised an important matter before mentioning the superdegradation technology. Antarctic Technology Company is a branch of Antarctic Enterprise, formerly the Hardware Development Department of Antarctic Games. When this department developed to a certain extent, Sudan separated it out, and only then did today's Antarctic Technology Company come into existence. At the beginning, this subsidiary focused on various hardware designs, such as the external Lightspeed hard drive when playing StarCraft. In fact, among the consumers, this subsidiary has a nickname called Antarctic Black Technology. As the name suggests, Antarctic technology has independently attracted a large audience during this period. It is no longer satisfied with the development of various hardware and has started to independently produce electronic products. The most interesting thing is that the management system of Antarctic technology is also a wonderful flower of thousands of companies in the world. Everything is handed over to an intelligent program called Red Queen to supervise. When Sudan came here, the Red Queen told him that Nanji Technology has independently developed a smartphone. Smartphones are almost a must-have item for everyone in this era, and now the United States iCrazy is a T1 level smartphone in the world. In the future, it is estimated that Daxia will surpass Love Crazy. On the smartphone, there are still many articles that can be done. For example, one of them is mobile games. Mobile games have huge profits. First of all, the user group of smartphones is very large. With such a foundation, there is no need to worry about the game's future. Didn't there be a mobile game in the previous life and it just became a film league? 5 people sit together and see whose stickers are fast. Secondly, mobile games are convenient. Now virtual games have been released, but the number of headsets released is only 100 million. Facing billions of players around the world, this gaming headset is far from enough. In addition, players also need to work. Not all of them are busy, so just when they are busy, they can play a simple and exciting mobile game when they are busy. Wouldn't it be great? The profits of mobile games are indeed very high, but compared to the things that are said after being popular, it is still not worth mentioning, so we have to wait for the future. Master, this kind of smartphone has an artificial intelligence butler embedded in it. Definitely, many smartphones are doing this now, but the crazy Siri is not comparable to ours. Sudan held the mobile phone in his hand. To be precise, this thing is a wristband no matter how you look at it. However, no one has ever said that mobile phones must be of the brick type. While those people outside are still fighting for a full screen, Antarctic Technology has already produced a new model. Sudan reached out and tapped on the phone, and a virtual screen was projected from the wristband. Stark Industries has already used this technology long ago, but that technology has always been exclusive to them and has not been made into products for sale. But Sudan is different. He is never afraid of others catching up with his skills because it is impossible for anyone to catch up. The probability that other people on the Earth can catch up with Antarctic technology is neither 0.1% nor 0.01%, but a complete zero. Therefore, Antarctic technology never hides its secrets and develops no matter how advanced black technology products can be developed. Hello, I'm your personal smart butler, name it. Sudan was slightly taken aback by an electronic and Cheng tone coming from the mobile phone, thinking that the Red Queen was playing a joke. Because although this is an electronic synthesis sound, it always sounds too intelligent, almost like communicating with a real person. At present, there are probably only JARVIS and Red Queen who can be called smart in the world. After repeated confirmation, Sudan replied, "The name is 123. 123 is named successfully. Hello, I am your personal smart butler 123. What should I call you?" Sudan. Hello, Mr. Sudan, Butler 123 will serve you wholeheartedly. Hiss, why does this sound like a JARVISGO? Sudan asked towards the Red Queen. The Red Queen smiled and replied, actually, it is equivalent to the castrated version of JARVIS. JARVIS is originally a housekeeping program. As long as I want, I can create hundreds of JARVIS at the same time. Definitely, the smart housekeeper in this phone, its ability is really locked in the category of housekeeping program, and it will not make such cross-border actions as JARVIS. Ask for flowers. Sudan is quite satisfied with this point. Although the ability of Tony's JARVIS is far inferior to the Red Queen in the eyes of ordinary people, it is almost the god of electronics and the god of the internet. If such smart programs flood the world, who knows whether the people who buy this smartphone will be good or bad? If such an Antarctic enterprise is not the opportunity of this era, then who is? If bad guys use this smartphone to commit crimes, then Antarctic technology will have to take the blame for him. Doesn't this mean that more than 3,000 units can be produced every day? That's good, Sudan praised. Red Queen's intelligence level is getting higher and higher now. As an intelligent program, she is also constantly learning. He also often has a whim and makes some improvements to the Red Queen's program, causing the current Red Queen to become more and more like a person living in the electronic world. In this case, the issuance of personal smart housekeepers will only facilitate human life and even alleviate the heart problems of some lonely patients. People may not even look at what he posted in the post anyway, they just recognized Sudan and don't care about him. First leave a message below and then look back at the topic. Who in the world dare not admit that Antarctic companies are leaders? Then I have to issue tasks to everyone, and it is expected to produce 100,000 units in a month. As long as Sudan posts a post on his Antarctic forum, he will be exploded in minutes. In terms of games, who can match Antarctic Corporation? In terms of biotechnology, Antarctic creatures have no flaws. The topic of Antarctic enterprises is the most popular topic in the world. Hearing Sudan's praise, the Red Queen smiled happily and twirled the dress with her little hands. 100,000 units, Sudan was shocked. Hee, when does the master plan to release this smartphone? Try to be as fast as possible. Others may wait for the opportunity or for the heat, but we don't need it. We are the opportunity and the heat. In terms of military industry, no one should have any objection to this. It was definitely the right choice for the Red Queen to block this person's smart butler in a limited area. Then this is the marketing volume of a certain brand of mobile phone once. Is our number a bit too much? Is the master worried about something? The Red Queen asked with a puzzled neck. We are completely relying on this strength. The current Antarctic Technology Co. Limited is like this. It produces 100,000 units a month, which is just a regular model. Sudan took a deep breath. It turns out that Antarctic technology has developed to such a scale without knowing it. It used to be just a department under the game company, but thinking about it, Antarctic technology, like Antarctic military industry, focuses on black technology around the world. Antarctic military industry almost monopolizes the military industry. Antarctic technology has an absolute advantage in civilian technology all over the world. To put it simply, one is mainly for official use and the other is for civilian use. Officially, there is only 480 in the country, and although the individual profit is not large for civilian use, it is expensive because of the huge number. Oh, I almost forgot, this is also my company. Master, the Red Queen felt helpless. Sudan entrusted Antarctic technology to her to manage, and as a result, she really became a hands-off shopkeeper, operating 24 hours a day. If it was a person, he would have been exhausted. As a result, Sudan only remembered now. Seeing the resentful Red Queen, Sudan chuckled and stopped pretending. By the way, Red Queen, I came here today to see if there are any technical materials on pollution treatment. Pollution treatment? Red came to her senses, and at the same time the underground super server was operating rapidly. She quickly gave a reply. Our Antarctic technology has collected all the scientific and technological data of the whole world and even the Chitauri civilization and the information on pollution treatment technology. In fact, there are many. On the Chitauri battleship, the Red Queen hijacked one of Chitauri's brains. In addition to the existing technology on the battleship, this brain also provided more information. It is not an exaggeration to say that the entire Chitauri civilization has been penetrated. It's just that there are mountains of rice and noodles, and people can only eat one bite at a time, and they can't eat them all at once. Therefore, even though Antarctic technology is being updated every day, and technology is being converted into products and supplied to human beings, there are still many materials sealed in the electronic warehouse curry. Sudan thought for a while and said, "What I need is not conventional technology. You have seen the pollution on the Earth. Their current technology is not effective." "Then master, what do you want?" "For example, the kind that directly degrades the garbage into the smallest molecules so that he can be returned to the mother's womb." Sudan rolled up his sleeves and opened his mouth. A look of helplessness appeared on Hong Hu's face. She spread her hands and said, "This kind of technology does exist, but we haven't been able to realize it yet." Hiss. "Is it the limit of technological level again?" Sudan folded his arms, frowning in thought. Speaking of this, he thought of the king of fighters he made in a small workshop back then. At the beginning, it was also limited by technology, but he still made that kind of king of fighters. Didn't he rely on the system's ability? Some people may not understand the shocking power of creating products that transcend the times under the constraints of technology. For example, you alone in the 70s created the aircraft carrier alone. That's the shock. However, now that Antarctic companies have developed to the point where they are today, no matter what technology is invented, others will think that it is reasonable anyway. It is produced by Antarctic technology. How can there be no black technology system? By the way, I remember the space fleet in StarCraft. There is an analytical beam that can directly degrade objects into the smallest units. Thinking of this, Chen Dan screamed in his heart. He immediately called out the system points mall and quickly searched in the product column. In StarCraft, there are many sci-fi level black technologies, but in this column the abundance of items is the number of digits in the price a little too much. Those eye-catching commodities all have at least 8-digit point prices behind them. Even now that he has developed a virtual game and added time gem to earn points, he dare not waste them in the mall. The starting prices are all 8-figure products, and for slightly higher prices there are tens of billions of points in price. No matter how many points there are, I dare not squander them blindly. Browsing in the mall, I quickly found the product in my impression. Super Degradation Irradiation Light, 20 E-points. Such a technology, and it is an auxiliary technology, already requires such a huge amount of points. The system is really black-hearted. System, can you weaken this technology a bit? I just need a technology that degrades the Earth's garbage and I don't need to use it to fight in space, he asked in his heart. System. Ding! A crisp sound resounded in Sudan's mind, and immediately after, a pop-up window appeared in his point mall, which read Ultra-Low-Level Degradation Irradiation Light. Sudan would not be so stupid as to use his own body to try it. The things irradiated by this thing are expected to turn into nothingness in just a few seconds. Who is responsible for irradiating the body? Don't worry about that, let's see how this thing works. Low level is fine, and it's super low level. How much you look down on us. Owner. I saw that in a cone-shaped irradiating light, the object showed a blue cold light. During this process, it was not clear what happened to the irradiated trash can, but it was dissipating rapidly. Master, where did this come from? The figure of the Red Queen suddenly appeared beside Sudan again. And the price is only 5 figures. Ultra-low-level degradation irradiation light is a complete product, like a small transmitter, not a theoretical technology. Without further ado, click to buy. He quickly walked into the development studio of Antarctic Technology, extracted the product from the system space, and placed it on the ground. In Antarctic Technology Corporation, the Red Queen is everywhere. This thing looks like a crawler robot with a long tube on its head. If the expected 2.0 is good, the light will emit from the long tube. Yes, master. Red Empress, I have a solution. As he spoke, Sudan placed the trash can in the development room in front of the irradiation machine, and then turned on the light. Tukao returned to Tukao. This technology is really fragrant. From the perspective of the Red Queen, Sudan just stared blankly for a while and then suddenly smiled as if the problem just now was answered instantly. This is simply a godsend for Sudan, who is now rich. This is what the master wants in his heart. The Red Queen murmured, a little sour. Where she couldn't help Sudan, there was another existence that helped the master. As for what that existence was, the Red Queen didn't know. If Sudan didn't tell her personally, then she had no right to ask. Red Queen, try to analyze it. Can you mass-produce this thing? Sudan rolled up his sleeves again and said. Red Queen pursed her lips. Master, you have already put the finished product in front of me. Do you need me to say more? It is definitely impossible. My preliminary observations revealed that there is something on this machine that does not exist on Earth. You must have the relevant materials before you can try to make it. Materials, this is easy. In the System Point Mall, there is nothing missing, and it will be cheaper if you buy the materials alone. If I provide you with all the materials, how long will it take to make a copy? Sudan asked. 1 day, the Red Queen gave an astonishing answer. This machine surpasses some of the existing technologies on the Earth. There must be countless sophisticated settings inside. It is estimated that there are some things that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Red Queen 29 can actually replicate it within a day. Sure enough, it was a wise decision to buy Red. Copyability, #1 in the world. Now I understand why Tony loves JARVIS so much. Many things that require human beings to spend a lot of time to do, artificial intelligence only needs to be controlled according to the program. 10 days later, at the ruins of the original island country, a Japanese mothership slowly approached. The raging waves are ruthless, and after submerging the island country, they quickly fade away like a ruthless love. What is left is only a piece of ruins and a piece of dirty sea water. When Sudan stood on the deck, he could already smell the disgusting smell, and it is in such an environment that staff from all over the world have been working for a long time. Even after such a long time, the garbage collected has not been cleaned up. If this source continues, then the pollution will continue and spread. Mr. Su, can this machine of yours really go into the sea? I don't think it's very safe, asked an admiral. To accompany such a businessman as Sudan, Huaxia dispatched such a big shot, which shows the importance it attaches to this matter. It is indeed a great country with foresight. It also shouldered the responsibilities that a big country should have. Only such a country can become the backbone of the Earth Alliance in the future. Sudan decided to put on the hood and replied, "Don't worry, if these machines can't get into the sea, I won't decide to bring them here either." The so-called machine is a copy of the ultra-low-level degradable light irradiation machine made by the Red Queen, not the main body. It took the Red Queen 10 days to produce 30 units. In the beginning, it could only be produced 1 day a day, but as it became more proficient, the production speed suddenly accelerated. And now, there are 30 neat machines displayed on the deck of the mothership. These 30 machines are like a drop in the ocean for such a large-scale pollution. But there is no way who let those second-handed fighting nations set off raging waves and drown the island country without compromising. Never thought about the consequences. It's better for them to go directly to bomb the island country. Now that things have become like this, it can only save a little bit. The national fishing team has transported away the bulky garbage in this area, and now there are only those extremely difficult to handle garbage. Then, the admiral of the navy hesitated. He has fought tough battles all his life, but he has never seen such a robot with gaps everywhere that is not afraid of sea water. Doesn't your circuit board become GG when it sees seawater? However, this kind of technology from aliens does not even belong to the Earth, so it is really not afraid of the seawater of the Earth. Sudan put on the hood, and the strange smell in his nostrils slowly dissipated, replaced by a scent of mint. It seems that the workers here have also figured out the way. It is difficult to get rid of ordinary smells with ordinary scents, but this mint smell is different. It stimulates the sense of smell and works well. Haha, don't worry, I'll let them dive now. He has an exclusive communicator that is directly connected to the Red Queen. No matter where in the world, the Red Queen can capture this frequency band. And those machines were completely handed over to the Red Queen to control. Hearing Sudan's voice, these machines seemed to be turned on, and they automatically approached the edge of the battleship deck and then jumped into the water like that. The action is a bit clumsy, which makes people laugh. Maid, after you go back, you must improve these guys. I'm really drunk with this appearance. Sudan cursed in his heart. The main reason is that the shape of the machine looks clumsy and the diving action also looks clumsy. These visible things are all garbage produced by the island country after the tsunami. This machine actually has a screening function. The red light is screening. The real decomposition of light is actually invisible to the naked eye. So below, it is really a piece of chaos, and it is really hard for those who dive. Red light suddenly radiated from the machines one by one, and the objects irradiated had a cool blue light. These machines are mainly used to clean up pollution, so they must experience various environments, and diving 410 is one of the simpler ones. But in the eyes of the old general it was different. He looked at the diving machine with a smile on his face. Haha, these guys look like penguins. The red light emitted from the machine made the surroundings of the mothership appear red, instantly turning into a sea of terror as seen in horror movies. Large-scale garbage is easier to remove, but these small things, if you want to clean them manually, it may take more than 10 years. Hey, this is a bit powerful, Admiral praised. Most people would spit it out if they smelled this and saw it. Stupid than a penguin. That's not true. Antarctica is the hometown of penguins, Sudan could only answer with a firm head. After diving, the Red Queen also showed a picture. Besides the normal garbage, there is deadmen and the fish that comes smelling deadmen. Definitely, the fish are also poisoned. Sudan nodded silently, and according to the report from the Red Queen, this sea is really dirty to the extreme. Turn on the irradiation. I saw that the entire sea area turned into a strange dark green color, like the kind of broken tea leaves shaking in the water cup. After the machine entered the water, there was no failure, and Sudan never worried because these were all tested by Honghu. Pollution control work was originally a long process, and there were still many difficulties in it, but in the face of black technology, it was like a progress bar, starting from 0% and ending at 100%. This process took only half a month. I have to sigh, in the face of alien black technology, these stubborn garbage on the earth are nothing, and they will turn into nothingness in minutes when they are illuminated by the irradiating light. Especially working on the seabed, those machines have shown their magic. They can individually screen the pollution without affecting the seawater and then clean it up. This automatic identification ability is the most coquettish. When the pollution gradually faded away, the originally clean ocean was revealed. And this island was also accepted by the Earth Federation. The perfect solution to the world's problems made Sudan once again the focus of the world's attention. But this is nothing. Next, there are even more exciting things, that is the energy reform of the world. In the last meeting, all the countries of the Earth Alliance got corresponding subscriptions. In the eyes of many of them, it will take a long time for Antarctic companies to produce it, even if everyone is not greedy. This time must be calculated on an annual basis at least. However, in less than a month, Sudan dispatched the first batch of the first Antarctic reactors to them. Regardless of the fact that each order only delivered one past, just this one is enough to make those individuals ecstatic. Who doesn't know about Iron Man, his super individual weapon? How can they not pay attention? It's a pity that the arc reactor is a technological shackle and none of them can break through. But now, Sudan just collected some money and sold them a reactor that is more powerful than the arc reactor. This money is nothing to a country, only technology is king. However, it is up to them to decide what to use this technology for. Some people, following Sudan's hints and persuasion, used it in the city's energy supply in a proper manner. But there are always people in this world who have their own ideas, for example, a small country. In a military base, the slightly overweight leader stood with his hands behind his back, looking calmly at the people in front of him. Now, I have got the reactor for you, and we have also bought the exoskeleton equipment for the Antarctic military industry. Can any of you tell me how long it will take to make equipment like Iron Man tilde? Listening to the leader's question, an old man in an old uniform below took a step forward and said, "Leader, let's make it as soon as possible." As soon as possible. As soon as possible. This, we can't be sure because the Antarctic military industry has been left behind. What's the matter? We didn't do this to stir up trouble. On the contrary, we are also working hard for peace. The crowd was speechless. When the slightly fatter leader left, a group of researchers finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then he let out a deep sigh. What should we do? With our technology, it may take a year and a half to meet the requirements of the leader. However, everyone understands what the leader means. If we can wait for such a long time, hee. Everyone present had embarrassing looks on their faces. They had been working here for some years, so they naturally knew the leader's temper very clearly. The leader's vision is far-sighted, but his own technological level is limited. It is still relying on the assistance of other Antarctic companies to reach the world average level as it is today. For online games, no matter what type of older generation talents are very repulsive. Shut up, what do you think you're playing games? He is an old man who has reached the age of retirement, but the new force of the national team is insufficient, and he can only carry his old body and come back to continue working. I am afraid that one day he will die suddenly in this studio. Virtual world, the old man sneered. I'm afraid you mean the games you often play. Teacher, I heard that Jedi is definitely not just a virtual game, it is simply a virtual world. Anyone who has played it knows that it is 100% real, and it is not a game in the traditional sense at all. Anyway, anyone who has played knows that the virtual world is terrifyingly real. Even if it is a grain of sand, it is no different from reality. What he wants to express is that everything is possible in the virtual world because he has tried pass. However, he may have underestimated the young people's insistence on his ideas. He said, Teacher, it is the game I played, but let's not talk about playing it. I am serious. In the game Xiao Zhe Ahao, the world is not much different from our reality, but the level of technology is definitely higher than ours now. If we enter there together and then use the resources there and triple the time, it will definitely be better than thinking hard here now. In this way, the leader human tasks can be completed as soon as possible. The old man looked back at the young man who was his last student. What can you do? Don't keep it up, just speak up if you have something to say. At that time, maybe the leaders will understand that it is enough for the country to follow the progress of Antarctic enterprises and wait until the national level has developed to a certain level before innovating on its own. Not everyone in the world is Sudan, and it is enough for the world to have such a legend if he can create a shocking work under the condition of insufficient hardware facilities. However, the young man still said confidently, Teacher, we can enter a virtual world where the time is 3 times longer than the real world. That is to say, 3 days have passed in the virtual world, and only 1 day has passed in our real world. 1 year has passed in the virtual world, and 4 months have passed in the real world. Instead of exhausting the blood of the people now, rushing to break the blood, and finally discovering countless loopholes. The old man's tone was flat. Obviously, he didn't have much hope for this young man. Modern young people are notoriously opportunistic, but this opportunism is also an occasion for scoring. This time it is a task sent by the leader himself. Therefore, the old man loves and hates demons for Antarctic enterprises. In the face of the teacher's reprimand, the young man is not afraid at all, as if he is so stubborn to admit his own ideas. Yeah, what should I do? Even the old man in his old uniform sighed. From the old man's point of view, it is the game that has poisoned these young people so that they have not been able to produce a single talent so far. Just when everyone was at a loss, a young researcher stood up and said suddenly, Well, teacher, I have a method that I don't know whether to explain or not. In the eyes of most people, as long as it is a game, no matter what kind of game it is, there are only a few sets back and forth, and it is nothing more than a bunch of data. In front of such a thing, what is worth studying? Real researchers basically look down on games and think they are all deceptive things. But Jedi is really different. This game is enough to defy the sky. Young people even think that, let alone studying hard technology, it is not impossible to study human biology in the virtual world and explore the origin of species. Maybe he can really create a virtual offspring. It's so true. Looking at the young man's confident words, the old man's heart remained unwavering. He just cast his eyes on other people and asked, What do you think? What is surprising is that these people didn't speak, but just looked at the young man. The old man understood what they meant in an instant. Although they didn't say anything, they agreed with the young man's thoughts in their hearts. Now he had to pay attention to the idea of the young man. After all, this was a point of view that everyone except his searchers agreed with. Everyone here is the top figure in the country. A fool is fine, but it is impossible for all 903 to be a bunch of like-minded people, right? Is the virtual world you mentioned reliable? Reliable, absolutely, absolutely reliable. I guarantee it with my personality teacher. Okay, let's try. It is actually quite easy for official organizations to make a few gaming helmets. When everyone lay quietly in the lounge and then sneaked into the game. The news spread. Undercover agents are ubiquitous in this world, and double or even multifaceted spies are not uncommon. And the big countries in the world want to pay attention to a small country and monitor the development of a small country, which is a piece of cake. Now that the Earth Federation has been established, all countries have completely given up war, but at the same time, it is more reasonable to take this opportunity to monitor each other. The United States, you mean they plan to enter Jedi to develop new technologies? Yes, sir. Oh my God, their idea is really a genius. Wow, who came up with this idea? We must pay attention to this person. Compared with Zaya Aguo's stubbornness, though the President of the United States is very clever. After all, CJFC culture is different. Some places are more stubborn and some places are more open-minded. I see, sir. Well, why didn't we think of such a method before? This is simply a universal formula, the president kept muttering, which shows that he attaches great importance to this matter and benefits from this matter. By the way, we also sent people into the virtual world, and we must develop that broken reactor before other countries. The blueprint has already been given to them. If the research is not thorough, shoot yourself. Yes, Seed. Countrywide, my queen. Rand, I told you that you don't have to be polite. No, the respect for the queen is engraved in my heart. Well, why did you remember to visit me? Aren't you busy all the time? Yes, I'm usually very busy, but today I have a very important thing to report to you. Are you sure? Report to me. Yes, indeed to you. Okay, tell me. We have been inspired. Earlier, there was a virtual game, Jedi, and the time in it was 3 times that of the real world. That is to say, it took 3 days in the virtual world and 1 day in the real world. If the little princess sending it into the virtual world can not only strengthen the spirit but also greatly prolong the little princess's time. The queen regained her spirits in an instant. The little princess is her heart and soul. It is the crystallization of love between her and the person she loves the most. That and the little princess suffered from some kind of strange mental illness when they were born. They fell ill when they were 12 years old. Sorry, exhausted. The world's most advanced medical methods cannot be completely cured. Only the medicine developed by Antarctic Biological Company can extend life, but that kind of medicine is too strong. How can the little princess body bear it? As soon as she heard that there was a new method, the first thing the queen thought of was her poor daughter. But then, considering the side effects, he hurriedly asked, "This time will the little princess cause any harm? I don't want to let her suffer anymore." Yeah, I don't know what kind of adventure that kid got. He was already in a desperate situation at the beginning, but he rose like this in the end. The man who was talking to him suddenly smiled. When facing the chief at work, he was very serious, but in private, the chief was very approachable. It's also thanks to Sudan's ability, otherwise such a person might have to be torn alive by those. Don't worry, my queen, the little princess is also my true love. We have submitted her condition to Antarctic Biology and it will only take 3 years. They promise that it will only take 3 years to overcome this problem. The princess will be saved in time, and now we just need to let the little princess cheer up and get through this time safely. Master, for some reason, top scientists from many countries have poured into Jedi one after another recently, but they don't follow the normal process after entering the game. Then we have to keep up with the times, don't you think so? Haha. The middle-aged man held an enamel teacup and took a sip of strong tea with a smile. After hearing the knight's words, the queen smiled gratifiedly. That's great. Hey, there really is such a person. Daxio. Sudan, who was really looking for new technology from Curry, suddenly got a reminder from the Red Queen, Antarctic Technology Building. Haha, otherwise the world is full of talents. You think of something, I think of something, let's all make progress together. It's impossible for all the ideas to come from one person's head. The middle-aged man's complexion changed slightly. Let's just remind those companies below. Do you think you need anything else? Hearing the chief's extremely confident words, the man lowered his head and thought for a while, the figure from his back lingering in his mind. Chief, it's strange to say that we have sent the first unit into the Jedi training from the very beginning. Why didn't we think of this? You mean Sudan, right? Oh, don't mention that kid. That kid uses an internet term for it, the devil. Hearing the chief joke about the young man, the man also smiled and then said, "Then which project should we move into the virtual world?"
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.